Chapter 541. An archaic creature has really appeared, and he actually wants to enter the Jade Lake. Everyone couldn't help but feel shocked. Did he not explain where he came from? Someone asked. I don't know. He can only tell us after coming in and seeing the Queen Mother, the Jade Lake Beauty replied. Everyone, don't fight to the death. Now that an archaic creature has appeared, we still don't know what kind of disaster it will bring, the Queen Mother said to everyone. Everyone didn't say anything. Everyone's hearts were heavy. The future was unpredictable. They thought about those archaic kings who could summon the wind and summon the rain. They were comparable to ancient saints. Was such an existence going to appear again? If it reappeared in the world, the master of this land would most likely change. Perhaps only a few undying inheritances who wielded extreme holy weapons would have some confidence. Everyone conversed briefly before heading towards the heavenly palace. It was impossible for them to continue fighting now. Along the way, the people of the Yin-Yang sect were burning with anger. They wanted nothing more than to skin Yi Fan alive. Just now, he had contradicted the old sect leader like that, making everyone extremely angry. What are you looking at? I've never seen such a handsome uncle before. The large black dog bared his teeth. Although the people of the Yin-Yang sect were furious, they had no way to bicker with a dog. Otherwise, if they argued with it, they would definitely become a laughingstock. The various leaders returned to the heavenly palace. Yi Fan sat at the end, while the others of the younger generation could only stand at the entrance of the main hall, waiting and watching. Not long after, a powerful creature flew over and followed behind the disciples of the Jade Lake. It stepped on clouds and entered the main hall. It really is an archaic creature. Many people cried out in surprise. For most of them, it was the first time they had seen an archaic creature. This humanoid archaic creature was more than 2 meters tall. It was extremely sturdy, and its entire body was covered in fine silver scales that flowed with brilliance. Its face was also like this. It had a pair of wide silver wings, as if it was carrying 2 snow-white heavenly blades on its back. It was robust and powerful, and its silver hair fell like a waterfall. There was a jade horn between its brows that curved like a horned dragon. It was more than a foot long and sparkling and translucent. In addition, there were 2 small heads on its broad shoulders. One was a wolf's head, and the other was a crocodile's head. Both were covered in fine silver scales. Maggot! The primordial creature came to the hall, raised its head, and spat out such a sentence. What is he talking about? Everyone looked at each other, confused. You've even forgotten the common language of the ancient era? It seems like too much time has passed and humans have forgotten too many things, the ancient creature said in the human language. In the archaic era, the human race also spoke these words? Many people were shocked. The human race is one of the creatures of the archaic era. If they want to survive, they naturally have to use this divine language, the ancient creature said. Divine language? A few people were lost in thought. There seemed to be some records in some ancient texts. This is the language of the ancient gods, shared by all races. Otherwise, if every race had their own language, how could they communicate? The ancient creature said indifferently. There were humans in the archaic era as well, but they were few in number. Moreover, it had been too long, and many things of the past could no longer be recalled, forever becoming the past. My name is Gu Daoya. This time, I'm only here to deliver a letter, he said coldly, and handed a beast-skin scroll to a grand elder of the Jade Pool. What letter? After receiving it, the Queen Mother of the West frowned. The characters on it were like phoenixes and dragons, and couldn't be recognized. She handed it to the other lords, and everyone was stunned. This was an archaic language, and no one could recognize it. The human race has forgotten the past, even giving up on the divine language. Could it be that they don't cultivate the Sun Saint Force and Moon Saint Force anymore? The primordial creature named Gu Daoya was surprised. Millions of years have passed, and no one in the world can recognize these ancient characters. Please read it out, a grand elder of the Jade Pool said. The human race has 2 shocking ancient scriptures that evolved and explained with divine language. Could it be that they've been lost? They've really completely forgotten about them, Gu Daoya mocked. No one argued with him. In reality, the descendants of the archaic era were the ones who shone brilliantly. The great ancient emperors were born, and they created their own supreme ancient scriptures one after another. Gu Deoya didn't waste any time. He opened the beast skin scroll and read it out in front of everyone. Everyone couldn't calm down. The primordial creature was really going to be born. However, the time period was very broad. In 1 to 5,000 years, the slumbering kings would definitely all return to the earth. What made everyone feel slightly relieved was that the primordial creatures didn't want to start a war with the human race. It was written very clearly in the letter. Just like before the archaic era, the myriad races coexisted. Of course, there were many secrets passed down from the archaic era. Although the myriad races coexisted, there would still be wars between races from time to time. This was definitely unavoidable. It's a pity that this isn't the era of the great emperor. Otherwise, if the human race had a great emperor living in this world, even if the primordial creatures came out, they would have to bow their heads. Many people had such a thought and sighed inwardly. They knew that there would definitely be many conflicts in the future, and there might even be bloody battles. At the entrance of the Great Hall, the younger generation all revealed shocked expressions. There would most likely be a storm of blood in the future. They were born in such an era, and they might have to fight against the primordial creatures. It could be predicted that in such a great era, incomparably great existences would definitely be born. They would step on the corpses of the myriad races and ascend to the peak, but they might not necessarily belong to the human race. Perhaps, there would be humans comparable to the great ancient emperors. At the end of the Beast Hide scroll, it mentioned that the territory occupied by the human race was too vast. The primordial creatures needed to obtain a portion of the territory when they appeared. How large of a territory do you all want? Everything within a radius of 100,000 li where the primordial king slumbers belongs to us, Gu Deoya said. Everyone fell into deep thought. They didn't know how many primordial races there would be. If there were only a few, or even a few dozen, it wouldn't be considered much. After all, this land was too vast. Sometimes, it was hard to even see signs of human habitation within 1,000,000 li. After thinking about it carefully, the other places were easy to deal with. Only the absolute beginning forbidden area had a radius of 100,000 li, and it was the source mining area of the various holy lands. It was also the place with the most source resources in the world. If they retreated and gave up this place, the various holy lands would truly be unwilling. Their hearts would even bleed. Are you from the absolute beginning ancient mine? Shi Wangmu asked. The primordial creature shivered when he heard this and said, I'm only delivering a letter for the king of the absolute beginning forbidden area. It has nothing to do with the unparalleled existence in the ancient mine. Everyone was stunned. The primordial creatures were also very afraid of the ancient mine. This was even more horrifying. The monkey had once said that only the primordial emperors and the lords of the royal families could enter the ancient mine. The others were not qualified to even take half a step inside. I heard that there is a meeting of the human race in the Jade Pool. My king sent me here to deliver a letter. Gu Deoya said. This letter was for all the human race's powerhouses. He was more or less arrogant. The blood of the primordial royal family flowed in his body. Even though it wasn't very pure, he still had a sense of superiority as a superior. However, when he inadvertently discovered the monkey, he was shocked. The jade horn between his brows flowed with brilliance as he sensed something. You are the battling Saint Ape? Gu Deoya was shocked as he sensed a familiar aura. The monkey was rather calm. He sat there cross-legged and didn't express anything. When the old Saint Emperor passed away, he left behind a son and a younger brother. You're the Saint Prince. Gu Deoya almost knelt down. The Emperor of Fighting was the last ancient emperor of the primordial era. He was invincible in the heavens and earth, respected by all races. He was a god that all living beings had to worship. The monkey's identity was shockingly great. He was the only son of the old Saint Emperor of Fighting and was a true Saint Prince. Gu Deoya thought about it and immediately knelt down. Greetings, Saint Prince. My father has already passed away millions of years ago. What ancient emperor? I'm just a member of the royal family now. The monkey waved his hand. The old Saint Emperor was unparalleled in both ancient and modern times. Even though he passed away long ago, no one will forget him. Gu Deoya was rather respectful towards the monkey. In the main hall, everyone else was shocked. They didn't expect the monkey's background to be so great, and they were even more fearful. The monkey thought about it and pointed at the people of the Yin Yang sect. Be careful of them and those people. As he spoke, he pointed at the people of the Holy Land of all beginnings. These people were stunned for a moment, and then they were all furious. This monkey was too dishonest. He was obviously trying to make things difficult for them. He was too immoral. Get closer to them. The monkey pointed at Yi Fan and the others. Gu Deoya was only in charge of delivering the letter and didn't stay for long. He left, but everyone found it hard to calm down. In the next 5,000 years, the ancient races would all come into being, and the land would not be peaceful anymore. Even though some people didn't want to let Yi Fan go, the Red Dragon Taoist, the Peacock King, and the others were so powerful that no one dared to provoke them. Moreover, the Queen Mother of the West had said that the Jade Pool was protecting Yi Fan, so he couldn't be blamed for the tragedy of the nest of 10,000 dragons. A huge storm was over, but it was hard to say what would happen after Yi Fan walked out of the Jade Pool. Everyone knew that the Jade Pool wanted everyone to help seal a few Stone Kings at the Feast of Peaches of Immortality this time. At the same time, during the Stone Appreciation Festival, all sects could display strange stones and sell them here. Senior Red Dragon, I'll give you a ripe mortal essence fruit. Yi Fan smiled as he passed through the Jade Pool's heavenly stone palace. What? The Red Dragon Taoist was shocked. A mortal essence fruit could extend one's lifespan by tens to hundreds of years. It was a peerless treasure. It's definitely more mature than the previous ones. Yi Fan smiled. He went directly to the pile of strange stones in the Holy Land of all beginnings, threw down 5,000 kilograms of pure source, and took one of the stones. The expressions of those from the Holy Land of all beginnings changed, but they couldn't stop him. That was because all the stones in the Heavenly Stone Palace had a price tag and were ready to be sold. As long as they left the pure source, they could take the materials themselves. Mortal essence fruit. Oh heavens, a mortal essence fruit. Everyone cried out in surprise. A fragrance wafted out, and the older generation all gathered around, their eyes filled with passion. A ripe mortal essence fruit is about to transform into an earth fate fruit. This is a priceless immortal treasure that can extend one's lifespan by 100 years. Everyone was dumbfounded, and only the faces of those from the Holy Land of all beginnings turned green. 5,000 kilograms of pure source was sold for a mortal essence fruit. A supreme elder almost smashed his head against the wall. Only now did people remember Yi Fan's other identity. He was the successor of the Yuan Taoist master, a guest of honor for those who didn't have much life force left. Many people revealed complicated expressions and sighed inwardly. They were incredibly jealous of the Crimson Dragon Taoist's harvest. Yi Fan came to the pile of strange stones in the Yin Yang sect, and after searching for a long time, he shook his head and sighed. He threw down 15,000 kilograms of pure source and picked up a piece of useless stone. He cut it open in front of everyone, and brilliant light shone. A piece of divine source the size of a face tumbled out and hung in the air, illuminating the entire sky in a dazzling manner. It's a pity that it's not some immortal treasure, so I can't give it to Senior Peacock King as a gift. Yi Fan sighed. Beside him, everyone was driven mad. Such a large piece of divine source was worth 5,000 kilograms of pure source, and he actually said such a thing. He really deserved to be struck by lightning. Many people silently cursed and cursed him. In the end, something even more infuriating happened. He casually tossed such a large piece of divine source to the large black dog. The Black Emperor caught it in his arms, grinning from ear to ear as he chuckled foolishly. F***ck, what a waste of a heavenly treasure, throwing it to a dog. The people of the Yin Yang sect were so angry they wanted to vomit blood, but there was nothing they could do. Their supreme old sect master was also searching for treasures in the sky, and coincidentally saw this scene. Veins bulged on his forehead, but he endured it in the end. I clearly found an origin technique grandmaster to take a look, and it was a useless stone. How could such a large piece of divine source be cut out? The people of the Yin-Yang sect were extremely angry. Little Yifan, you can't be biased. Li Heishui, Jiang Huairan, and the others' eyes lit up, and they all surrounded him. I'll look again. Yifan strolled around nonchalantly. Archaic spirit medicine, now extinct, worth 300,000 kilograms of pure source. Soon, there were cries of surprise again, and everyone stared at Yifan's group. In the distance, Ouyang Yi and a few people from ancient origin technique families sighed in anger. This brat is still far from becoming an origin technique master, but now that he has mastered the Yuan Taoist master's forbidden celestial technique, he can see source many times more accurately than us. Is it the saint technique that forms the 6 seals for celestials? That's right. The people from the ancient origin technique families coveted it, but there was nothing they could do. Trying to steal the origin heavenly book was purely courting death. Another piece of divine source. Many people exclaimed. Yifan cut out the second piece of divine source today from the strange stone pile in the Purple Mansion's sacred land. It was worth 250,000 kilograms, and he gave it to Li Heishui. Many people were going crazy. It was unbelievable and infuriating that he could casually pick up divine treasures as if he was taking a stroll. No wonder the Yuan Taoist master can make the sacred lands turn green in the face. No one can do anything about this. As long as there is a divine item, it can't escape his eyes. Someone sighed. He wanted to grab Yifan and ask him to help choose a stone. Unfortunately, there weren't many people who could ask him to help. There was no hope for the sacred lands. Moreover, what was even more outrageous was that Yifan kept wandering in front of the strange stone pile. They gritted their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. An immortal flower. Everyone exclaimed. Around noon, Yifan cut out a strange flower from the primordial era. It was said that it could make one forever young. It wasn't very attractive to male cultivators, but to many women, it was undoubtedly a divine treasure. It immediately caused a sensation, and many people gathered around. Even the saintesses were no exception. There are actually 2 twin immortal flowers. Many people cried out. Yifan thought about it and turned his head to look. Among the women in the imperial palace, there were only 2 whom he was familiar with and friendly with. He smiled and sent them out. One was given to the demon race princess Yen Ryu, and the other to the Jade Lake Saintess. The 2 couldn't contain their joy. All women loved beauty. This kind of immortal flower had to be consumed immediately after being cut out. It couldn't be stored for long. Yifan didn't want to waste it. Amidst the envy, the immortal flower had an owner. All the female cultivators revealed murderous gazes. Yao Shi, the saintess of all beginnings, and the others wanted to go over and ask for a petal, but in the end, they could only endure. Several days later, the Jade Lake carefully protected a few stone monarchs and asked for help from eccentric people. Among them, there was a stone that was the strangest. It was dazzling and multicolored, emitting powerful life energy waves. Yifan activated his divine eye and was astonished after careful observation. There was actually a snow-white, sparkling egg sealed inside. It was incomparably mysterious. This stone monarch is becoming more and more active. It almost passed through the void several times. If not for the immortal Tears Pagoda suppressing the Jade Lake, it would have disappeared long ago. Western Queen Mother sighed. Boom! When a few eccentric individuals tried to seal it, this stone king shot out rays of light that rushed into the heavens. Auspicious colors shone in tens of thousands of streaks. The monkey turned pale with fright. The egg inside the stone monarch was snow-white and sparkling. It actually shone through the stone and reflected its true form. On the snow-white eggshell, there were thousands of divine lights and all kinds of patterns. Those were the imprints of the race's inheritance. Heavens, the undying heavenly emperor really exists. He's not a legend. The monkey finally confirmed something and almost jumped up. He was incomparably excited. He stared at this stone monarch and wanted to touch it, but then he retreated with trembling fingers. Chapter 542. Heavens, is this a celestial egg? Everyone cried out in shock. This strange rock was as large as a millstone. The seal had long since disappeared, and it couldn't suppress it at all. It trembled lightly. There was an egg inside, mysterious and unfathomable. It came out through the wall, and its shape was clearly engraved in the void. Tens of thousands of auspicious lights flowed out. In the domain of origin, many divine objects would have a stone flying immortal scene before they were born, reflecting part of the true scene. This Stone King was obviously different. At this moment, it was almost transparent, and everything inside could be seen. It was far from a normal stone flying immortal scene. It had powerful life fluctuations. Could this be the only egg left behind by a true dragon in this world? Someone made this guess excitedly. Divine flames are like a tide. Look, the brilliance is burning like fire. This is very much like the egg of the undying phoenix bird. It's no different from the legends. Someone said in shock. Within the strange rock, the egg was as large as a bowl. It was perfectly round and dazzling, and it exuded a mysterious aura. All kinds of patterns of the great Tao appeared from time to time, but they always flashed and disappeared. In this short instant, it had already changed into all kinds of colors. The auspicious splendor was endless, and it continuously swallowed and spat out innate essence chi. This is a divine object. Perhaps this really is an egg left behind by a true dragon or a phoenix. Perhaps it really is a celestial treasure. There are many legends in the world, and not all of them are fake. No one could remain calm. They were all discussing excitedly. This Stone King was extremely mysterious, and there was no way to determine its origin. The monkey muttered continuously. Unfortunately, no one could understand the archaic language, so they didn't know what he was saying. Ai, denai? The large black dog joined in the fun, and said a few words in the archaic language that he wasn't familiar with beside the monkey. This rock has appeared, and it actually exists. The jade pool definitely can't protect it. If it isn't sent away, it will cause a great disaster in the future. The monkey made this judgment. It really has such a great origin? Why does it look so familiar? The large black dog was suspicious. He circled around this rock a few times, and suddenly raised his head. The light in his eyes flickered, and he muttered to himself, "That rotten rock in the corner? What are you muttering about?" Yi Fan asked. The Yuan Taoist master is also not a good person. The large black dog cursed. Then, it seemed to think of something and asked a grand supreme elder of the Jade Lake, "What's the origin of this Stone King?" For the sake of Yi Fan, the people of the Jade Lake didn't care about this dog. If they wanted to ask Yi Fan to help them, they had to explain the origin of the stone. In the past, the Yuan Taoist master gave the Jade Pool 3 Stone Kings. This is one of them, and it's the most peculiar. Damani! The large black dog gritted his teeth and spat out a string of curses in the ancient language. "What are you talking about?" Li Heishui asked. The large black dog's expression darkened, and he refused to speak no matter what. He continued to stare at the Stone King, occasionally tapping it once or twice. The Jade Lake didn't want the egg of this stone to come into being. She wanted to ask people to seal it, but all the people with special abilities had tried, and no one had succeeded. Unless we use the 6 seals against celestials, we won't be able to seal it at all. The people of the Origin Technique ancient family made this judgment, and at the same time, they looked at Yi Fan. Hearing this, the people of the Jade Lake immediately understood, and the others also revealed strange expressions. This was the supreme divine technique of the Yuan Taoist master, and only his inheritor could use it. The 6 seals against celestials is a supreme origin technique that can seal mountains, rivers, the earth, the sun, the moon, and the galaxy, and it can suppress supreme experts. However, it hasn't been perfected yet. Yi Fan shook his head, indicating that he could only use the 2 seals against celestials, and it was impossible for him to use the 6 seals. He was close to the level of an origin technique ancient family, which meant that he could use the supreme origin technique. As long as he had the chance, he would definitely succeed. Origin techniques need to be developed, and we can't keep them to ourselves. We can study the ancient scriptures together, Another person of the origin technique ancient family said, finishing the last sentence for Ouyang Yi. For the Jade Lake, we are willing to do our best to explore a perfect plan together. The others also nodded. Yi Fan smiled and said indifferently. He recited the deduction of the third seal of the 6 seals against celestials, so that the others could ponder and think about it. That's all. It's too little. How can we deduce it? It's impossible. The people of the origin technique ancient family all wanted to get the book of source heaven. To them, this ancient scripture was as important as the secrets left by the ancient emperors. Ouyang Yi wanted to snatch it even in his dreams, but he didn't dare to go too far, for fear that the monkeys would tear him apart. He could only say to the people of the Jade Lake, "It's too simple, and I can't deduce it." Yi Fan sneered and said, "And this is part of my deduction. The original text is even more difficult than this. As I said, this kind of origin technique doesn't exist, and it needs to be developed and perfected by later generations." Buzz. The strange stone shook violently, and 9 beams of divine light shot out. The imprints on the egg were revived, and all of them were imprinted in the void, emitting terrifying waves. Dong! A mysterious aura spread out of the Jade Lake, and the light pierced through the heavens. If it wasn't for the immortal Tears Pagoda's suppression, it would have pierced through the sky. Sovereign blood. Thousands of miles away, an ancient creature walked out of a cave and gazed at the Jade Lake with a shocked expression. This pattern, this inheritance imprint. He was in a daze, feeling that it was very similar to a certain record in an ancient legend. "I have to report this to the king." He flew away quickly. In the Jade Lake, many people were shocked and didn't know what was going on. The monkey said solemnly, "Send this egg away as soon as possible. Once the waves spread, an ancient king will definitely come to claim it." What? Ancient beings will covet it? Everyone's expression changed. In the following days, many people with special abilities worked together to seal the 3 stone kings, and it took a lot of effort. One had to admit that the lineage of the origin king was very powerful. He sealed one of the stone kings by himself, and it was guaranteed that it wouldn't come out for a long time. Yi Fan sealed half of the stone kings. His origin techniques were profound, but he hadn't reached the level of an origin master yet. He only managed to seal this stone with the help of a special ability. The ancient families of the origin techniques worked together to seal 1 stone king, and the Jade Lake was very satisfied and expectant. In the next few days, the Black Emperor held the ancient sovereign token and stood guard beside the strange stone that contained the celestial egg, mumbling to himself. "Did you sense the ancient sovereign token? We come from the same source." Yi Fan was completely speechless when he heard this. What was this stupid dog thinking? Did he want to steal this strange stone? Don't try to do that. Don't cause trouble. F***ck, this stone has always been fated with me. Back then, it was something that was thrown in a corner along with the ancient sovereign token. The large black dog said angrily. Boom. On the 5th day, a terrifying aura spread into the Jade Lake, and a disciple hurried over to report. "Queen Mother, something bad has happened. A large number of ancient beings are blocking the Jade Lake." "What? Why is it like this?" Many people cried out in surprise. Outside the Jade Lake Pure Land, clouds rolled, and there were many ancient beings in the void. They formed a large black mass, and they were actually invading in large numbers. There were purple clouds, gray mist, and white mist, all connected together. Scales flashed, and colorful feathers flowed. There were all kinds of creatures that had never been seen before. In the center of the thick clouds, there was a large divine source. It was so bright that people couldn't look at it directly. An unparalleled beauty was sealed within it. Chaotic mist swirled around it, making it difficult to see clearly. Without a doubt, this was an ancient king. The hearts of the human elites all sank. This was a group of ancient beings, and a king had personally come. The pressure was too great. The only thing that made them feel lucky was that they were in the Jade Lake now, and the divine Tears Pagoda left behind by the Western Empress could suppress everything. It was a supreme support. They appeared in the God City, and they caused a great disturbance that day. That's right. They attacked the Purple Mountain and attracted many ancient beings. They came from the place where great Emperor Wu Shi passed away. Everyone cried out in alarm. They recognized this group of ancient creatures. Yi Fan was even more shaken. He saw this divine source again, and the young lady sealed within was pure white like jade. Even though he couldn't see her up close, she was a bit familiar. Is it really the woman that was suppressed by great Emperor Wu Shi according to the Purple Mountain Stone engravings? More than 100,000 years have passed, and now she has appeared again. With this group of powerful creatures surrounding the Jade Lake, it truly made it hard for everyone to calm down. Everyone made preparations for the worst. What do you all want? A Jade Lake's Supreme Elder spoke. We didn't come to attack the Jade Lake, but rather to bring back the descendant of a deity. A humanoid archaic creature spoke. My Jade Lake doesn't have a deity's descendant. You all came to the wrong place. The Jade Lake's Supreme Elder replied. It can't be wrong. I sensed that type of aura outside the Pure Land. He is in the Jade Lake. A powerful creature walked forward. There were 8 pairs of wings on his back, and green scales flickered all over his body. At this moment, 10,000 streaks of auspicious light rushed into the sky from the Jade Lake. The clan inheritance imprints illuminated the void, creating a mysterious and gorgeous scene. That's him. An archaic creature pointed at the auspicious lights and imprints. Now, everyone understood that they came for the Stone King, and that the egg inside was related to the ancient creatures. The undying heavenly emperor really did exist. The humanoid ancient creatures all began to tremble with excitement. This is my Jade Lake's divine object. Several supreme elders spoke one after another. I don't want to bring it away for nothing either. I'll compensate you all. The beautiful young lady sealed within the great divine source block transmitted her divine will. Swoosh. In the void, a large piece of divine source block appeared. It was 2 or 3 square meters in size, and it was even larger than the sun in the sky. The immortal splendor was dazzling, as if it was an expanse of eternal light. There was no one who wasn't shocked. Just how much was this large piece of divine source block worth? This was an astronomical number that was extremely frightening. No one would have thought that the archaic kings would be so generous. They didn't hesitate to pay any price to bring back the descendant of the so-called deity. Even if we don't come, there will still be others who will come. I don't want to start a war with the human race. The young lady within the divine source block transmitted her true voice. It was as if an immortal song was echoing through the air. Her words were extremely clear. If the other kings received the news and hurried over, a bloody battle would most likely erupt. I'll give you all an hour to consider. Clouds and mists surged. All of the ancient creatures were submerged within, unable to be seen. However, the powerful aura was still there, as if an abyss was about to erupt. The Yuan Taoist master had said that if the archaic kings came to ask for this wondrous stone, they had to hand it over. It seems like he knows the origins of this stone and is scared of bringing about a great disaster. Within the Jade Lake Pure Land, Western Queen Mother and a few others were discussing. In the end, they agreed to hand over the wondrous stone. They didn't want a bloody battle to happen because of this. An hour later, more than 10 archaic creatures entered the Jade Lake. Among them, the woman sealed within the divine source block floated out. She personally came to receive the Stone King. Many heroes were at the side. Everyone felt a type of pressure. This was the first time they were facing an archaic king at such a close distance. However, the woman purposely hid her aura and didn't let them see her true appearance. There were wisps of mist curling around the 2-meter-long divine source block. Divine senses couldn't penetrate it. On the side, there were more than 10 humanoid ancient creatures. They were either tall and valiant or elegant and beautiful. They were all different, and they all emitted a terrifying pressure. The undying heavenly emperor really did exist. This is his only descendant. An archaic creature said with a trembling voice. It's exactly the same as the legendary inheritance imprint. Another archaic creature was shaken. The undying heavenly emperor, for archaic creatures, was an extremely distant ancient emperor. It was impossible to confirm whether or not he had existed. For the 10,000 ancient races, he was a supreme deity. He had long surpassed the scope of archaic emperors. It is a rock within the ancient Emperor Mountain. Who would have thought that the undying heavenly Emperor's descendant was sealed within? The woman within the divine source block sighed. The wondrous stone trembled. The flowing essence energy became even more vigorous, surging like a tsunami. It really is the descendant of a deity. Could it be that the undying heavenly Emperor really did exist? Did he also pass away in meditation within the ancient Emperor Mountain? We actually didn't know. Chapter 543. Undying Heavenly Emperor, an existence that was both human and deity. He was incomparably ancient, an unmatched deity among the 10,000 archaic races. Right now, everyone was shocked. This strange stone's origins were too shocking. It might very well be the only bloodline of a deity left in this world. No wonder it couldn't be sealed at all, and there were all types of ascension scenes. He was about to appear, and the blood of a deity flowed within him. The dozen or so archaic creatures continuously spoke. Everyone obtained some information in shock, and their expressions all changed. This egg was terrifyingly ancient. Before the archaic times, there was actually an endless amount of time. The bloodline of the undying heavenly emperor had long been sealed in this stone before these creatures went into slumber. At that time, they had no idea that today, they were about to appear. Only when they saw this stone did they recall everything of the past. A rotten stone that had been lying in a corner of the Purple Mountain since the archaic times actually had such a great history. These archaic creatures were indescribably shocked. No wonder the existence of the undying heavenly emperor has long been uncertain. It seems like the archaic times have been too long. The woman sealed in the divine source sighed. They spoke a few human words, and then a few archaic words. The human experts couldn't hear them too clearly, but they roughly understood. Purple Mountain, the place where great Emperor Wu sure passed away in meditation. It was incomparably important during the archaic times, actually a place of pilgrimage named Ancient Imperial Mountain. The undying heavenly emperor might very well have left behind indelible traces in the Purple Mountain. It was to the extent where the woman sealed in the divine source released a long sigh. She believed that the unmatched existence that was both human and deity had also passed away in meditation in the ancient Imperial Mountain. The human experts were all shocked. The corpse of the undying heavenly emperor should have existed for tens of millions of years, never rotting, and could be refined into an extreme Tao holy weapon. A female archaic creature stared at the Black Emperor hiding behind the crowd. She immediately clenched her teeth. Her almond-shaped eyes widened, as if she was going to fight to the death. "Don't stare at this emperor, I'm not that handsome." The large black dog braced himself and cried out, baring his teeth as he confronted her. Shi Luan. The archaic king in the large divine source spoke. Even though it was the sound of nature, it possessed unmatched might. The woman immediately stopped, not saying anything else. Many people were confused, not knowing how the large black dog provoked an ancient creature. Only Yi Fan's heart jumped. He glanced at the Black Emperor, not saying anything. "You are a sacred battle ape." One of the ancient beings saw the monkey standing in the distance, and a look of shock appeared on its face as it stumbled back a few steps. "He really is the sacred prince." The dozen or so archaic life forms were all shocked and excited, finding it difficult to calm down. "It's the youngest son of Emperor Fighting." "That's right, it's definitely him. He actually survived." They looked at each other and hesitated for a moment before walking forward together. They bowed and said, "Greetings, sacred prince." Only the archaic king stopped in the distance. Her status was extremely high. Not to mention her cultivation, just her bloodline alone was not inferior to that of the monkey. The experts of the human race were all astonished. The ranks of the archaic races were extremely strict, yet they were actually so respectful to a monkey. This was something that exceeded everyone's expectations. First, they had the bloodline of the undying heavenly emperor. Now, they had seen the son of the emperor of fighting. These primordial beings were all feeling uneasy. Both of them were sons of ancient sovereigns, and according to reason, their statuses should be equal. They had extremely high statuses among the archaic life forms. However, The undying heavenly emperor was a special supreme existence. In the eyes of the myriad races, his status surpassed that of deities. His only bloodline could be said to be the son of a god. The archaic king left the Jade Lake with that wondrous stone. The terrifying fluctuations disappeared, and everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, their hearts were not at peace. They took away a divine son. Will an ancient sovereign be born in the future? An existence that was believed to surpass deities had indeed appeared in history today. His only son was about to be born. That egg's mysteriousness and terror spoke for itself. It would definitely give birth to a great expert. The more people thought about it, the more terrified they felt. There were a total of 7 wondrous stones, and all of them were stone kings. 3 were sealed, and the archaic king took one away. The monkey used his essence blood to feed one every day. Now there were only 2 left, but they were also mysterious and unfathomable. Many people with special abilities were at a loss as to what to do. One of the stone kings had layers of patterns like greenish-brown feathers. The people of the Genesis Technique ancient clan worked together to attack it, but they all let out miserable screams. And Genesis Technique Grandmaster died on the spot. He was shot by a beam of divine light and died on the spot. What is this? Not to mention the cultivators, even those who knew Genesis techniques were shocked. They had no idea what had happened. The people of King Yuan's bloodline walked over. The leader was an old man, the current King Yuan. He was a true Genesis master. Behind him were 8 strange people. They were the 8 lunatics who had once stirred up a storm in the divine city. This is the Flying Feather Stone. It could be a divine treasury, or it could be a ghost cave. It's hard to say, he said. Yi Fan nodded inwardly. There had never been a Yuan Taoist master from King Yuan's bloodline, but occasionally, a Genesis master would appear. Their Genesis techniques were powerful, and they lived up to their name. You nodded inwardly. Did you see something? Is it better than King Yuan? Someone from the Genesis Technique ancient clan said. They were very dissatisfied with Yi Fan. I can't say I'm better than him, but I know a little. Don't tell me you want to bet with me again? Yi Fan laughed. Many people present also laughed. Who didn't know about the stone gambling war in the Divine City? Yi Fan had just appeared, but he had made a few ancient clans lose face. At this time, he brought up the past again. This was like hitting people in the face, scolding them, and exposing their shortcomings. It was too unkind. Among them, Nangong Chi had fought with Yi Fan, and he was the most resentful. He said, "You are only at the Grandmaster realm, similar to us. What right do you have to be so arrogant? How about we make another bet?" Yi Fan asked with a smile. King Yuan was an honest person, and he looked very ordinary. At this time, a strange look appeared on his face. He said, "Little friend, what did you see?" "I can't see through this kind of feather stone, and I can only judge some clues based on my feelings," Yi Fan said. "If you can't see through it, then why are you so arrogant? Do you really think you are the Yuan Taoist master?" Someone from the Genesis Technique ancient clan sneered. Yi Fan turned around and saw the people from the Yin-Yang sect standing behind them. He naturally understood that they had a powerful helper, and they were more confident. "What does it have to do with you?" "I am discussing with Senior King Yuan. If you are not satisfied, then let's make a bet and give me a few million kilograms of origin source." Yi Fan didn't look him in the eye. Many people were speechless. They felt that he was the same as the Red Dragon Old Priest and the others. If they were not satisfied, then fight. Nangong Chi and the others were shocked and angry. "If you have some confidence, then why don't you make a bet with him?" A supreme elder from the Yin-Yang sect said, clearly supporting them in picking a fight. "This old man has also seen some clues," Ouyang Yi said. "He was infinitely close to the origin source master realm. Apart from King Yuan, he was the best Genesis technique expert here. 5 million kilograms of pure origin source." Yi Fan's voice was sonorous and powerful, shocking many people. Such a huge amount of pure origin source could be considered an astronomical figure. How many people could take out such a huge amount? This time, the people from the Genesis Technique ancient clan had learned their lesson. Although they spoke provocatively, no one made a bet. Yi Fan was very helpless. It seemed that this sneak attack would not work. He had been too ruthless in the Divine City, and many people had been tricked badly. They would not be tricked again. This old man will make a bet with you, Ouyang Yi said again. He was about to become a origin source master, and he had never fought with Yi Fan before. How much do you want to bet? Yi Fan asked. 1,000,000 kilograms of origin source. If I lose, I will give it to you. If you lose, hand over the origin heavenly book. Ouyang Ye's eyes were sharp. Yi Fan scoffed coldly. The origin heavenly book is only worth 1,000,000 kilograms of origin source? All right, I don't want the ancient book. If I win, I just need to take a look, Ouyang Yi said. Isn't it the same? Don't even think about it if you are less than 5,000,000 kilograms of origin source. Yi Fan refused. All right, 2,000,000 kilograms of pure origin source. Ouyang Yi went all out for the origin heavenly book. He borrowed origin source from a few Genesis technique ancient clans. I only want God's source. Otherwise, I cannot carry an entire mountain. Yi Fan made a strict request again. After 3 days, Ouyang Yi gathered a pile of God's source, attracting the close attention of all the sect masters. 5 God source the size of a face plate filled the Jade Lake with an ocean of spirit chi. This is the feather-flying divine treasure. There are peerless treasures inside, most likely comparable to the saint items of the great emperor, Ouyang Yi said, making his own judgment. Yi Fan laughed and said, Luckily, our judgments are different. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. I said it was the feather-flying heavenly coffin, with the corpse of an ancient expert buried inside. Perhaps there are divine items buried with it. After some discussion, the Jade Lake wanted to borrow the power of many people to cut open the remaining 2 Stone Kings and see what was inside. These weren't the special Stone Kings that the Yuan Taoist master wanted them to seal for a long time. They could use a knife to bring them out. Then let's see what is inside. The people from the Genesis technique ancient clans all laughed coldly. They didn't think that Yi Fan could be stronger than a source master. It's time for the origin heavenly book to change owners. Some people were already impatient. This stone was too special. It was brought to a barren area in the Jade Lake and was about to be cut open in the wilderness. All the sect masters followed to see what was inside. Boom! When an expert cut it open with a flying sword from far away, a terrifying aura drowned out the heaven and earth. The extreme Een was like a knife, shattering the void. Everyone was astonished. Fortunately, they were hiding far enough away. What was sealed inside? Extreme Een Saint Power. Someone's expression changed. This was a supreme saint power that was passed down from the ancient generations of the human race. Overflowing black fog engulfed the heaven and earth. After an unknown period of time, the extreme Een and gentle extreme Een saint power finally disappeared, leaving behind sparkling sparkles. Exceptional divine treasury. The people from the ancient clans cried out. People rushed over and found that the sparkling thing was actually a shattered bone. It was as white as jade and flickered with splendor. This is the corpse of a saint. It's been shattered. The Jiang clan saint master cried out in alarm. Not to mention ordinary people, even the supreme sect master's expressions changed after seeing the shattered bones of a saint with their own eyes. The bones were almost shattered, and one could imagine the severity of his injuries. There was a broken jade tablet beside him with 4 ancient characters carved on it. Unfortunately, no one could recognize them. Extreme Een scripture. Finally, someone found a spiritual imprint and cried out in alarm. Everyone was stunned. An ancient scripture had appeared, and many people almost made a move to snatch it. However, thinking that they were in the Jade Lake and under the suppression of the immortal Tears Pagoda, everyone restrained their impulses. The people from the origin technique ancient clans' faces were ashen. They could not believe that an origin master's judgment would be inferior to Yi Fan's. In reality, Yi Fan was indeed lacking compared to an origin master. Even though he knew many origin divine techniques, they were ineffective against this stone. The reason why he was so confident was because the monkey was standing at the side and told him that this stone was definitely a tomb. In the ancient times, some great characters would use supreme secret techniques to bury themselves in a stone before they died, coexisting with the heaven and earth. Coincidentally, it was this feather wondrous stone. Is it really the extreme in scripture? Many people's words were trembling. If that was the case, the Jade Lake would have two ancient scriptures. The Western Queen Mother of the Jade Lake probed the jade tablet with her divine sense and sighed. She retreated and said, "What a pity, the extreme in scripture has been destroyed." Many people did not believe her. They probed with their divine senses and found that it was just as the Western Queen Mother had said. There were only a few imprints on the jade tablet, and the rest had long been destroyed. It was the extreme in saint power that overflowed when he was dying that destroyed everything. Many people felt that it was a pity. When they returned to the Jade Lake Imperial Court, Yi Fan laughed heartily and took away the pile of divine origin. Ouyang Yi and the others felt their hearts bleeding. "Ha, you are so passionate. You have given me so many divine origin. I am very grateful." Yi Fan laughed and mocked. The people from the origin technique ancient clans were so sullen. Nangong Chi was so angry that he vomited blood. Ouyang Ye's face was also dark, but there was nothing she could do. The last Stone King was also cut open, and there was a ray of bloody light inside. It killed a few experts on the spot and turned them into a pool of blood. It was a horrifying scene. At the crucial moment, the Immortal Tears Pagoda suppressed it with a ray of divine might and destroyed it. Only then did the others survive. What is that? Everyone was puzzled and gathered around to see. Red hair. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. There were only some terrifying red hair in the rubble. Something bad happened to the Stone King. King Yuan said. He also knew about this. He revealed a serious expression and sighed. I didn't expect the legend to be true. If he becomes the Yuan Taoist master, something bad will happen to him in his later years. Even a strange stone in his hands is like this. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He carefully observed for a long time, but he didn't learn much. He didn't know what it was at all. There was a powerful being sealed in the divine origin in this stone. Something bad happened to it, and only a crazy divine consciousness was left. It was destroyed by a ray of divine might from the Immortal Tears Pagoda. This was the only conclusion that Yi Fan and King Yuan came to after a long discussion. Both of them were shocked. The Jade Lake Feast of Peaches came to an end, and the various lords left one after another. Some people glanced at Yi Fan before they left. Their intentions were obvious. Soon, everyone left, including Li Heishui and Jiang Huairan. They were ready to go to the Central Plains and find a chance to enter the Extraordinary Scholar Academy. Before the Red Dragon Taoist and the Peacock King left, Yi Fan secretly gave them a divine fruit to extend their lifespan. It was left to repay the Divine King's kindness, but Divine King Jiang had killed himself and left the mortal world. No one knew where he went, so it was no longer useful. A month later, the monkey also left. He provided enough royal blood and took away a peach divine fruit from the Jade Lake, as well as a divine fruit from Yi Fan. Outside the Jade Pool, there were experts moving about, quietly waiting for Yi Fan to come out. Unfortunately, a month was wasted. Yi Fan didn't have any intention of leaving the Jade Lake. He wanted to cultivate in seclusion. These days he was very free. Sometimes he would cultivate in seclusion to comprehend supreme arts, and sometimes he would travel with the fairies in white in the Jade Lake. Some of the supreme elders of the Jade Lake felt their eyelids twitching. They were on guard against Yi Fan, afraid that the incident between the Yuan Taoist master and the saintess from 10,000 years ago would happen again. They couldn't chase Yi Fan away, because in the future, they still had to ask him to nurture a few Stone Kings for them to grow. They could only helplessly urge the Jade Lake Holy Daughter and another female disciple to hurry to the Central Plains, to the Eccentric Academy. On this day, Yi Fan was in a daze. A female disciple of the Jade Lake brought him a red sandalwood box. After opening it, something immediately attracted his attention. The cell phone. He clicked on it and opened a video. A familiar beautiful face appeared in the video, and a gentle but clear voice could be heard. Yi Fan, save me. Chapter 544. A familiar and beautiful face came into his view through the screen. The weak voice sounded very helpless. Yi Fan was in a daze. Then he became angry. The weak girl was staggering on the extinct volcano. She kept running and falling to the ground from time to time. The hard rocks cut her skin and left bloodstains. In the distance, there was a vast expanse of whiteness. It seemed that snowflakes were falling. Lu Yi, the lonely and pitiful classmate, appeared in Yi Fan's mind. They had not seen each other for 6 years after they were forced to go to the holy place of remote antiquity to pick the sacred medicine. But now, he suddenly saw her in a cell phone. She was suffering and someone wanted to kill her. This was a great shock to Yi Fan. Who did all this? Yi Fan immediately thought that this must be aimed at him. The other party wanted to lure him out of the Jade Lake and then kill him. It was dark and gloomy. This was an ancient extinct volcano. The top of it was bare, and the clouds were about to press down on the crater. There was absolutely no vitality. Lu Yi's clothes were ragged and stained with blood. She had lost her shoes and left bloody footprints on the hard rocks. She looked very frightened and panicked. Yi Fan watched quietly for a long time. Then he closed the video and pondered in silence. Who on earth wanted to kill him? There were many choices, but who could know Lu Yi's whereabouts? How did they find her? Where was Zhang Xiling who was with her? Yi Fan calmed himself down and stopped himself from getting angry. He thought seriously. The enemy must have known that they came from the other side of the starry sky and had a lot of unfavorable information about him. He took out his dusty cell phone. Wisps of light appeared between his fingers and he carefully inserted them into the power supply. Melodious music sounded. He turned on his cell phone and looked through the old memories. He wanted to confirm whether other old friends were involved in this. Yi Fan watched quietly for a long time. Then, he continued to click on Lu Yi's cell phone and found another recording. I want to kill her. What can you do to me? A gloomy voice rang out, making people feel disgusted from the bottom of their hearts. There was the savagery of a vile person intoxicated by success, and even more so, there was a cold and merciless smell of blood. I'll give you a month's time to find this volcano of execution. Then, immediately come here and beg me on your knees. Otherwise, I'll definitely cut her up piece by piece. The ice-cold voice was like a chilly wind blowing, full of resentment and resentment. The sound of gnashing teeth was like chewing human bones, full of hatred. Yi Fan closed the phone cover and stared at the small lake that was as clear as jade not far away. Mist lingered around it, and a few fairies walked on the waves, looking otherworldly beautiful. I've been running around for a month. Does the person in the dark want to kill me in one strike? You still have enough confidence. Mental torture? There must be a great grudge between them for them to be so vicious. Thinking about it, there were indeed a few people, but it was difficult to determine who they were. After a moment of silence, Yi Fan opened Lu Yi's phone again and tapped on another recording. The resentful voice was replaying. Kneel before me devoutly and wait for you to beg me. Otherwise, I'll wipe out all of your old friends one by one. The astral wind was very strong, and it let out a woo-woo sound from the phone. It should be on a very high peak, and there were indistinctly rustling pines. Pines rustling, astral wind, and a faint sound of snowflakes falling. Today is the season of blooming flowers. Yi Fan looked into the distance. Yi Fan tapped on the phone and found the image of Zhang Wencheng. He was standing on the humble peak, breathing in and out while facing the morning glow. Essence Qi flowed through his 7 apertures like a dragon. Obviously, after learning from elderly Royu, his cultivation had made great progress. His temperament was no longer dispirited and had undergone a great change. Do you see? This will be the second person I'll kill in the future. If you don't come and beg me on your knees, this person will die tragically in 3 months. The malicious voice was like the low roar of a ferocious ghost. It reverberated clearly and had a cruel taste, which made people feel uncomfortable and disgusted. They are not the only two. Later, there will be a third, a fourth, until everyone you know is dead. Yi Fan rubbed his temples. This person knew everything about him, but he was not shocked by his past experience. He stood up and 2 beams of cold light shot out from his eyes. Of course, you can choose not to come and ignore their life and death. You can live on mercilessly and let them all die. But in the future, I'll take the initiative to find you. Bang. Yi Fan closed the phone again. This person was not a match for him at the moment, or he was not completely sure, or he would not say such words. He was sure that once he walked out of the Jasper Lake, he would be in a dead end. This person did not fight him alone, but must have attracted other powerhouses. Don't bring any reinforcements. I'll give you a chance to be a hero and save the beauty alone. Wait until you kneel in front of me, hee. These were the last words, cruel and merciless. Yi Fan sank into deep thought. This person understood his personality and knew that he would definitely go and not mercilessly abandon his old friends. He stood up and strolled around the lake. Fallen flowers were everywhere, and the fragrance of the flower petals flowed about. They were sparkling and translucent, creating a beautiful and dreamlike scene. Young Master Yi, stop. A white-clothed beauty stopped him and did not let him continue forward. Her face was slightly red. In front of him, the clouds were rising and mist filled the air. White immortal energy flowed, and the sound of a woman playing in the water could be heard. Yi Fan was speechless. He was deep in thought as he aimlessly walked over. He actually arrived at the Jasper Lake's bathing place. He smiled and walked back. What are you thinking? You were lost in thought and actually walked here. A pleasant voice transmitted over. There was a trace of magnetism within the gentleness, as if a celestial tune was cleansing one's soul. The Jasper Lake Saintess walked out of the lake gracefully. She was wearing a snow-white robe, and her black hair was dripping wet. Her soft and tender skin was covered in water droplets. She did not hide her immortal appearance in the Jasper Lake's sacred ground. Yi Fan had already seen her true appearance with his divine eye, so there was no need for this. I encountered some things and became absent-minded. Fortunately, I did not enter the celestial lake by mistake, or else the group of fairies would definitely fight me to the death. Yi Fan smiled, but his expression was somewhat regretful. The Jasper Lake Saintess was speechless. She rolled her eyes at him seriously and said, "What made you like this?" This was a flawless face that was as beautiful as a dream. Her eyelashes were very long, and her eyes were like water, containing the essence of poetry. She was like a fairy that had come out of the water, sparkling and beautiful, otherworldly and otherworldly. The water droplets stuck to her hair and skin that was as delicate as ivory. Every frown and smile of the Jasper Lake Saintess was incomparably moving. This was a face as perfect as Yen Ryu, flawless and flawless. Together with Miaoi, she could compete for the title of the Eastern Barren Territory's #1 beauty. Her appearance was breathtaking. If there was anyone else who could be praised as a moon fairy, it would be her. She indeed had an otherworldly aura that other women could not compare to. Do you know this place? Yi Fan took out his phone and played the video. What is this? The Jasper Lake Saintess was surprised. The water droplets slid down her ivory skin, which shone with a 7-colored luster. Although she was beautiful and intelligent, she was also stunned at this moment and lost her composure, which was rare. This is a divine item from the outside world. When I have time, I will explain it to you in detail. Yi Fan told her the ins and outs of the story. The Eastern Barren Territory is boundless. There are tens of thousands of such towering mountains with snow on a hot summer day, and there might even be more. However, under such an environment, it must be an ice pine without a doubt. You can rule out 90% of the possibility. At this point, the Jasper Lake Saintess paused for a while and continued. However, the key problem is that they only want to see you step out of the Jade Lake. Yes, this is the key. At that time, you will have stepped into their trap. Yi Fan nodded. Do you really have to save this person? The Jasper Lake Saintess asked. This was obviously a dead end. If he stepped into it, he would not have a good ending. Yes, I don't want to see her die. Yi Fan sighed. He couldn't be indifferent. That enemy knows this and knows that you will definitely go. He knows your temperament very well, the Jasper Lake Saintess reminded him. I know. Yi Fan nodded. How do you want us to help you? The Jasper Lake Saintess asked. Yi Fan sighed softly. The enemy didn't allow him to bring people with him. It was obvious that they wanted to kill him. He could choose not to go, but they would definitely kill Lu Yi without mercy. This was a difficult problem in front of him. Even though he knew it was a death trap, he had no choice but to jump into it. On this day, Yi Fan sat by the lake and thought for a long time. Finally, he stood up and asked the Jasper Lake Saintess to help him find that place. He had to keep the appointment. "Do you really want to throw away your life?" The Jasper Lake Saintess was shocked. "I won't let myself fall into a hopeless situation. It's just that there are many difficulties." Yi Fan frowned. "What can you do? No one can go with you. This is a death trap," the Jasper Lake Saintess said. Yi Fan asked the Jasper Lake Saintess to help him find that place. He also asked people to invite the Red Dragon Taoist and the Peacock King to come at the crucial moment. Then, he went into seclusion and cultivated bitterly. It was as if he had let go of everything and comprehended his own great Tao. Only at the end of the month did he come out of seclusion. He was full of energy and had adjusted to his peak state. He asked about the current situation. "If I'm not wrong, it should be the Fire Demon Ridge in the central region of the Eastern Desolation," the Jasper Lake Saintess answered. "Big Brother, Uncle and the others are here." Little Nan Nan ran over, followed by the Red Dragon Taoist and the Peacock King. They had been here for many days. Yi Fan opened the video and asked them to watch it again. "Kneeling like a dog to beg me." When the large black dog heard this resentful voice, he was even more furious than Yi Fan. He shouted continuously, "What do you mean by begging like a dog? F***ck, I can't kill him. I want him to become my human pet's beast. This big sister is so pitiful." Little Nan Nan saw Lu Yi stumbling and bleeding on the extinct volcano in the video. She couldn't bear to watch. Yi Fan stood up and said, "Let's go and kill them now." The Jasper Lake Saintess was surprised. She didn't know where his confidence came from. If he kept the appointment, it was clearly a death trap. How could he escape death and still want to massacre them? "Young man, you have to think it through," a grand elder of the Jasper Lake advised. "There's no need to be afraid. Just kill all those people." The Red Dragon Taoist said. Yi Fan had given him a holy fruit. This was a favor to extend his life. He rushed over as soon as he received the news. Now, he could move unhindered in the Eastern Desolation, so he naturally had no fear. The Peacock King also had the Primal Chaos Precious Seal above his head. Tens of thousands of rays of light flowed, and he looked down on the world. He wasn't afraid of any fierce battle. Even if he encountered a living fossil, he could fight it. At the last moment, the Crow Taoist received the message and also appeared in the Jasper Lake. With the appearance of this peerless giant of the demon race, their lineup became even stronger. "Let's go to the central region and kill until rivers of blood flow." The region gate appeared. It was pitch black inside. Yi Fan, the Red Dragon Taoist, and the Grand Elders of the Jasper Lake entered one after another, disappearing from the Pure Land. Chapter 545. Central Region, Fire Demon Ridge. According to legend, a holy spirit of the Fire Tribe had been born here, and he was almost as powerful as an ancient emperor. Unfortunately, it was said that he was killed by the ancient celestial emperor, and his body and soul were both destroyed. Countless years had passed, and there were still some legends about him. All signs pointed to the fact that it was the ruthless emperor who killed him. In the past, the heaven-devouring emperor had bathed the world in blood. Even though he had performed a great deed for the human race, it was not spread, and his achievements were erased. Those who came later could only sigh and catch some clues. The celestial emperor had already passed away, and the past had become smoke. The Fire Demon Ridge was boundless, and there were withered mountains and rocks everywhere. There were countless extinct volcanoes, and there was no vitality at all. Darkness and monotony coexisted, and even the sky was dusky. Yi Fan and the large black dog arrived here. Their divine sense was like the sea as they explored the entire region. However, the Fire Demon Ridge was too vast and boundless. There was not a single blade of grass growing on the withered mountains, and there was no end in sight. This was a barren land. In the past, there was endless divine fire underground, and a fire spirit was born. He turned from Tao to demon and was finally killed, the large black dog said. He had seen the ruthless emperor's coffin in the crow's nest, and now that he had come to the place where he had performed a great deed, the large black dog was somewhat sentimental. Only when the 9 orifices stone golem reached great completion could they become a holy spirit. That was an invincible existence, and the ruthless emperor had actually killed a fire tribe holy spirit before, but it had not been passed down to the world. Yi Fan's heart was also stirred. He stood in this ancient region and silently looked at the endless withered mountains, marveling at the battle prowess of the ancient celestial emperor. The divine fire underground seemed to have cooled down long ago. All the volcanoes were dead and no longer erupting. However, there were some strange fluctuations that were not stained by the snow. "Where is Yi?" Yi Fan muttered to himself as he swept his eyes over the volcanoes. Although there were endless legends, he was not in the mood to understand them. Saving people was the most important thing right now. He was afraid that something had happened to Louis. After venturing for an unknown number of kilometers, a towering mountain appeared in the distance. It was a vast expanse of whiteness, and snow danced in the air. The extinct volcanoes were sandwiched in the middle of a snowy mountain range. It was a very special place in the central region. Most people were unwilling to enter this place. This was because the Holy Spirit Nirvana grounds always made people feel goosebumps. Although nothing had happened, anyone who came here would have a strange feeling, as if they had entered an ancient cemetery. "You're finally here?" A ghostly voice echoed in the mountains. Yi Fan's expression froze. He saw a door of light at the mouth of a volcano not far away. It flowed with a strange energy, and he didn't know where it led to. "Where is he?" "She won't die yet." No one could be seen, only a cold and emotionless voice with a hint of mockery. "She will personally witness the scene of you kneeling on the ground. Please enter the Saint Gate." "You want us to go in just because you say so?" The large black dog was indignant. He bared his teeth and said, "Who the hell knows where we're connected to? If you want to save them, do you have a choice?" The person in the dark said with a hint of mockery, "My human pet's pet, you're too cocky." The Black Emperor cursed and said, "If we don't even have our lives, how can we go and save them? You must be dreaming." The person in the dark was silent for a while, and then said, "This door doesn't lead to a dangerous place. It's just to see if you've come here on your own." Yi Fan didn't say anything more. He could already tell that this person was merely acting on orders, and wasn't the one who had set up a trap to kill him. Above the mouth of the volcano, the door of light was brilliant like a house of gold. It was as if there were endless treasures hidden behind it. The moment Yi Fan stepped in, his body trembled. The old Taoist Crimson Dragon, the Peacock King, the Crow Taoist, and a few grand elders of the Jade Pool all appeared. Swoosh! The few of them appeared in the void at almost the same time. There was nowhere to hide, and they couldn't seal onto Yi Fan's body. Myriad Net Sect. The old Taoist Crimson Dragon was astonished. This was a door of life. Once one entered, there was practically nowhere to hide, unless an unparalleled figure sealed himself. The person in the dark seemed to be very surprised. He hadn't thought that Yi Fan would invite such a powerful lineup. If they really made a move, a living fossil that jumped out would be a great disaster. "Only you can come alone. Since you don't want to do this, we'll send that B***Tsich on her way." The voice of the person in the dark was cruel and merciless. Yi Fan fell silent. He hadn't thought that the other party would have such a strange thing like the Myriad Net Sect. He walked forward and said, "I'll go with you myself." "Something that can't see the light." The Black Emperor cursed. "I've changed my decision. Let this dog go as well," the person in the dark said fiercely. "F***CK, I don't want to go." The large black dog jumped up high. "Let's go." "Let's go together," Yi Fan said. The large black dog was depressed. He really didn't want to go. Without the battle prowess of the Crimson Dragon Taoist, he felt that he would most likely be slaughtered if he went. "This won't do. Don't go." The Peacock King stopped him. Everyone could see that they wanted Yi Fan's life. If he went, he would only die in vain. The Grand Elders of the Jade Pool also stopped him, thinking that this was no different from suicide, and objected to him going alone. Yi Fan shook his head, and secretly told them not to worry. He didn't say anything more and strode forward. The wind is bleak and the water is cold. Once the hero goes, he will never return. The large black dog's wail was as horrible as a pig being slaughtered. Yi Fan grabbed him by the tail and forcefully dragged him into the region gate at the side. He howled, "I really don't want to go." This was a large snowy mountain. Cold wind whistled, and heavy snow fluttered about. Yi Fan and the large black dog stood on the peak of a mountain and looked around. There was only a dormant volcano nearby. Woo woo, the wind was like thunder and the pine trees rustled. In the vast white mountain range, there was only one kind of tree, ice pine. Each tree would require over a dozen people to wrap their arms around it. They were completely snow-white, and they were as vigorous as horned dragons as they stretched into the sky. The leaden clouds were heavy, and they were about to descend onto the mountain peak. A formless killing intent pervaded the air, and there were extraordinary elites everywhere, sealing off this place. Oh no! The large black dog's expression changed immediately. In this instant, he had engraved several dozen formation patterns, but they were all obliterated in the void, and could not be preserved at all. It's over. Emperor Wu Shi's killing formation is useless. The large black dog stared fixedly at the only dormant volcano, fear appearing in his eyes. He said in a trembling voice, "This is the place where saint spirits perished. Unless an ancient emperor is resurrected, no one can engrave formation patterns here." Yi Fan's heart chilled. The large black dog really knew him well. The large black dog's attainment in Dao patterns was unparalleled, but there was no use for it here. "You really dared to come, you reckless thing." A person laughed loudly and strode in the void. He approached step by step and stopped on a distant mountain peak. Yi Fan stood in the wind and snow, and he silently looked at the person. He activated his divine eyes and saw through the person's true appearance. It was actually the holy son of De Yen, Xiang Yifei. "You really came to die. What a pity, it's not so easy to be a hero in this world. Many people have been killed like cowards in the end." Another person laughed loudly, and there was a look of contempt on his face as he appeared on another mountain peak. A cold glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. This was the holy son of Dao Yi, Li Donglai, and he had nowhere to hide from heavenly god Yuan. Sending a saint body on his way is truly a joyous event in life. I really want to taste the saint's blood. A third person arrived on the snowflakes, and his eyes were filled with madness, cruelty, and bloodthirst. Yi Fan looked through the person's true body, and his heart chilled again. This person was the heir of the gold family of the North Plains, Jin Qishao. Last time, during the night of bloodshed, Wu Shi's great emperor killing formation killed all the heroes. The three of them went to kill Yi Fan, but their true bodies didn't enter the formation, and so they avoided disaster. In another direction, another cold laugh sounded out. A fourth person appeared, and her beautiful eyes were as sharp as blades, as if they could cut into one's heart. Holy daughter of all beginnings, Yi Fan saw the true body of the fourth person. It was a woman, graceful and elegant, and her long hair reached her waist. Although she was beautiful and otherworldly, her face was filled with resentment. She was the holy daughter of all beginnings, Zhao Yanren. His heart sank. These people were not to be underestimated, and when they walked together, the power they could use would be terrifying. Behind them were the four great sages. Rushing to die, there's no sense of accomplishment in killing him. I wonder how the few of you want to torture him to death? The fifth person laughed, and he stood in the distance, not coming over. Killing a saint physique is not a small accomplishment. If we hang his head in the northern region divine city and feed it to the wild eagles, it will cause a commotion. The sixth person laughed coldly, and his true appearance couldn't be seen. Yi Fan's expression was incomparably serious. Things were not looking good this time. With so many saints appearing together, it was clear that they didn't want to give him a chance. In that instant, he sensed the seventh person, the eighth person, the 13th person. They were all youths full of vigor. Although they didn't show their faces, they couldn't hide it. This was the life fluctuations unique to the younger generation, and every one of them was incomparably powerful. A total of 13 saints had come, and it was comparable to the night when the 13 Saint Lords surrounded and killed the divine kings. You all really think highly of me? Yi Fan stood on the snowy peak and looked in all directions. His black hair danced in the wind, and 2 streaks of cold lightning shot out from his eyes. You still came in the end. If nothing goes wrong, kneel down and beg us. Great Yen Saint Sun Xiang Yifei laughed coldly. Who are you all? Yi Fan asked. You'd better be a muddle-headed ghost. Dao Yi Saint Sun Li Donglai laughed mercilessly, and his snow-white teeth flickered with cold light. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't point out that he had eyes, but he could see through the true bodies of these people. At this moment, he felt endless killing intent, and he was under great pressure. Someone is borrowing power and wants to use your hands to eliminate me. After laying down a killing trap, didn't he come himself? Yi Fan looked into the distance. The people who want to kill you are all here. In the distance, an incomparably resentful voice came from a snowy peak. 2 streaks of divine light shot out from Yi Fan's eyes, and he stared fixedly at that place. This voice was exactly the same as the recording. Yi Fan, I really want to see the scene of you kneeling at my feet and begging for mercy. It was hard to imagine how great the hatred was. This person was like a malicious spirit, and he growled in a low voice, and his tone was incomparably malicious. Isn't it just 13 Holy Child level experts? Even if another 13 come, I can still kill them. Yi Fan stood upright and unafraid, and there was a type of sovereign overlooking the world, as if he was the supreme ruler. What is he saying? Has he gone mad? He wants to kill the 13 of us, huh? Jin Qishao laughed loudly, and his eyes flickered with bloody light. They were full of ruthlessness. Reckless. Many people said coldly. Silently, figures appeared on the various snowy peaks, and many more figures appeared. Some of their auras were as unreachable as ancient divine peaks, while others were as deep and immeasurable as a great abyss. Xiang Yifei, holy daughter of all beginnings, Jin Qishao, Li Donglai, and the others all had 2 or 3 elders beside them. One didn't even need to think to know that they were all supreme elder-level figures. If you can survive today, then it will definitely be a miracle. That malicious voice sounded again. Miracle? Today, I'll kill you all and prove my Tao to become a deity. Yi Fan's words were resounding and powerful, and his gaze was incomparably resolute. He had the power to devour mountains and rivers as he looked down on everyone and said, all of you will die. Chapter 546. Ha! On the snowy peaks, everyone was laughing. Some were full of mockery, some were full of hatred, and some were full of killing intent. Their expressions were all different. How could a cultivator of the 4 ultimate realms fight so many people? Among them, there was no lack of top figures from the older generation. They thought this was a joke. You want to kill us all? Are you dreaming? They did not want to give Yi Fan any chance. This time, the 13 saints had come together and even invited some supreme elders. They wanted to kill him. Where is he? Yi Fan asked calmly. Yi Fan, do you still want to save people? You can't even take care of yourself. Don't you think it's funny to think of others? Saint Li Donglai sneered. Bring her out, someone in the dark said. In the distance, on a snowy peak, Lu Yi appeared. Her body was thin and weak. Her bare feet were stained with blood, and her clothes were ragged. She looked very miserable. You guys are really broad-minded. Aren't you embarrassed to attack such a lonely girl? Yi Fan's killing intent intensified. Among them, many saints stiffened. They belonged to the same temporary organization and did not know each other's identities. The alliance of killing sages. Yi Fan said to himself. He knew how they had come together. Yi Fan. Lu Yi was miserable and very haggard. She called out softly from afar, don't worry about me. I didn't call for help. They were imitating me. Yi Fan smiled, like a ray of dawn breaking through the haze. Don't worry. Whether it's real or fake, I'm here to save you. Nothing will happen. Is it really going to be okay? Grand Yan Saint's son, Xiang Yifei, chuckled and said, if I cut off her beautiful head in front of everyone, would you feel pain and regret? I know you won't do that. You want to see me bleed on the peak and let more people, including Yi, see my miserable state, right? Do you know who we are? Saintly Donglai said mockingly. Isn't it the same whether I know or not? Yi Fan spoke calmly. He swept his gaze over everyone and said, Release Yi. I have fulfilled my promise and rushed here. You guys can't even do this, right? Sure, no problem. As long as you're here, that's enough. She's just an insignificant person, someone said indifferently. No, I have to make him kneel down and beg us. All beginning Saint Zhao Yanran's voice was cold and filled with hatred. Not only had the holy land of all beginnings Saint's son been killed, but even the holy leader had perished. She wanted nothing more than to kill Yi Fan. There's nothing more to say. Kill him. Behind Holy Maiden of all beginnings, a supreme elder spoke, the first to move, flying over like a ghost. When he moved like this, everyone pressed forward. No one was willing to fall behind, because Yi Fan had a great treasure on him, the source root of all life source energy. Clang. Suddenly, without a sound, a crack appeared in the void beside Yi Fan. A beam of divine light shot out and slashed at his head. Yi Fan shattered the divine light and then formed a blade imprint with a flip of his hand. It entered the void and sliced a black-clothed man in half. Fresh blood rained down like a storm. During this process, he faced it calmly and said, If you want to kill me, you can just do it openly. Why do you have to hide like this? Everyone quickly closed in and surrounded him. Killing intent was everywhere. Blade light and sword shadows were everywhere, and many magical treasures hung in the air. Is there no one who wants to fight me? Are they all so afraid of me? Yi Fan mocked. I've always wanted to test how strong you are. Everyone, don't kill him yet. Let me measure his strength. Northern Plains Gold family's descendant, Jin Qishao, spoke. He was indeed an expert. Last time, when he transformed into a deity and entered the killing formation, he displayed the combat strength of a saint's son. It was hard to say how terrifying his main body's cultivation was. Let me try first. Dao Yi Saintly Donglai shouted. He was the first to attack. After advancing to the first transformation of the dragon transformation, he had great confidence. In front of him, a large golden ship appeared. With the void as the ocean and heaven and earth essence as the source, it released endless brilliance and smashed forward. Space-piercing divine ship. Someone was astonished. This golden warship passed through the void and disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, a terrifying aura erupted between heaven and earth, as if an evil spirit from the abyss was about to emerge. It was impossible to judge where it would appear from, and no one knew what kind of combat strength it would display. The danger was hidden in the darkness. A deafening sound rang out like the heavenly drum of the immortal realm. The golden warship suddenly appeared in front of Yi Fan and crushed over. That's right, it was like a great golden millstone. It rumbled endlessly and rumbled in all directions. Even though this was the place where the Holy Spirit fell and there was a mysterious power restricting it, it was still as if an earthquake was happening. It began to tremble slightly and the noise was like thunder. When faced with this kind of worship, Yi Fan didn't display any other holy techniques. He could only smash his fist into the sky. The golden fist was like a divine mountain. Its power tore through the void and heavily struck the bottom of the ship, releasing endless radiance. A heart-shaking sound rang out. A crack appeared at the bottom of the golden warship and slowly extended outwards. What? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. This was a weapon that interweaved a portion of natural laws. Even though it hadn't reached perfection, it was still like the Tao had descended into this world. Ding. Yi Fan's second fist smashed out. There were no fancy moves, only an unstoppable iron fist. It heavily smashed into the warship, making it unable to crush it. Kacha! This time, the sound was even louder. A clear crack appeared, and the body of the warship swayed. Light overflowed in all directions like ripples that extended across the snowy mountain. Not good. Dao Yi's Saint Child Li Donglai had advanced to the first transformation of dragon transformation. He was full of confidence, but he didn't want to fight a life and death battle with Yi Fan. He only wanted to test things out, but he discovered that the great treasure was about to be destroyed. The golden warship wanted to charge away and stop crushing Yi Fan, but it was already too late. Yi Fan's black hair danced in the wind as he smashed out a third time. The power of the golden light was shocking. The golden warship was pierced through, and then with a boom, it disintegrated in the void. All kinds of fragments flew everywhere and fell in all directions. It was similar to a divine ruler-level weapon, but it was directly shattered by his fist. Everyone was shocked, including the supreme elders. Now, in terms of physical strength, no one could compare to him. Everyone was fearful. If they were to get close to him, they would definitely not have a good ending. Dao Yi's Saint Child Li Donglai was shocked. This was a secret treasure he had obtained not long ago and wanted to use his life to cultivate. His divine sense was immersed in it, and at this moment he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yi Fan laughed and said, "That's all? Who else wants to try? If you can't, then all of you can come together." Clang. The Yan's Saint Child pulled out a jade sword soul and spat out a wave of Khanate essence energy. With a light hum, the sword soul disappeared. In the sky, 3 beams of Khanate divine light descended. 3 sword souls were born and turned into a supreme sword core, each drawing on a type of great Tao. Human King Sword, / Xiang Yifei shouted. Clang. The first sword core turned into a beam of green light that split the heaven and earth. It traversed the sky like an eternal divine light. Yi Fan did not move. He opened his mouth and spat out a wave of Khanate essence energy to meet the attack. Everyone was shocked. The divine physique's origin power was too strong, and they simply couldn't believe it. The Khanate essence energy he spat out was like a golden river that drowned the void. Golden divine light surged and dyed every inch of the space. This was the divine physique's Khanate essence energy, and it was like an ocean. Without any suspense, the so-called human king sword shattered in the void with a kacha sound, turning into fine powder. The sword core turned into smoke and burned into ashes. Heaven and earth sword, vast chaos, destroy all things. The Yan's Saint Child Xiang Yifei shouted. The remaining 2 sword souls turned into divine light and slashed down. However, under Yi Fan's Khanate essence, the 2 sword cores were shattered and no longer existed. They were destroyed before they could even slash down. That's all? Is there anyone else? Yi Fan laughed and looked at the 13 saints with disdain. Although the 13 saints didn't know each other and used secret treasures to hide their faces, they still couldn't help but feel their faces burn. At this moment, it was unimaginable for one person to challenge 13 people. They were all geniuses and no one had ever dared to do this. "Why don't all of you come at me together?" Yi Fan said and laughed. Facing the 13 saints alone, his tone showed that he was not afraid at all. Everyone surrounded him, and their killing intent enveloped him. "Kneel down like dogs." Zhao Yanran, the saint of all beginnings, said through gritted teeth. Although she was a woman and very beautiful, she was vicious. Her eyes were cold, and she hated Yi Fan to the core. Her killing intent was boundless. "Women like you can only gang up on me. Otherwise, if one comes, I'll kill one. If 2 come, I'll kill both." Yi Fan curled his finger at her and said, "If you're not happy, I'll kill you with 1 finger. Do you dare to come over?" How arrogant! At the side, Jin Qishao finally attacked. His 5 organs shook, and a heavenly sound rang out. 5 beams of divine light rushed out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the void, 5 gods appeared and evolved the 5 elements. Then earth, fire, wind, and water rotated, opening up a small world formed from the heavens. Good methods, his comprehension towards space has reached this level. Even the older generation figures were horrified, all of them shocked. "Break for me." Yi Fan didn't dodge. He walked up with large steps, taking the initiative to move forward. His hands moved and he evolved his own Tao. It wasn't a saint technique, but it was still shocking. This was the extreme of power, and it was the most compatible with his body. His entire body turned into a streak of divine light. One strength to destroy all techniques. He didn't use any techniques, but he used strength to destroy all things. It was simple and ordinary. One strength to destroy the heavens. His entire body was a weapon that could destroy everything. Kacha. The small world formed from the 5 elements instantly shattered and disappeared into the void. Jin Qishao retreated and didn't engage in a life and death battle. A look of shock appeared on his face. The saint of all beginnings attacked from the side. Dreams were like smoke, and a misty rain swept over. Facing this, the chaos green lotus appeared beside Yi Fan. Countless strands of mist shook, turning everything into an illusory flower. Everything disappeared. The saints took turns to go up to test his strength, and each of them displayed an ultimate technique. However, the 13 heroes couldn't break through at all. They were forced back by Yi Fan, and some of them even coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. All of you should come together. Yi Fan roared with laughter again. Kill! Finally, there were people who rushed over together. Even the older generation figures wanted to take action, not giving him a chance. Pooh! A miserable cry sounded, and a rain of blood flew about. In that instant, Yi Fan suddenly acted viciously, activating the all-character secret. The Rho character secret was displayed, and he threw himself over murderously. A saint child was blasted apart bare-handedly, turning into a bloody paste, dying a violent death. At the same time, one of the holy child of all beginnings' arms was torn off, blood scattering everywhere. The holy child of all beginnings almost fainted. She retreated into the crowd, her beautiful face pale, shocked and furious at the same time. All right, you all have tested him out. Now it's time to kill him. An elder spoke. I also have this intention, Yi Fan said coldly. He faced everyone powerfully, revealing a cold smile. Chapter 547. An elder stepped forward with a cold and emotionless expression, deciding on Yi Fan's fate. He was going to kill him immediately. Damned old man, what are you being so arrogant for? Can't you see that I am here? Hurry up and get over here to pay your respects. The Black Emperor pressed his 4 large paws onto the ground, sticking out his bright red tongue as he berated. As a grand elder of a holy land, he was incredibly noble. Who dared to speak to him like this? A dog taunted him like this, making him extremely furious. He really wanted to curse, but unfortunately, due to his status and face, he could only hold it in. You bastard, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? The large black dog looked at him from the corner of his eyes and said, Don't you like to judge people? I'll also reward you with a pot sticker. Come over and accept your death. I'll kill you. Even a clay figurine would have some anger, let alone a prominent figure like him. Who dared to go against him? He was instantly enraged. The large black dog stretched out a large paw, tilted his head, and stopped this person without even looking at him. Are you going to fight me one-on-one, or do you want to gang up on me? The large black dog asked, baring his teeth as he spat out vulgarities. However, he acted like an otherworldly elite. Isn't it just killing a dog? What's with all this nonsense? CKU, are we going to fight to the death, or are you old men here to fight me alone? The large black dog spat out vulgarities, angering this person to the point that his heart ached. CK, I'll kill you right now. He finally couldn't take it anymore and cursed out loud. What kind of person is this? You've already lived for so many years, yet you still speak so rudely. You have no self-restraint at all, the large black dog said. Everyone felt like fainting. This dog kept on cursing, and he even said that someone else had no self-restraint. What a weirdo. This grand elder couldn't take it anymore. He felt like smoke was about to rise from his head. He pointed out a finger, and a black light tore through the air, piercing toward the Black Emperor's head. How immoral! You launched a sneak attack on me. The large black dog yelled. He opened his bloody mouth and said, I want to fight you fair and square to the death. Everyone felt a toothache. This dog really deserved to be chopped up. Some people wanted nothing more than to set up a pot and immediately cook it. Then they would add some oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, stir it, and eat it. For the sake of fairness, let's go outside and have a life and death battle. One-on-one, this emperor will fight. It will definitely become a classic battle that will be passed down through the ages. This dog really knows how to dawdle. Elder Chi, go outside and quickly chop it up. Many people couldn't stand it anymore. The large black dog dashed out like a wisp of smoke. He was even happier than a rabbit, and he directly fled without a trace. Damn it, you dog! Stop right there. Old Chi's forehead was full of black lines, and he was extremely furious. F'CKU, do you really think this empress will stoop to your level? Let's part ways here. We'll meet again in 500 years. The large black dog broke into a mad dash. He then turned around and said, Bratty, hold on. I'll avenge you 500 years later. What a top-grade dog. Everyone cursed. Unfortunately, extreme joy turned to sorrow. With a dong sound, it was beaten back by someone. There was an unparalleled expert secretly sealing off all directions. Even a bird couldn't fly past. Ayo! The large black dog let out a miserable cry. He flew diagonally with his injuries, and he took advantage of the situation to arrive in front of Louis. She was thrown to one side, and no one paid attention to her. They all felt that she was useless. The Black Emperor successfully sneaked over and carried her on his back. In the darkness, there was an unparalleled expert lying in ambush. A great ability level elite walked out. F'CK, this empress will fight you all to the death. The Black Emperor was furious. Black Emperor, come here. Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice. Unfortunately, there was an expert isolating them, and they couldn't gather together. Soundlessly, a few elders appeared and suppressed the surroundings. There were actually great ability level figures. They really think highly of me. Yi Fan exclaimed in surprise. Even a great ability had come. Damn dog, That Elder Chi who rushed over clutched his throat and let out a miserable cry. The headless corpse fell onto the ground. A streak of rainbow light flew over, and his head was chopped into a bloody mist. What was that? Everyone was astonished. The large black dog held a black wooden box in his paw, and within it was a small sword that was about an inch long. It was trembling and it flickered with sword chi. Just now, it was precisely this sword that had flown out and killed a Grand Elder. I never thought that something hidden in a corner would be so useful. Needless to say, it was obvious that this was something that the large black dog had brought out from the ancient Emperor Mountain. A few elders surrounded him and actually formed a standoff. They didn't dare to move forward. Between the snowy peaks, the ice pine trees were tall and strong, and their branches stretched towards the sky. Cold winds howled, sweeping up thousands of piles of snow, and icicles flew everywhere. There were many figures on this side, and Yi Fan was surrounded. Ignoring the situation with the large black dog, everyone was prepared to attack together and kill Yi Fan, not giving him the slightest chance to escape. The holy maiden of all beginnings stood in the crowd, her face pale. One of her jade arms had been torn off, and her whole body was covered in cold sweat. Her hair that reached her waist was dyed with blood, and she almost fainted. Is there not a single one of you who dares to fight against me? Yi Fan looked towards the 13 holy sons, a hint of mockery on his face. The expressions of all the holy sons changed. Ever since they were young, who had ever spoken to them like this? There was actually a hint of contempt in his tone. They were the prodigies of the Eastern Desolation, and had always been the center of attention. They were proud and respected, so when had they ever been looked down upon like this? However, at this moment, not a single one of them stepped forward. Among them, not a single one had the confidence to suppress Yi Fan. Just now, everyone had already tested him. The 13 holy sons couldn't do anything to Yi Fan, and because of this, some were seriously injured, and there was even one who lost his life here. This was a lesson learned, and blood was the proof. Ha! Yi Fan laughed loudly, and it was quite frivolous. His hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning. This kind of arrogance, as well as his arrogance, really angered them, but still, not a single one dared to fight against him head-on. After the growth of the saint physique until now, there were already not many in the younger generation of the Eastern Desolation who could contend against him. This was their helpless sorrow. Apart from the Alcade Saint Child, the Eastern Desolation Divine King, Hua Yunfei, and a few others, who else could contend against him? They really couldn't think of anyone. Sever his own cultivation? To hell with it, who would believe it? Since that's the case, then you all can come at me together. I'll send all of you on your way. Yi Fan looked at everyone disdainfully. He didn't care at all, and he wanted to kill everyone here. Seeing him like this, everyone lost confidence. Unexpectedly, not a single one of them stepped forward, fearing that he had a killing trap. They were all hesitant. Ah! Yi Fan laughed loudly. He swept his gaze over the 13 holy sons, and then glanced at those supreme elders and half-step powerhouses. This kind of laughter was exceptionally ear-piercing. Everyone felt an expression of contempt, and they were all incomparably furious. So many people surrounded him, yet he still dared to act like this. I'll kill him. An elder at the 6th transformation of the dragon transformation from the Holy Land of All Beginnings pressed forward with large strides. People of this level had chased after Yi Fan in the past, and everyone knew this. He held a copper pagoda in his hand, and it pressed down like a mountain. He stood at the top of the pagoda, his aura majestic, crushing the snowy peak until it collapsed. A great avalanche occurred, and it was as terrifying as a tsunami. Yi Fan soared into the air like a dragon. His entire body's essence energy surged, and all the secret characters were activated. His battle prowess increased tenfold, and his fist broke through the sky. Ding! A sky-shaking sound rang out. The copper pagoda was a secret treasure, and it sucked Yi Fan inside. Everyone was overjoyed. However, their smiles hadn't even finished blossoming when they froze again. The body of the pagoda was cracking, and the mountain-like ancient pagoda shattered. This was especially true at the top. Yi Fan rushed out, and the expert standing at the top of the pagoda was beaten into several pieces. The golden fist seemed to have smashed into a pile of mud. It pressed forward courageously, and this elder was smashed into several pieces. His bones and flesh flew in all directions. An expert at the 6th transformation of the dragon transformation, together with his magic treasure, was dealt with by Yi Fan's fist without the slightest bit of suspense. This made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Has he reached the great circle of the 4 extremes? In the past, when Yi Fan was at the 2nd layer of the 4 extremes, he could fight against an expert at the 4th transformation of the dragon transformation. Based on this, everyone knew that he had definitely advanced again. No, he's at the 3rd layer of the 4 extremes, and he hasn't reached the great circle yet. Someone saw through some clues. But why do I feel like he has already reached the great circle? Someone had a different opinion. They weren't afraid of Yi Fan's current battle prowess, but they were shocked at his cultivation speed. This was too fast. It hadn't even been a year. Could it be that he had already reached the 2nd layer? If you're not convinced, then come at me together. I'll kill all of you. Yi Fan's confidence and frivolity made everyone furious. The half-step Almighty went up to destroy him. Ding! An ancient cauldron appeared above Yi Fan's head, and it let out a trembling sound. It was like the ringing of a morning bell, and it shook people's souls. The source energy descended, and it protected him tightly. At this moment, everyone's eyes burned with incomparable passion. They all fixed their eyes on the source energy of all things. This was a holy object left behind by the ancient heavenly emperor. Courting death. The half-step Almighty sneered, carrying a hint of mockery. He reached out a large hand, grabbing forward to directly grab the cauldron and take it away. Suddenly, that large hand of his flowed with blood, flesh and bones badly mangled, as if it had been crushed by a great mountain. Even his finger bones were shattered. You? What's inside the cauldron? The half-step Almighty was horrified, staggering backwards. He felt his blood run cold, as if there was a barbaric phoenix hibernating, able to burn all things. It was naturally an archaic saint. Even though it was sealed within the divine source, even when Yi Fan approached, he felt as if his body was going to collapse, let alone the bodies of others. If they reached into the cauldron, they would definitely be injured. The half-step Almighty all pressed forward, wanting to deal with Yi Fan together and kill him. Oh, on the other side, The large black dog cried out miserably. The black wooden box in his hands was struck flying by someone. He bit a mouthful of snow, almost falling into the snowy valley. Lu Yi slid down from his body, falling onto the ground. Sush! The holy maiden of all beginnings rushed over, picked up Yi, and laughed coldly and mercilessly. Yi Fan, immediately kneel in front of me and beg for mercy like a dog. She had lost an arm, and even though she could regrow it in the future, at this moment, she was still close to going crazy. Making me kneel in front of you, you will never experience it in this life, Yi Fan said coldly. If you don't kneel, I will make you watch her die right now. The holy maiden of all beginnings' eyes flickered with cold light. A bloody mark appeared on Lu Yi's delicate neck. A silver blade was placed horizontally there, and bright red blood flowed out. Her face carried a mournful expression, and time seemed to stop. Yi Fan's heart also almost stopped beating. He was incomparably furious, and even his knuckles had turned blue from clenching so hard that his jet-black hair began to tremble even though there was no wind. Kneel and beg me in front of everyone? The holy maiden of all beginnings laughed coldly. Louis said. Yi Fan calmed down and took off the cauldron from his head. It turned into the size of a fist, and he held it in his palm. He looked at everyone and said, I will throw this cauldron to whoever kills that be *T first and rescues E. These people didn't know who each other was, and they all came with hidden identities. After hearing this, many people were moved, and killing intent spread out. Who wouldn't be tempted by the holy treasure of an ancient celestial emperor? The holy maiden of all beginnings was shocked, and pushed Lu Yi out. The large black dog rushed over, and caught her again. It's useless to say these things now. There's no need to discuss who the cauldron belongs to. Kill him first. A great elite spoke and pressed over. Everyone gathered around. Ding. Yi Fan threw the cauldron on the ground, and this immediately caused a commotion. All those who were hiding in the dark came out, pressing forward in fear of falling behind. I want to see how you create a miracle. An eerie voice sounded, and it carried boundless hatred. Kill the holy physique, it's right before our eyes. Everyone shouted together, and killing intent filled the mountain range. Everyone, let's ascend together and send you all on your way. Yi Fan laughed loudly. He naturally had a trump card, or else he definitely wouldn't come here to throw his life away. However, he wasn't just using the archaic saint. That was a double-edged sword, and once released, he himself would die. Boom! A 30,000-meter tall sea of lightning descended from the sky, instantly submerging this place. This was a sea of heavenly tribulation. Motherf *Ker, brat, you forgot about me and schemed against me. You're too despicable. The large black dog howled, doing his best to protect Yi. Yi Fan had gone into seclusion not to break through, but rather to reach that critical point. He had been suppressing it all this time, and only released it today to face the tribulation here. Chapter 548. Endless lightning and boundless purple radiance completely submerged heaven and earth. This was no longer a single bolt of lightning, but rather a sea of lightning. Nothing existed anymore, everything was submerged by the lightning. It was blinding, and even from far away, one could feel the destructive power. Needless to say, there was no need to mention those who were undergoing tribulation. Purple radiance covered everything, and even those who were far away felt a suffocating feeling, making them tremble. A heart-wrenching scream immediately rang out. Someone suffered a tribulation, turning into ashes, forever erased from this world. Motherf *Ker, little brat Yi, this emperor will fight you to the death. The large black dog cursed continuously. He was also submerged within. This place was in an uproar. Many people cried out in terror. How many people could survive this kind of tribulation? No one would have thought that Yi Fan would use this kind of method. Awu. Yi Hei Motherf *Ker. Even the large black dog was cursing, so one could imagine how these people were feeling. Everyone wanted nothing more than to skin Yi Fan. He could even think of this kind of vicious move. He really had calculated everything, but they never expected this change. Some people knew that the Black Emperor's attainments in Tao patterns were unparalleled, and specially chose the place where the ancient divine spirit had fallen, making it useless. In the end, no one thought of this move. This brat was too despicable. Everyone wanted to curse. Using this kind of despicable move, he was trying to trap and kill everyone. There wasn't a single person whose face wasn't pale. This was the legendary heavenly tribulation, the strangest and most terrifying. Boom! A thunderstorm tens of thousands of meters high. Who knew how many mountain ranges were submerged? Purple radiance reached the heavens, and every inch of space was a lightning tribulation. It was terrifying to the extreme. Too vicious, I don't want to die, ah. Miserable cries rang out from time to time. Vicious ye, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost, ah. Mournful cries passed through the sea of lightning, weakly echoing. This was a great killing tribulation. That day, after Yi Fan found out that Yi was imprisoned, he immediately went into seclusion in the Jade Pool, not making a move. In reality, he could have broken through a long time ago, but he always suppressed his cultivation level, waiting for this day. He wanted to bring the Crimson Dragon, Peacock King, and the others over, but they were discovered by the other party. However, those weren't his last resort. The heavenly tribulation was his trump card. Facing the tribulation amidst a situation of life and death would involve everyone. He himself would succeed and advance to the four extremities perfection stage, while the other enemies would be reduced to ashes. Pulling everyone along to experience the tribulation could be said to be a ruthless move. He was also forced to think of such a plan to break out of this situation. Boom. However, the great heavenly tribulation came as scheduled. It scorched the world and melted the snowy mountains. There was not a single inch of land left unscathed. You are so vicious. A holy child-level figure cried out. His entire body was surrounded by lightning radiance as he resisted intensely. You're in too much pain. I'll send you on your way. Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile as he stepped forward. At this moment, he was the center of the sea of lightning, the source of the berserk. Endless lightning was rushing towards him. Once he moved, it would truly be a sea of lightning. The holy child-level figure cried out. There was no way he could withstand this kind of heavenly tribulation. Every inch of his flesh was charred. Let me see who you really are. I didn't expect you to have a secret treasure on you to hide your true appearance. Yi Fan stepped forward. He was also resisting the lightning, but he could still endure it. The secret treasure on this person's body was shattered by the lightning, revealing a familiar face that was filled with fear. He had already been crippled by the lightning. It's you! Yi Fan was stunned. This person was the light-shaking realm's holy child Li Rui. He had once been suppressed by Su Chen and then released in the divine city. Kacha! 5 bolts of lightning descended. Li Rui's head cracked open, and his brain juice flowed everywhere. His consciousness was scattered, and another wave of lightning descended. His body and soul were both destroyed, turning into dust. Nothing remained. Yi Fan didn't even need to think to know that a grand elder of the light-shaking realm had definitely come with Li Rui. On the other side, a head elder at the 8th transformation of the dragon transformation let out a wretched cry. His skin was split open, and his bones were exposed. They were powerful, but they weren't as good as the holy children. They needed secret treasures to resist the heavenly tribulation. Most of the holy children had powerful treasures that contained method power, so they wouldn't die in a short period of time. You're from the Z Palace. I saw you at the Jade Lake. Yi Fan arrived in front of the head elder. He stretched out a finger and tapped the space between the elder's eyebrows. Electricity flowed in, and with a bang, the elder exploded. His bones flew everywhere. This was a murderous sea of lightning. There was no way to avoid it. Everyone was drowned in it, and even breathing was filled with electricity. There's no justice in this world. Many of the older generation cried out. They had seen Yi Fan walk through the lightning without suffering any injuries. He continued to kill people. They despaired. What a monster! He's going through the tribulation, but he's not afraid. We can't take it anymore. He's going to be struck by lightning. Why doesn't he die? Such a monster shouldn't exist in this world. Many people were cursing and roaring fiercely. No one could withstand this kind of heavenly punishment. Pooh, pew, Yi Fan was like a god of death walking in the darkness, reaping lives. Everywhere he passed, people would fall and turn into ashes. In reality, he didn't need to do anything. As long as he walked there, the heroes wouldn't be able to withstand it. He was the center of the sea of lightning, and the destructive power was the strongest. When Yi Fan broke the curse and experienced the heavenly stage for the first time in the Divine City, he had already attracted the 9-5 heavenly tribulation that made even the Holy Lords pale. Later on, with each increase in cultivation level, the tribulation experienced would be much greater. Now, not many people could withstand it. Yi Fan was also grimacing in pain, doing his best to resist. One had to know that the strength of his body had long surpassed the Holy Lords. It wasn't that they didn't want to escape, but that they couldn't. Many people were also going through the tribulation, and they couldn't escape. Yi Fan had long understood the situation, because when he first went through the tribulation, the Black Emperor had said that those who were within would definitely be affected. In the past, Great Emperor Wu Shi was often struck by lightning. Once he went through the tribulation, anyone who was affected would be destroyed. If someone with a higher cultivation helped to resist, an even more terrifying lightning tribulation would descend, targeting that person. For this reason, Great Emperor Wu Shi had created the heaven-deceiving formation to prevent innocent people from being affected. Unfortunately, the people in front of him wouldn't understand. Dao Yi Holy Child Li Donglai's hair was disheveled as he cried out in terror. His golden warship had been destroyed, and now he was using his life treasure to resist the tribulation. This was something Dao Yi Holy Lord had bestowed upon him. Are you not afraid of exposing your identity? Yi Fan resisted the tribulation and closed in step by step. Yi Fan, you are so vicious. Do you know who is coming? Do you want to kill everyone here? Dao Yi Holy Child Li Donglai was terrified. Lightning wrapped around his body. He was convulsing and many parts of his body were cooked. The Heaven Luo umbrella that interweaved with natural laws couldn't hold on any longer and was slowly cracking apart. It doesn't matter who it is. Since they set up a death trap to kill me, then they should be prepared to be destroyed. Speak, who is the mastermind behind all of this? Yi Fan shouted. 81 streaks of lightning descended in succession. They were scarlet red in color, many times more terrifying than this sea of lightning. They all landed on Yi Fan's body, causing him to stagger. Motherfucker, there is no justice in this world. Dao Yi Holy Child's eyes almost popped out. He fought with his life on the line, but he still couldn't block the terrifying sea of lightning. His body and soul were about to be destroyed. Meanwhile, when Yi Fan faced the even more terrifying scarlet lightning, he only staggered a bit. Li Donglai was incomparably resentful and almost went crazy. However, he didn't have time to think too much. The sea of lightning blasted his body until it cracked, and his bones were exposed. He had no strength to resist anymore. His Heaven Luo umbrella had been destroyed, and he no longer had a barrier. He couldn't live for even a second longer. His flesh couldn't block the purple sea at all. Hurry up and speak. Yi Fan picked him up. I really don't know. We only received the news. We are all from the Saint Killing Alliance, but we don't know the true identity of the mastermind. Dao Yi Holy Child Li Donglai was terrified, and he spilled everything. Pooh! Yi Fan's palm descended, and his head was smashed into pieces. He died a violent death. Motherfucker! Brat Yi, hurry up and save me. I can't hold on for much longer. The large black dog wailed. Yi Fan knew that he was fine, because he had been paying attention to the situation over there. However, he still rushed over as soon as possible. The large black dog held the ancient sovereign token in his hand. Auspicious light flickered, and he actually blocked the sea of lightning, preventing it from approaching. Lu Yi was protected within it. It hurt so much. The large black dog howled in pain, and his body convulsed. He was originally unharmed, but Yi Fan was at the center of the thunderstorm. Once he neared, all kinds of lightning would strike him. There were all kinds of colorful lights, and there were even wisps of chaotic lightning. Motherfucker! Go away, go away! The large black dog howled in pain. He carried Yi on his back, and his legs fell to the ground as he fled, as if he was avoiding snakes and scorpions. Brat, you've caused my death. This time, I'm going to undergo the tribulation with you. Although the large black dog had rushed out, he didn't actively resist like last time. No matter where he fled to, he would have to undergo a heavenly tribulation. This was the so-called connection, and it wasn't limited by the region. Even if he found a place to carve the heaven-deceiving formation mark now, it was already too late. Yi Fan took out the celestial treasure he had obtained from the nest of 10,000 dragons, and put the primordial saint inside. Then he suspended the all-creation source cauldron above his head, allowing it to undergo the tribulation together. This was because he discovered that every time he underwent a tribulation, the cauldron would be branded and interweaved with some nomological marks. This was a necessary step for it to evolve into an extreme saint weapon. Not only that, but Yi Fan also released his terrifying divine will. The small golden lake between his brows transformed into a celestial king that was exactly the same as him. It sat cross-legged in front of his forehead and also received the baptism of lightning. He used the terrifying heavenly tribulation to temper his body and undergo a comprehensive upgrade. At this moment, he had entered the four extremes consummate realm. His golden blood chi flourished, and his battle prowess increased by a large amount. Screams rose and fell. This place was like purgatory on earth. Yi Fan's heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. Even Saint Lord-level figures couldn't withstand it, let alone others. Yi Fan continuously attacked, continuously killing many people. 2 of the half-step almighties had already died, turning into ashes. At this moment he saw the 2 grand elders of all beginnings, as well as their saintess Zhao Yanran, working together to take out several heavy weapons to resist the tribulation. Their bodies and souls were about to be destroyed. Everyone's expression changed. Seeing Yi Fan walk over, all of them were terrified. Yi Fan was cold and emotionless. The all-creation energy cauldron was above his head as he closed in step by step. He slashed out with his palm and the head of all beginnings saintess flew away. The headless corpse didn't even have time to spit out fresh blood before it was turned into charcoal by the lightning. That head also exploded with a bang. Saintess! The 2 grand elders of all beginnings shouted. Unfortunately, they weren't able to escape death. The 2 of them were turned into ashes by the chaotic lightning threads under Yi Fan's guidance. Yi Fan's eyes were deep as he guided the lightning into his body. He continuously tempered his body, spiritual sense, and the all-creation energy cauldron. His entire body was sparkling and translucent. At this moment, his muscles and bones were flowing with light and he was much stronger than before. The golden spiritual sense in front of his brow turned into himself. Although it was only the size of a fist, it was swallowing and spitting out the lightning in the sky. This kind of scene was incomparably terrifying. It was as if the entire heavenly tribulation was going to be sucked clean. He breathed in and out thunder energy, forging his spiritual sense to be incomparably powerful and tenacious. At this time, the little golden person was sitting cross-legged like a 7-colored glaze. His entire body was flawless and dazzling. As for the all-creation energy cauldron, it was also changing. There were more fine patterns that were branded into the inner walls. They were profound and unfathomable. It had officially begun to interweave Tao and reason, evolving into a Holy Lord-level weapon. Yi Fan was constantly transforming. His entire body was dazzling from top to bottom. Every inch of his flesh was flickering with precious splendor. He saw many corpses along the way. Among them, he had already seen 7 or 8 saint-level characters executed and turned into charcoal. Finally, he saw a powerhouse who had long escaped from the Sea of Thunder and was crossing his own heavenly tribulation on a distant snowy peak. Without a doubt, this was the effect of being connected. No matter where you ran, it was useless. You had to cross the tribulation with him. Yi Fan laughed. His body was bright and clean, untainted by even a speck of dust. He swallowed and spat out the Sea of Thunder and quickly rushed over, bringing along thousands of tons of divine lightning. I've come to lend you a helping hand. This powerhouse was terrified. He had never experienced heavenly tribulation before. Even his own couldn't endure it and was forced to stop here to neutralize it. How could he possibly receive Yi Fan's lightning radiance that couldn't be moved by a human? The Sea of Thunder attacked. Primal chaos heavenly lightning just happened to descend. It was exceptionally terrifying and blinding. There weren't many wisps of mist, but it was enough to destroy all things. This type of tribulation made even Yi Fan cough out blood. The all-creation energy cauldron trembled, leaving behind many traces. Even though this powerhouse was powerful, he couldn't resist it. Gotcha! After just 9 strikes, his weapon was turned into powder, forever disappearing from this world. Then 81 streaks of primal chaos lightning continuously hacked down, striking him until he was like a lotus leaf in the wind, dancing about crazily. Little Yi, you little thief, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. He cried out miserably. So it turns out to be Holy Lord Dao Yi's junior brother. You are Li Muqing, I've seen you before in the Jade Pool. Yi Fan laughed coldly. The 81 streaks of primal chaos lightning hacked down, turning the powerhouse Li Muqing into ashes, thus erasing his name from this world. Yi Fan adjusted his breathing. The little golden figure between his brows was like rivers flowing into the sea, swallowing all of the primal chaos lightning and continuously refining it. His physical body and cauldron were also like this, experiencing the same thing. They were shining like deities, flowing with a dreamlike radiance, brilliant and dazzling. At this moment, he was truly a deity walking in the world of mortals. Heavenly tribulation couldn't be invaded, great calamity couldn't descend. He walked through the endless sea of lightning. He saw charred corpses one after another, continuously personally killing those who hadn't died yet. There were a total of 4 half-step powerhouses who died, their Dao disappearing. You are a demon. Do you know how many people you've killed? What are their identities? The eastern wasteland is going to be shaken. When Yi Fan triggered the endless thunderstorm, sending the second powerhouse who was undergoing tribulation on his way, he said this. I've said it before, a miracle will happen today, and I'll kill all of you. Yi Fan remained unmoved. He was undergoing tribulation to verify his Dao, while the others were continuously dying. Miserable cries continuously sounded, creating a terrifying scene. Chapter 549. The sky was scorching, and every inch of space was filled with lightning. The ground was scorched black, and endless purple light converged into a sea of lightning. The tribulation had not passed yet, and it was becoming more and more intense and terrifying. It was a vast expanse without an end. There were many corpses on the ground. To be more precise, they were human-shaped scorch marks. It was unknown how many people had died here, but Yi Fan did not count. Miserable screams rang out, and it was as if doomsday had come. The half-step expert roared, but he was powerless. His magic treasure cracked, and he fell straight down. Very soon he was turned into ashes in the lightning, and not even his bones were left. All the treasures on his body had been turned into powder, and nothing was left. Yi Fan was like a god of death with the myriad chi cauldron above his head. Divine light blossomed in his eyes as he walked step by step, mercilessly killing the survivors. Since he had already attacked, he could not be soft-hearted. Death was the destination he had given to his enemies, and he had no other choice. Yi Fan, I'm from the Wind Clan. I joined by accident, and I was deceived by them. A weak voice traveled over. This person was supported by a mysterious treasure, but he could not hold on much longer. Yi Fan was astonished. This was a secret treasure of the Wind Clan, and outsiders could not refine it. Although it was called the Wind Pearl, it could control the earth, fire, wind, and water. At this moment, many cracks appeared on the fist-sized pearl, but it still emitted a gentle radiance, blocking the lightning and protecting him. However, lightning would occasionally rush in. He was already seriously injured, and both his body and soul were about to be destroyed. Did the Wind Clan also send people here? Yi Fan's eyes turned cold as he looked down on him. No, only I accidentally barged in. I'm the cousin of the Wind Phoenix, and we almost became a family. He seemed to be grasping at a life-saving straw. The 13 saint-level characters were almost all dead, and he might be the only one still alive. However, the corpses of the others were hard to identify, and most of them had turned into ashes. Yi Fan glanced at him and did not say anything more. He continued to the next place. How could this person have barged in unintentionally? Pop! The air-frozen pearl shattered, and the man let out a loud cry. 5 thunderbolts struck his head, and he died without a trace. Yi Fan had a profound look in his eyes as he advanced through the sea of lightning. He had been searching for the person who had let out the resentful voice this entire time. This matter was closely related to him. However, there were charred human-shaped corpses one after another. He didn't know what had happened to him, and he didn't know if he belonged to one of those corpses. After an hour, apart from Yi Fan, there was no one else alive in the sea of lightning. All of them had been killed, and the number of people was far more than Yi Fan had imagined. There were more than 100 charred corpses. In addition, lightning flashed from time to time in the distant mountain range. Some people escaped to other places to undergo tribulation. This was an effect that was incomparably terrifying and impossible to break free from. Only by experiencing a tribulation would one be able to escape. This was the strange and terrifying heavenly punishment. Demon Yi, those who were undergoing tribulation outside saw Yi Fan arrive with boundless scarlet lightning and an endless sea of lightning. They cried out in terror, but it was a pity that this couldn't change anything. Yi Fan constantly appeared in this outer region, bringing with him a boundless sea of lightning. No matter where he went, he would submerge everything. He killed another 20 people, and they were all undergoing their own heavenly tribulations. They had no spare power to resist the even more terrifying wind, fire, heavenly lightning, and primal chaos lightning. Ruthless Yi. When the last Supreme Elder was targeted by Yi Fan, he fell into despair. Bang! Yi Fan pointed out with a finger, piercing his forehead. With a flash of azure light, the Emu Thunder Star descended and smashed him into pieces. His bones, flesh, and blood all flew out. There was no more lightning in the surroundings. The boundless snowy mountain was shrouded in darkness, and only a sea of lightning was surging. Yi Fan's heavenly tribulation was far from over. It had entered the most terrifying stage, and he had no choice but to stop. He began to resist with everything he had. Earth, fire, wind, and water tribulation lightning struck one after another. This was a shocking scene, as if heaven and earth were being split apart. Wind split the void, earth veins surged, water flooded the sky, and fire moved among them. These were 4 types of destructive heavenly punishment. Lightning shook the 9 heavens. Earth, fire, wind, and water rotated, opening up the void and forming a small world. Endless heavenly tribulation lightning struck down one after another. Yi Fan was sealed within. Primal chaos mist surged, forming the heavens. An ocean-like destructive lightning engulfed him. He seemed to have returned to the absolute beginning era, when all things were just growing and taking shape. Heaven and earth had just been opened, and the primal chaos had yet to dissipate. In this ownerless small world, heavenly punishment was merciless, striking endlessly. From afar, it was a terrifying scene. It was a seething sea of lightning, and it was extremely shocking. Damn, as expected, another freak. He deserves to be struck by lightning. In the distance, the large black dog's body was emitting black smoke. Even his ears and mouth were no exception. He carried E and the ancient sovereign token on his shoulders, and survived his own heavenly tribulation. At this moment, when he coughed, sparks would shoot out. He was extremely angry. However, the benefits he obtained were also great. After successfully surviving the lightning tribulation, the large black dog's battle prowess had increased greatly. Earth, fire, wind, and water evolved into a small world. Heavenly punishment was endless, and the sound of thunder was deafening. Yi Fan sat there cross-legged, and began to calmly temper his body. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Tens of thousands of bolts of lightning descended from the sky like a heavenly river. They were all absorbed into his body, illuminating his bones, internal organs, and flesh. Boom! Thunder shook the 9 heavens, boundless and boundless. He sat in the center, fixed in the void, unmoving. Divine lightning tempered his body, heavenly punishment forged a cauldron. Regardless of whether it was his body or the all-chi cauldron, both were undergoing changes, especially the all-chi cauldron, which was branded with patterns of heaven and earth. This was the evolution of the Tao. As for the small golden person that came out from between his brows, it was even more mystical. He rushed up the lightning, distancing himself from Yi Fan, and breathed in and out the terrifying lightning formed by the earth, fire, wind, and water elements. This was Yi Fan's will, which had taken on a human form. He walked in the open small world, inhaling and exhaling endless lightning, and absorbing source lightning chi. The small golden person was flawless and dazzling. Although he was almost shattered by the lightning a few times, he managed to hold on. He was undergoing an unimaginable baptism. Gradually Yi Fan's body, the all-chi cauldron, and the small golden person formed from his will formed a cycle. Various lightning tribulations struck down, and as they flowed, they continuously tempered them. Not long after, the Red Dragon Taoist, the Peacock King, the Crow Taoist, and the few grand elders of the Jade Pool rushed over. When they saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Those people are all dead. There are many corpses on the ground. They all encountered the lightning tribulation. I really didn't expect that he would actually draw down the heavenly punishment. With such a huge commotion happening here, the Red Dragon Taoist and the others sensed it even from over 1,000 miles away. They hurried over, and all of them were horrified. At this moment, they were all dumbfounded. Everyone was dealt with by him. The few of them were truly shocked. They stared blankly, and some of them were speechless. Truly a monster. Only after a long time did the Crow Taoist mutter like this. After another hour, 81 streaks of primal chaos lightning struck down in succession. These weren't strands of mist, but super heavenly punishment. In the distance, the expressions of the Red Dragon, Crow, and Peacock Kings all changed. One could imagine how terrifying this tribulation was. Dang, the all-chi cauldron was almost struck flying. Yi Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body cracked in many places. The small golden person was almost scattered. He clenched his teeth and persevered. Many of his bones were broken, and golden blood splashed everywhere. The small person formed from the divine will struggled bitterly in the primal chaos radiance. Thump, thump. With each strike, the great earth would tremble. There wasn't a single peak here, all of it flattened, turning into ashes. However, Yi Fan finally persevered. The 81 streaks of the most terrifying primal chaos radiance descended. His flesh reconstructed, releasing pi-pa sounds. His entire body's essence energy was like a sea, bright and flawless, resplendent and sparkling. The divine will shone brilliantly. After experiencing the baptism of lightning radiance, it became more powerful and sturdy. It turned into an expanse of blazing radiance, rushing into the space between his brows. As for the cauldron, it formed its own natural laws, starting the evolution of the great Tao. This was especially the case with the 81 streaks of primal chaos radiance. Imprints that were difficult to erase were left on its surface. For extreme's perfection, Yi Fan felt that perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could pry into the path of dragon transformation, entering a brand new world. How rare! Yi Fan relied on his own strength to break through the murderous situation, wiping out all of his enemies. This made the Red Dragon, Peacock, and Crow, the 3 giants, sigh with emotion. Even the Jade Pool's supreme elders sighed inwardly. This move really is hard to imagine. It really can be said to be a desperate counterattack. They were all sighing in admiration. This kind of method made even them feel terrified. He succeeded in crossing the tribulation, breaking through the murderous situation, and the others all returned to the yellow earth. Yi Fan walked over with large strides, expressing his thanks to them. No matter what, even though they couldn't personally take action, their sincerity was there. This was a great favor. Yi Fan. Lu Yi had already woken up. Her clothes were tattered and blood-stained, looking delicate and pitiful. She walked over with the large black dog, haggard and excited. "It's fine now." Yi Fan revealed a brilliant smile, consoling her. They hadn't seen each other for several years. He also wanted to know where Lu Yi, Zhang Xiling and the others had gone. "Let's leave this place." The Red Dragon Taoist stared into the distant sky. Yi Fan nodded. He didn't want to delay any longer. Perhaps there were still people in the dark who hadn't appeared yet, and even the human world and hell might be spying on them in secret. The Battle of Fire Demon Ridge couldn't be hidden from the world. It spread out almost on the same day, shaking up the eastern wastelands. Yi Fan immediately thought that there were most likely people who didn't die and escaped this disaster, spreading the news. What? How is this possible? Even a half-step great figure was killed by a Saint Physique? Are you talking in your sleep? He killed 2 great figures? That's purely a fantasy. Fighting a group of heroes alone, Yi Fan killed 13 holy children in succession, looking down on his peers. This is too ridiculous, absolutely impossible. When the news first spread out, almost no one believed it. This was too exaggerated and terrifying. In the following days, Fire Demon Ridge was no longer quiet. Many cultivators came and went, coming here to seek confirmation. Heavens, these really are the fragments of a great figure's weapon, destroyed here. There are so many corpses, just how many experts died? Everyone was stunned. The scorched earth, flattened mountain ranges, and desolation everywhere. The scene they saw made them shudder with fear, all of their expressions changing. Yi Fan triggered a heavenly tribulation, killing all of his enemies. News of this spread through the eastern wastelands, triggering a great earthquake. This battle accomplishment left everyone horrified, especially the great powers that participated. They were speechless for a long time. Mother asterisk Kerr, what a monster! He could even turn the tables like this, killing everyone. The eastern wastelands were shaken, erupting into an uproar. All of the great powers couldn't sit still anymore, jumping out one after another to express their opinions. Chapter 550. After the Battle of Fire Demon Ridge, Yi Fan's name spread throughout the eastern wastelands. This kind of battle accomplishment made everyone stupefied. Even the sect masters of a region felt their eyelids twitch. In reality, before this, Yi Fan's name had already shaken the eastern wastelands. There weren't many people who didn't know about him, because too many things had happened. However, before, not many people felt restraining fear. Many people wanted to kill him, but now, everyone was shaken. So many experts had gone, including quite a few supreme elders from the Holy Lands. There were even several half-step experts, yet in the end, even 2 of them died. It was truly shocking. This child cannot be left alive. Once he grows up, no one in this world will be able to match him. This was the first thought that appeared in the minds of those who wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. 13 holy children and half-step experts were killed just like that. A group of experts, which one of them wasn't a famous figure. They were all killed. The rebirth of a vicious person. At the first moment, someone threw out this kind of statement, causing a huge uproar and attracting the attention of many people. This kind of method, this kind of decisiveness, triggered the heavenly tribulation, broke through the deadlock, stepped on the corpses of many experts, and advanced to the 4 extremes perfection realm. This kind of way of doing things made people tremble in fear. They labeled him as the rebirth of a vicious person, pushing him into the heart of the storm. Without a doubt, many great powers were secretly guiding this, bringing this kind of public opinion to a climax. He would naturally become the target of public criticism. This time, Yi Fan's fame was indeed unavoidable. His battle accomplishments were too shocking. How many people could do this? In the distant ancient years, there were heaven-warping geniuses who could kill supreme experts before the age of 20. This wasn't a legend, but true history. However, the present era was different. Very few people like this appeared, yet Yi Fan had done it. No matter what kind of methods he used, the fact was that he didn't ask others to take action. What a monster! Every time he advances a realm, he has to experience a heavenly tribulation. Even in the ancient times, there weren't many people like this. Is he really on the path of a great emperor? When they thought of this question, many people became restless, especially those who had old grievances with Yi Fan. He is comparable to those freaks from the ancient era. At the very least, he can reach the level of the ancient saints. Many people became absent-minded. The Battle of the Fire Demon Ridge had caused a huge uproar in the eastern wilderness. The corpses of the saints and almighty ones had made Yi Fan's reputation soar. In the younger generation of the Eastern Barren Territory, how many people dared to be compared to him? Everyone was apprehensive. Perhaps only the Yaoguang Saint and the Eastern Wasteland's Divine King were capable of such a feat. Yi Fan walked forward step by step, already catching up from behind. Now that he was a cultivator at the Four Extremities Great Circle, his cultivation realm wasn't much lower than the others. His actual combat ability was even more terrifying. When he was at the two heavens of the Four Extremities, he could already fight against the top figures of the Eastern Barren Territory's younger generation, let alone now. Once he broke through to the Dragon Transformation secret realm, perhaps none of the saints would be a match for him. This was what everyone was guessing. Yi Fan was like a primordial beast, chasing after the successors of the Supreme Sections. He was getting closer and closer, forcing them to break through to a higher realm. Otherwise, they would lose the qualifications to be his opponent. However, the advancement of the saint physique was too fast, making everyone in the younger generation feel suffocated. Behind them, it was like a terrifying beast was about to surpass them. This was an indescribable pressure that almost made them suffocate. In the wavering light sacred land, below the immortal peak, 1,000-foot waterfall poured down, creating a vast expanse of whiteness. The sound was deafening, as if a magnificent army was galloping. The wavering light saint child sat in front of the waterfall with his eyes closed, motionless. His black hair danced in the wind, and his skin was sparkling and translucent. He had already heard of Yi Fan's battle accomplishments, but his expression was still calm as he silently comprehended the Tao. In the Ji family, Ji Haoyue, who had the divine king physique, wandered about in the secluded forest, comprehending the nature of heaven and earth, watching the falling leaves and listening to the flowing water. Everything was very casual. The Feng clan's Pearl was in a daze as she muttered to herself, "He actually has such combat ability." She began to cultivate in seclusion that day. If she didn't increase her cultivation realm, she didn't want to go to the eccentric academy in the Central Plains. She wanted to establish the confidence that she was the strongest. There were also other inheritors of Supreme Sections. They seized the opportunity of the eccentric institute's opening and went into seclusion. They didn't want to become the saint child of the lowest level, they all wanted to reach a higher level. That was because, in the near future, the Eastern Wasteland, the Southern Mountains, the Central Plains, and the other regions would be the clash of the strongest of the younger generation. There would most likely be monstrous existences comparable to Yi Fan, or even stronger. Everyone was worried. The holy body is too powerful. I can't rest easy until it's dead. This was the thought of his enemy. Kill myself? That's a joke. From start to finish, there were many people who didn't believe it and kept probing. Now, Yi Fan's heavenly tribulation had been thoroughly verified. He had been concealing it in the past, and the scars on his great Tao had long since healed. Without a doubt, many people shuddered in fear when they thought of this problem. If the saint physique was completed, how many people in this world could be a match for him? Unless the ancient emperors came back to life, the human race would at most have someone who could fight him to a standstill. It was impossible for a single person to suppress him. That's good too. The primordial king is about to be born. Finally, there's someone who can match him. Not bad, it's good to have a saint physique. Otherwise, who knows what will happen in the future? Those who had no grudges against Yi Fan all discussed like this, not carrying any personal feelings. Yi Fan shook the world. Many great powers expressed their opinions, and quite a few people directly pointed out that he was a great disaster. Not long ago, he killed many experts in the 10,000 Dragon Nest, and now he used the heavenly tribulation to completely wipe out his enemies. This made many people harbor resentment in their hearts. Quite a few people jumped out and came up with all types of reasons to incite the Eastern Wasteland's experts to kill Yi Fan and erase their future vicious enemies. The second vicious person, let him continue. He will advance while stepping over the corpses of countless experts. This child's methods are outstanding, and his killing intent is quite heavy. He is definitely a hidden danger. It was to the extent where there were even people who spread rumors that Yi Fan obtained the vicious person's inheritance. Otherwise, how could he be so decisive and kill all enemies? His style was quite similar. In addition, not long ago, there were rumors about him entering the Bronze Immortal Palace and obtaining the heaven-swallowing demonic art. Many people added oil to the fire, continuously fanning the flames. The people of the world couldn't be stupid, and everyone could naturally distinguish between right and wrong. However, this kind of voice became louder and louder. Many people clamored, wanting to kill the Saint Physique. In reality, many great powers that could look down on the Eastern Wasteland had already taken action in secret. Some powerful figures moved out, wanting to silently eliminate Yi Fan. This decision had already been made after the bloody incident in the 10,000 Dragon Nest. However, before this, Yi Fan had been hiding in the Jade Pool and couldn't take action. Now, the 13 Holy Sons had fallen, and the great elites had also been killed. Many experts had died an unnatural death, turning into ashes. This had long since caused some holy lands to be furious. Serves them right. They are all seeking death. We are defending ourselves. The large black dog's clamor spread throughout the north region, disrupting the peace of the eastern wasteland. The sects that had lost their inheritors and experts were all furious, but they were powerless to refute. This was a fact. They had brought all of this upon themselves. Yi Fan's name had shaken the eastern wasteland, and this was the first time that the Saint Masters had taken him seriously. They had truly witnessed the methods of this junior, and could no longer underestimate him. In the battle in the 10,000 Dragon Nest, many of the older generation had lost their lives, and now he had even drawn heavenly tribulation. Killing enemies like this was truly frightening. Yi Fan's name had spread throughout the eastern wasteland, but it had also placed too much pressure on the Jade Pool. There were already many powers that demanded that they release Yi Fan and stop protecting him. Xiling and I entered that celestial palace. In the Jade Pool, Yi Fan and Lu Yi were strolling and chatting, and they received a piece of shocking news. When they had parted that year, Lu Yi, Zhang Xiling, Wang Ziwen, Lin Jia, Zhou Yi, and Li Xiaoman had charged out of the ancient desolate forbidden land, and someone had successfully entered the celestial palace. Outside the ancient desolate forbidden land, there was a faintly discernible palace. Since ancient times, it had always been a legend, and it was almost impossible to set foot in it. Only those who had the favor of the heavens could enter and obtain an unparalleled opportunity. Xiling and I weren't the only ones who entered. I feel like they all entered as well. Is that so? I've seen Li Xiaoman before, but I've never heard her mention it. Yi Fan was startled. Lu Yi and Zhang Xiling traveled together, and they almost got lost in the celestial palace. It was too vast, like a small world of immortals, boundless and limitless. Zhang Xiling obtained an ancient weapon and a few pages of the Silver Book, but he accidentally stepped on a formation pattern and disappeared without a trace. It was unknown where he had been teleported to. Meanwhile, Lu Yi found a small white jade gourd in front of a shrine. There was an ancient pill inside, and after eating it, she slept for 6 years. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan moved and felt her pulse. His heart immediately jumped. There was a boundless divine power within her body, and it was extremely terrifying. What kind of ancient pill is this? She slept for several years, and it created such a boundless divine power. Yi Fan was stunned. That celestial palace was truly not an ordinary place. After Lu Yi woke up, she walked within the cold and cheerless palace. She accidentally stepped on a formation pattern and was teleported out. Later on, she was kidnapped and fell into someone else's hands. However, she didn't know who the enemy was. Yi Fan, you have to be careful. Lu Yi was worried. Did he search your sea of consciousness? Yi Fan asked. He wanted to confirm a few things and make a more accurate judgment. I don't know. Lu Yi shook her head. She had been sealed for a long time, so she didn't know anything. No matter, he's just someone who won't amount to anything. Yi Fan revealed a brilliant smile and consoled her that she didn't need to worry. Big sister, eat some fruit. The little girl raised a bright red peach with both hands and gave it to Louis. The little fellow was tender and innocent, and was exceptionally likable. So cute. Louis squatted down and stroked her head. After the grand elders of the Jade Lake examined Louis's body, it was as if they had obtained a priceless treasure. With such a boundless divine power, who knew how many years of bitter cultivation could be saved? They immediately took her in as a disciple of the Jade Lake, and nurtured her with great care. Yi Fan smiled. This made him feel completely at ease. It couldn't be better for Louis to have such a master. During these days, there had been endless pressure from the great sects, and they didn't allow the Jade Lake to protect Yi Fan. Although they didn't say it explicitly, the hints were very obvious. Yi Fan was prepared to go on a long journey, and he didn't want to make things difficult for the Jade Lake. Where are the 9 secrets lost? Are they still in the eastern desolate continent? Yi Fan muttered to himself. Their inheritances have almost all been severed. You're already very lucky to be able to find the 3 secrets in the eastern desolate continent, the large black dog said with a sigh. Is that so? In that case, it's time to leave the eastern desolate continent. Let's go to another world. Yi Fan made this decision. Goodbye, eastern desolate continent. Yi Fan decided to leave this vast land and embark on a new journey. Before leaving, there were still some matters that he had to take care of. Not long after, they traversed through the void and arrived outside the supreme mystery gate of the southern region. They didn't enter, but instead sent a letter to Elder Li Ruoyu. Now, Hua Yunfei's escape was caused by Yi Fan, so it wasn't appropriate for him to enter the sect. However, he was worried about Zhang Wenchang, and he was afraid that he would really be kidnapped like Yi. Thus, he specially came here to deliver a letter to explain. After doing all this, Yi Fan let out a long breath and prepared to leave the eastern desolate continent. Little Nan Nan doesn't want to be separated from Big Brother. Little Nan Nan wailed loudly, grabbing onto a corner of Yi Fan's clothes. She raised her small face to look at him pitifully and was unwilling to let go. She was crying sadly. The place I want to go is very far, and there will be many difficulties and dangers. When I have stabilized, I will come and fetch you too. Yi Fan squatted down and comforted her gently, helping her wipe away the tears on her small face. But, little Nan Nan really can't bear to part with Big Brother? The little fellow's eyes were filled with tears, and she was extremely pitiful. No matter what, she was unwilling to part with him. Let him go. Before long, I will go with you to find him, the large black dog also persuaded from the side. How long is before long? Why not go now? Little Nan Nan cried. Although she was asking the large black dog, she was looking at Yi Fan with eager eyes. The little fellow was reluctant to leave. After a great deal of persuasion, she finally nodded with tears in her eyes and said, Big Brother, you have to come and fetch little Nan as soon as possible. Doggy, don't lie. If Big Brother doesn't come, you have to bring me to find him. She made the large black dog swear again, and tears continued to flow. These are a few vast formation platforms. Crossing large regions won't be a problem, and they are enough for you to use a few times. The large black dog handed some formation platforms to Yi Fan, and asked him to store them into the cauldron. Where are you going? Yi Fan asked. Back to the Purple Mountain to take a look. If I can open it, I will bring her in to take a look. The large black dog carried little Nan Nan on his back. A strange expression instantly appeared on Yi Fan's face. He stared at the large black dog and didn't say anything. Don't look at me like that. The large black dog muttered. Then he said, I know you are thinking about the Wuxia scripture, but I have no way to open it. Moreover, it is most likely not suitable for you to cultivate. You should work hard to condense an innate saint physique as soon as possible. In reality, the cultivation techniques you are currently cultivating are all the most powerful mysterious techniques of the various mystery realms, and they are definitely not inferior to any ancient scripture. Big Brother, you have to take care of yourself, and come and fetch little Nan Nan as soon as possible. The little fellow waved her little hand vigorously, and tears continued to fall from her eyes. "If fate wills it, we will meet again." The large black dog was like a black bolt of lightning, carrying little Nan Nan and disappearing into the end of the vast land. "The matters of the Eastern Barren Territory have been settled. It is time for me to leave," Yi Fan muttered to himself as he walked aimlessly in an ancient city. "The Saint Physique must be killed. We cannot leave this great threat alive. This child cannot be left alive in this world." Along the way, he heard many such discussions. The holy ground of all beginnings was the most heated, and they almost issued a kill order. Thinking about it carefully, they couldn't help but be furious. The holy son had been killed by Yi Fan, the holy leader had fallen in the nest of 10,000 dragons, and the holy daughter Zhao Yanran had been killed by the heavenly tribulation. How could they be willing to let such a great hatred go? Apart from that, the Purple Mansion Holy Ground, the Dao-E Holy Ground, and the others were also furious, and they were all searching for his whereabouts. Moreover, Yi Fan received another piece of news. The holy son of De Yen, Xiang Yifei, had recently broken through and become a powerful cultivator at the second transformation of the dragon transformation. His strength had increased by leaps and bounds. The holy son of our sect is also considered a rare talent. At such a young age, how many people can become a powerful cultivator at the second transformation of the dragon transformation? A grand elder of the sect said to someone, "He really is a genius." Everyone exclaimed. One had to know that once a holy son reached the second transformation of the dragon transformation, he would definitely be terrifying. He would be far stronger than normal people and could kill people several realms above him. The grand elder of the holy ground of De Yen was really proud. He said that Xiang Yifei could suppress the Saint Physique and was the top talent of the younger generation. Xiang Yifei survived? Yi Fan was shocked. He instantly understood that this person had passed the heavenly tribulation and obtained great benefits, breaking through to the next realm. Xiang Yifei had wanted to enter the Wu Shi killing formation to kill him that night. This time, he had even worked together with so many holy sons to set up a death trap for him. Who would have thought that he would actually succeed? However, he definitely couldn't leave him alive. He escaped and even broke through. "I will still send you on your way." Yi Fan laughed coldly. This person had to be killed. The holy son of De Yen, Xiang Yifei, had broken through to the second transformation of the dragon transformation and caused a commotion. Many people praised him. No matter what, no one knew the cultivation levels of the holy son of De Yen and Ji Haoyue. At present, he was the first holy son to be discovered to be at the second transformation of the dragon transformation. Late at night, the rain poured down. Yi Fan held a golden scepter in his hand and appeared in a small town like a demon god. After half a month of effort, he had tracked down Xiang Yifei's whereabouts. "He still dares to train outside." Yi Fan laughed coldly. He was born with the divine eye and clearly knew his identity that day. Boom! Lightning flashed and heavy rain poured down. Yi Fan held the scepter of the celestial court and struck the inn. Endless killing intent locked onto Xiang Yifei. "Who is it?" The holy son of De Yen cried out and rushed into the sky. "The person who will kill you." Yi Fan walked out of the heavy rain. With each step, the small town trembled. "It's you, Yi Fan." The holy son of De Yen was shocked. When lightning flashed across the night sky, he saw the real body in the heavy rain. "That's right. Brother Yi, what do you mean?" "I will send you on your way." Boom! Monstrous killing intent surged and heavy rain poured down. The curtain of rain covered the sky and everything was pitch black. Yi Fan attacked with the killer scepter in his hand. Clang! A blinding brilliance rushed up. The holy son of De Yen counterattacked and fought with Yi Fan. Shocking divine light and soaring killing intent. In this rainy night, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The light of the sword and the shadow of the sword alarmed the entire small town. The fierce battle caused cold light to shoot in all directions and illuminate the night sky. "Ah!" The holy son of De Yen screamed. The golden holy sword in his hand was shattered by the killer scepter. Then, with a soft pew sound, his head was cut off. Yi Fan left in the rainy night and disappeared into the heavy rain, leaving many people with a demon-like figure. The next day, The news spread and shocked everyone. People were still marveling at how powerful the holy son of De Yen was. In the end, not long after, Xiang Yifei was beheaded. Many people clearly heard him call out Yifan's name and naturally knew who did it. The divine physique is too powerful. He has no scruples at all. Heavens, the divine physique is too bold. He openly came to kill the holy son. What does he want to do? The holy son of De Yen, Xiang Yifei, was beheaded in a small town, leaving behind a headless corpse. This horrified many people. Was the era of the divine physique coming? He did not hide it at all. If you dare to secretly chase after me again, I will kill all your descendants one by one. On that day, Yifan said this. As soon as these words came out, the eastern barren territory was in an uproar. The divine physique was fearless. There was nothing to be afraid of. Chapter 551. Saint Xiang Yifei had been killed. This was a slap in the face. Not long ago, people were still marveling at the birth of a genius. In the end, he had been killed in the blink of an eye. This caused a huge uproar. All the sects were watching. Yifan had no qualms about taking the initiative to attack, which made many people wary. I can't beat the old ones, but I can kill your successor. This was clearly a dangerous signal from Yifan. Among the Holy Lands, there were naturally some people who wanted to find Yifan and kill him. They all acted in secret, but to no avail. The rain and mist lingered, and the distant mountains were like ink. The lake and mountain scenery were peaceful, like an ink painting of mountains and rivers. Yifan headed west. He was not in a hurry. Cultivation nowadays could not be achieved through seclusion. He needed to comprehend the nature of heaven and earth. Looking at the wild geese flying south and the flowing water, listening to the rain hitting the banana leaves, the rustling of the falling flowers, and the flowing of the spring on the rocks, one would sometimes have a kind of enlightenment. Just like that, he wandered among the mountains and rivers. His body and mind were incomparably relaxed. He let go of his grudges and feelings, transcending. This was a kind of spiritual peace. He did not need to maintain it all the time. He just needed to have this kind of experience. Even the mountains and rivers are more beautiful after letting go of everything, Yifan muttered to himself. He stood on a small boat and swam the lake in the misty drizzle. Cultivators were not immortals. Everyone had 7 emotions and 6 desires. They needed to experience all sorts of things in the mortal world. Returning to nature like this was a kind of transcendent life and also a kind of mentality. Young master, you look like a busy person. It's rare for you to have leisure time, the owner of the small boat, the old fisherman, said. In the small cabin, a fire rose. The old fisherman used local ingredients and made a few lake fish dishes. He also took out yellow wine and placed it on the wooden table. Yifan sat down cross-legged. As he admired the lake scenery in the misty rain, he drank slowly. He was very happy and content, and his heart was calm. My dear friend is in a good mood. Beside him, a small boat sailed over slowly in the rain. It was the Ji family's divine king physique, Ji Haoyue. On the boat, there was little moon Ji Ziyue with bright eyes and white teeth. They were admiring the lake under the drizzle, but they did not drink, nor were there any fishermen rowing. Yifan smiled. He gestured with his wine cup and drained it in one gulp. He did not reveal his true face, so the two did not know each other. Mist pervaded the air and thin smoke curled about. The lake was hazy. In the distance, another small boat approached. On top of it stood a young man dressed in green clothes. His hair was jet black, and he seemed to be one with nature. There was an indescribable charm to him. Yifan was astonished. It was actually the wavering light holy child. He was no longer like before, surrounded by a dazzling divine ring. Now he only had nature. He has also broken through and reached another realm. Ji Haoyue, the divine king of the eastern wilderness, said softly. Ji Ziyue's eyes flashed with craftiness as she mumbled something that no one heard clearly. Then she wrinkled her nose and said, I also want to drink yellow wine. On the other side, Yifan smiled. He raised his hand and passed over an unopened wine jar and 2 plates of untouched fish. At this moment, the wavering light holy child approached and smiled. It's not too late. He was like a blossoming dawn, very dazzling. The clear Tao rippled, and purple clothes fluttered. A woman blended into the misty rain, giving off a natural feeling of being one with the world. The innate Tao embryo, the purple mansion holy daughter, had also arrived. Purple mist curled around her body, making her look ethereal. Although she was standing right in front of him, she did not seem to belong to this world. Almost at the same time, water vapor drifted and the Jade Lake holy daughter arrived. She also entered the lake. Her hair was like clouds, and her figure was graceful and otherworldly. Yi Fan was astonished. He did not expect to meet the strongest youths of the eastern wilderness here. He did not know why they were all gathered here. There will be many challenges on the way to the Middle Plains. We are all eastern wilderness cultivators, so we can help each other, Ji Haoyue said. Yi Fan finally understood. They were going to the Middle Plains and had agreed to travel together here. There was an important place called the Eternal Universe Peak in front of them, and they wanted to go there to search for opportunities together. It was said that the Eternal Universe Emperor had killed the supreme existence that came out of the Origin ancient mine and had no choice but to go to the Middle Plains. He had stopped on an ancient mountain ahead and looked at the eastern wilderness one last time. Then he left without looking back. Later generations came here to pay their respects, all wanting to obtain a strand of the ancient emperor's Tao. Not long after, the Wind Phoenix, Yao Shi, and the others also arrived. There were more than 10 people from the eastern wilderness younger generation. They were the strongest group. They looked at Yi Fan in surprise, but none of them recognized him. The boat moved like a shuttle, crossing the lake and arriving at the foot of an ancient mountain ahead. The lake water submerged the base of the mountain. At this moment, the rain had stopped, reflecting a hazy green mountain. Mist lingered around it, like a land of immortals. Everyone climbed the Eternal Universe Peak and looked back at the eastern wilderness, but no one obtained a fortuitous opportunity. Everyone, we are going to cross the Middle Plains. There are experts from the 5 regions there, and it will be a place where heroes gather. The road ahead is hard to predict, and some people might never return. The strongest experts of the 5 regions have gathered, and it will be difficult to predict whether they will live or die. Let's take one last look at the eastern wilderness. Cultivation in the unique warrior manner will not pass peacefully. Boom. When Yi Fan stood on the small boat and looked at the Eternal Universe Peak, sword radiance rushed into the sky from the lake water, slashing towards him. That old fisherman also suddenly attacked. On the Eternal Universe Peak, everyone was shocked. This kind of killing intent pierced through the sky, especially that old fisherman. It was obvious that he had been temporarily taken over by a primordial spirit. It was extremely terrifying. He sealed the void, and not even a fly could escape. The expressions of the descendants of the various holy lands changed. If it was them, what would they do? Swoosh. At this critical moment, Yi Fan walked in the void and rushed out using the row formula. He pointed out a finger and pierced through the head of a black-clothed assassin. He grabbed a long sword and disappeared in a wisp of smoke. He appeared in another direction and waved his killing sword, cutting off a bloody head. Blood splashed high into the sky. A terrifying old man descended from the sky. He withdrew the primordial spirit that had just taken over the old fisherman's body and slashed at Yi Fan with monstrous divine power. The assassins of the human world and hell had been silent for a long time, and they finally made their move again. Some of the old assassins had made their move. Yi Fan activated the row formula, and he was like a mist in the lake. It was difficult to grasp his figure, and it was impossible to lock his figure in place. Boom. Moreover, at this moment, he took the initiative to attack. A small golden figure rushed out from between his brows. It was formed from a powerful divine will. The wholeness formula was activated, and his battle prowess increased tenfold. He faced the old assassin head-on, and there was no way to retreat. Boom. The small golden figure was as resplendent as the sun, and it attacked the old assassin's forehead at extreme speed. At this moment, his divine will was also circulating the row formula. Boom. It was really too fast, and the old assassin could only face it head-on. Light flashed between his brows, and a weapon rushed out to block there. Gotcha. An ancient shield cracked and was pierced by the small golden figure. The old assassin also took this opportunity to hide in the void. He moved his hands, releasing monstrous magical power to seal Yi Fan. Strands of worldly laws flowed, forming lines of patterns that enveloped him. Swoosh! Yi Fan retreated like a ghost. At the same time, the small golden figure turned into a cauldron the size of a fist, and it emitted boundless light. It continuously pierced through the void, piercing through the foreheads of 7 or 8 assassins hiding in the darkness. They died with their eyes wide open. The golden divine will turned into a small cauldron. It was indestructible, and at this moment, it was extremely terrifying. It's Yi Fan, it's actually him. He is being attacked by the assassin organization. On the Eternal Universe peak, the young heroes of the Eastern Wasteland were all shocked. They never thought that the famous Saint Physique would be in front of them. Boom! Monstrous waves enveloped all directions. 4 of the older assassins had come, each occupying a side, sealing off all paths of retreat. They wanted to strangle him here and there. At the same time, cold light rushed up from the lake from time to time. There were other assassins who had come here to train and attack from time to time. This time, the Saint Physique is most likely dead. He can't attract the heavenly tribulation again, right? Someone on the Eternal Universe peak made such a judgment. The strength of those old assassins was unfathomable. They had sealed the void, and it was almost impossible for him to escape. However, something happened that surprised everyone. Yi Fan held the divine sword dripping with blood. He killed several of the seated fighters and easily escaped as if he had passed through a paper window. Although the void was sealed, it could not seal him. His path forward was not blocked. That kind of footwork is... The people of the ancient assassins' divine dynasty all widened their eyes in disbelief. The Xing formula has appeared. Is the distant ancient heaven going to appear? An old assassin's heart surged with monstrous waves. Yi Fan. Ji Ziyue called out softly. She wanted to chase after him, but she was pulled back by Ji Haoyue. Evil brother, why do you always stop me? When I can beat you, I will suppress you for half a year. Ji Ziyue was fuming. She wrinkled her nose and waved her delicate fists. She glanced at her brother with her crescent eyes. The others smiled when they saw this. The Saint Physique is really not simple. The ancient assassin's divine dynasty has failed again. What kind of secret technique was that just now? How could it break through that kind of seal? They discussed softly. Then, they looked back at the Eternal Universe peak for one last time before crossing the void and leaving the eastern wilderness. At this point, many outstanding people had gathered in the middle continent. The most intense battle was about to begin. This would be a great collision between the 5 regions. The future strongest would be born. The middle continent extraordinary warrior residence would be a place where dragons and phoenixes soared. Yi Fan's heart trembled when he was assassinated by the ancient assassin's divine dynasty. Just as the Black Emperor had said, the other party had the heaven-deceiving divine art and could deduce where he was. However, he was not afraid. He carried the jade pieces the Black Emperor had prepared for him with him. There were heaven-deceiving formation patterns carved on them, and no one could deduce where he was. After a month of silence, Yi Fan sneered and disappeared into the night, preparing to take action. He did not escape far when he was assassinated in the lake. He used the Celestial Court's secret technique to conceal himself and tracked the whereabouts of these people, finding some secret places. After such a long time, he had already figured out the truth of a few secret places. They were assassin training camps. When the old assassin was not around, he chose to take action. The world was completely dark, and one could not see their fingers in front of them. Yi Fan was like a ghost as he snuck into an underground palace. The ancient underground stone palace was filled with the vicissitudes of time. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it had existed, and it was filled with the smell of blood. This was a training camp, and there was only one supreme expert in charge. Unfortunately, he had left today and was not in seclusion in the underground palace. Crack! Yi Fan snuck in, and without a sound, he twisted the necks of the 2 assassins guarding the door, killing them on the spot. At this time, he had turned into an assassin, using such methods to deal with the ancient divine dynasty. He was like a god of death roaming the underground palace. Yi Fan waved the golden scepter mercilessly, continuously harvesting lives. From one cave to the next, the underground was filled with the smell of blood and death. Who is it? Ah. Finally, someone noticed, but it was already too late. Up to now, dozens of people had been killed, and there were less than 10 left. You are Yi Fan. I represent the celestial court to exterminate you. Yi Fan sneered. The golden scepter was like light, and his killing intent surged like the sea. Heads flew up, and corpses fell to the ground. Their bodies were smashed into a pile of corpse mud. An assassin seed erupted, evolving into the great Tao of killing. Yi Fan was astonished. There was actually a young dragon transformation first transformation assassin here. He was definitely a trump card of the ancient divine dynasty's younger generation. If I kill you, the world will definitely feel great heartache. Yi Fan's eyes were suffused with a cold light. You look down on the world too much. There is someone far stronger than me, and he was born specifically to kill kings. Even if you have a saint physique, you are no exception. You will not be able to escape death. This person was ruthless, and he attacked Yi Fan with a great killing technique. I heard that your ancient palace is paved with the skulls of kings. In the future, I will personally go and take a look. Yi Fan sneered. He waved the celestial court scepter, and he similarly attacked with a great killing technique. The two flickered between light and darkness, confronting each other in the void. It was extremely strange. You have no chance. Someone far stronger than me will completely slaughter you special physiques, and all kinds of kings. He was born to kill you all. The assassin said coldly. Is that so? I will wait for him. If he doesn't appear, I will slaughter my way into your ancient palace in the future to personally look for him. Pooh! Yi Fan reached the great circle of the four extremes, grasped the celestial court's great killing technique, and was even more terrifying than these people from the ancient divine dynasty. He removed this young expert's head, and blood splashed high into the air. Puff! He lightly pointed out with a finger, wiping out his divine will. When everything ended, Yi Fan turned around and left. He crossed the void, disappearing into the darkness, only leaving behind a ground covered in blood and corpses. He hurried to the next secret land, because he only had this opportunity for one night. If he missed it, it would be extremely difficult to replicate. There was another secret land that similarly didn't have any experts overseeing it. They seemed to have received the same order, and they all temporarily left. Poof! Blood splashed outwards, and heads fell onto the ground. Yi Fan silently slaughtered in the darkness, killing the assassin. This was a bloody night. Many heads tumbled, and their lives were forever lost. The next day, news shocked the world. Yi Fan continuously challenged the ancient divine dynasty's 4 training camps in a single night, killing more than 180 people. There were so many corpses, so much blood. The 4 training camps were exposed, and many people personally went to take a look. The people of the world were all shocked. Yi Fan actually had this kind of method, even daring to kill people from the ancient divine dynasty, and he even found several secret lands. Even though it wasn't the ancient divine dynasty's palace, and it wasn't one of those ancient holy lands, it still fiercely shaved off their faces. The human world, hell, I represent the celestial court in punishing you all. This was the powerful voice Yi Fan shouted in the eastern wasteland. It truly intimidated everyone. Anyone who wanted to take action now had to first weigh the losses. Yi Fan didn't stay for long. That very day, he crossed the void, leaving the eastern wasteland. He came to a thunderous and powerful end, heading west. Chapter 552. The eastern wastelands returned to peace. The outstanding inheritors of the great sects had all left. This land seemed to lack vitality and was a bit lethargic. Yi Fan shouted with a world-shaking voice. Then he also chose to leave, leaving the eastern wastelands on that very day, leaving behind a legend. Many people couldn't take it anymore. They couldn't see him alive or dead, unable to find his figure. They all gnashed their teeth in anger. Many cultivators saw him act viciously and thought that there would be a great battle. Who would have thought that he would turn around and disappear from this great earth? Everyone's fists struck the air, unable to use their strength. They were extremely resentful, but there was nothing they could do. Yi Fan's figure disappeared just like that. Central continent, northern plains, eastern wastelands, western desert, southern mountains, these 5 great regions were vast and boundless. If one relied on flying, even if they were neighboring great regions, it would still take more than 10 years. One could imagine just how vast this land was. It could be said to be boundless, and the more one thought about it, the more shocked they became. Central continent represented the ancient and mysterious. There were endless legends. It was rumored that it was connected to other ancient stars. There was an outer realm gate that sealed the secrets of the immortal domain. Another 10,000 years passed. Central continent's unique warrior manor opened again. The effects were great. The younger generation of the 5 great regions all moved, and heroes of the world gathered. Some came from spiritual lands, some from barren mountains and unruly rivers. Some transcended nature, some were wild and untamed. Everyone had a different charm. It wasn't limited to holy lands and immortal dynasties. Many great sects could also choose their inheritors. Even if they didn't belong to a sect, as long as they had enough strength, they could come. There was only one prerequisite, and that was to have the strength of a holy child. Everything depended on one's strength. Unique Warrior Manor was located in the spiritual mountains. There was a silver dragon waterfall falling down, a pill cliff with towering strange rocks, an undying divine tree, and the fragrance of 10,000-year-old spiritual medicines. On the stone platform, it was clean and spotless. A Chilan beast lay alone, accompanied by spiritual herbs. On the cliff, purple energy rose, the fragrance of orchids and colorful wands danced. There was no lack of vitality in the mountains. There were divine flowers blooming, wondrous trees swaying, longevity deer and immortal foxes roaming about, spiritual birds and mysterious cranes dancing about, faintly discernible from time to time. The source of 10,000 veins, the lair of the ancestral dragon. Auspicious energy curled up, clouds rose, and multicolored clouds rose. It was like an otherworldly pure land. On the first day, more than 10,000 people from the Odd Warrior Manor gathered outside the mountain gate. All of them had extraordinary appearances, and they rubbed shoulders with each other. The place was packed with people. It could be imagined that in the next few days, there would be even more people. However, it was impossible to collect all of them. Historically, only a few hundred people could enter. According to the ancient records, there were at most 800 disciples in the Chishire mansion, and at the very least, there were only 500 disciples. Generally, they were all within this range. However, those who had the confidence to come here and cross tens of millions of li were all outstanding individuals. Not a single one of them was willing to submit to each other, and a great battle was inevitable. On the first day alone, a young expert of the dragon transformation 5th transformation appeared. He came from the southern mountains and swept through everyone. No one could stop him, and he was the first to enter. The people of the world were in an uproar. Even the older generation figures were startled. They truly didn't know what kind of heaven-warping genius would jump out. When the people from the eastern barren land saw this, they all felt pressured. Only the Yao Guang Saint and Ji Haoyue could face it calmly. On the second day, another evildoer appeared. He slapped a king physique expert to death, and it didn't take much effort. The people of the world were shocked. Killing a king physique expert with a single slap was rare even in the ancient years. The people sighed inwardly. The great era had truly arrived. On the third day, a child appeared. He was not even 9 years old, but he suppressed many opponents and successfully entered the Chishire mansion. This battle achievement once again shocked everyone to the ground. Everyone felt that this was inconceivable. This was a demonic child, rarely seen since ancient times. The Chishire Manor would only be open for a month. Almost every day, there would be stunning figures appearing. There were many extraordinary people in the 5 regions, and the disciples taught by unworldly experts were all extraordinary. Recently, They often left people flabbergasted. After close to a month, many great experts sighed endlessly. They felt that their era was about to pass. If this group of people grew up, they would definitely become kings among men. During this period of time, a few evildoers appeared, causing people to be deeply shocked. The people witnessed what it meant to be a heaven-warping talent, what it meant to be unrivaled in the same generation. Even the older generation figures sighed endlessly. Evildoers comparable to the ancient years have appeared again, and it's not just one or two. During this period of time, there was also a small interlude. A demonic-level existence entered the Cheshire mansion while undergoing heavenly tribulation, shocking everyone to the point that their eyeballs almost popped out. Motherfucker, how many people are undergoing tribulation in the dragon transformation's secret realm? He really is a monster. Look at him, he doesn't seem to be straining at all, and he entered just like that. This kind of person is rarely seen since ancient times. They are all inhuman existences. It is rumored that during the ancient years, saints were all monsters when they were young. They were all inhuman. Many people couldn't help but curse. From this, they thought of another person from the Eastern Wasteland. Do you guys know that there is also a monster in the Eastern Wasteland who relied on tribulation to break out of the death trap and killed a group of experts? There are great experts among them. The people from the other great regions had also heard about this. They vaguely heard about Yi Fan's battle achievements and began to discuss them. Is that true? Even great experts can be struck to death? Just how terrifying of a lightning tribulation is that? Many people were shocked, and many people didn't believe it. Some beautiful girls couldn't help but look over and listen attentively. As long as it was a demonic-level existence, everyone couldn't help but pay attention to him, because he would definitely be their strongest opponent in the future. What a pity, I heard that the Eastern Wasteland's monster won't come to the Cheshire mansion, and flatly refused the invitation. What's going on? With such character, how could he look down on the Cheshire mansion? Last time, during the Jade Lake's Feast of Peaches, 3 great figures from the Cheshire mansion attended and seriously invited him to come, but he tactfully shook his head and declined. Someone revealed such a secret, causing an uproar. Everyone was extremely shocked, and they didn't care about such an opportunity at all. At this time, Yi Fan didn't come, but it caused some people to discuss it. I really want to see how powerful he is. In the future, when I go out to train, I must meet him. In the Cheshire mansion, I can see all the heroes of the same generation. Only in the future, when I go out, I naturally want to see how powerful he is. The gates of the Cheshire mansion had been open for a month. Every day, tens of thousands of heroes rushed in, but in the end, only 720 people stayed. Those who rushed here were all the top characters of the young generation, but in the end, it was still a selection of heroes among heroes, a selection of kings among kings. Compared to the huge base number, the number of people who stayed was pitifully small. The older generation figures were shocked to find that many saint-level characters weren't enough. They were defeated and left dejectedly. After a month of discussion, the curtains finally fell. Seeing the appearance of a few demonic-level characters, some people felt pressured, while others were incomparably excited. In the future, the Cheshire mansion would definitely be a place where dragons soared and phoenixes soared. The most brilliant sparks of the present age would definitely be produced. What a pity, the Eastern Wasteland's monsters still didn't come in the end. Some people regretted that they had lost an opponent. This was the confidence of an expert. The deadline is up, but he still hasn't come. It seems like he's not going to show up. He's really unconventional. Many people were disappointed. Whether it was the proud daughters of the heavens or the experts with king bloodlines, they all wanted to see this monster. After all, he was the only one who had refused. This time, the Eastern Wasteland's people don't seem strong. Could it be that apart from that monster, there aren't any other outstanding characters? Someone said with slight contempt. You're wrong. Did you see that dazzling man who left? He's the wavering light saint child. Legend has it that he also suffered a lightning tribulation when he broke through. It's just that he didn't reveal himself at the moment. That's right. There's also that purple-clothed man. He's the Eastern Wasteland's god king. You guys should have heard of this kind of physique before. When he goes crazy, his battle prowess is heaven-defying. There's also that innate Tao embryo. Once he enters the Holy Lord realm, his magical power will skyrocket and his body will become one with the Tao. At that time, he will most likely be able to look down on the other kings. 10,000 years was a cycle. This time, the heroes were unimaginably powerful, causing the people of the Cheshire mansion to be greatly surprised. After 30 days, the others could only dejectedly leave. They didn't have the qualifications to enter. However, on the 31st day, something unexpected happened. A barbarian holding a wolf-tooth club and wearing beast skin rushed over and forced his way through the mountain gate. This person definitely came from the barren mountains and rivers. It's obvious that he was delayed and late. Could it be that he still wants to enter? Clang! This barbarian held a wolf-tooth club and smashed open the mountain gate of the Cheshire mansion, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. Waguts! This fellow dares to act so atrociously here. Why did you destroy the mountain gate? A great expert appeared in the unique scholar manner and shouted while standing in the void. I'm late. Please give me a chance, he said in a muffled voice as he stabbed the wolf-tooth club into the ground. With a boom, even the mountains shook. How strong is this barbarian? Why do I feel like he can lift mountains with his strength? It can't be that monster from the eastern wasteland has come, right? Many people were alarmed. The hundreds of people who were chosen were watching from inside the mountain gate. Their expressions all changed. There are no rules. You're late, you can't enter again. The expert shook his head and said, My house is deep in the forest. It's very secluded. I heard the news too late. The barbarian was anxious. All right, I can give you a chance, but you have to be strong enough and stand out from the rest. The Almighty of the unique scholar mansion nodded. He wasn't being unreasonable. What do I need to do? The young man with disheveled hair and beast skin clothes asked. Attack me with all your strength. If I'm satisfied, I'll let you stay. But the barbarian didn't say anything else. He stabbed the wolf-tooth club into the blue stone and swung his hand over. Bang! The expert of the Cheshire mansion raised his hand to meet the attack. A loud sound rang out. It was a pure physical confrontation. It was like a deafening divine thunder. Thump, thump, thump. The expert was unexpectedly pushed back. Blood flowed from the perlicue, and his hand was slightly twitching. Everyone was in an uproar. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Just how tyrannical was this barbarian's physical body? Motherfucker, this barbarian can throw a mountain with a raise of his hand. It's definitely not a problem for him to uproot a mountain. Is he still human? He could even shatter the palm of an expert. Another monstrous genius, a heaven-defying monstrous genius with an insanely strong body. Everyone was stupefied. They were all incomparably shocked. This kind of physical body was too terrifying. Even the experts couldn't withstand it. Could it be that the monster from the eastern wasteland really came at the last moment? Is it him? Someone made such a guess. Yeah, I heard that the monster from the eastern wasteland also has a heaven-defying physical body. The two are too similar. No, it said that the monster from the eastern wasteland is very handsome and harmless. He's not a barbarian like this. Forget it. Harmless? I've heard that even in the southern mountains, that brat isn't anything good. He killed all his enemies with a single heavenly tribulation. Chapter 553. Did I pass? The barbarian, who was wearing animal skin clothes, asked honestly. The right hand of the powerful man from the Cheshire mansion was still spasming. How could he not pass? He had not seen such a monster for many years. You can go in. But the barbarian's hair was disheveled. He picked up his wolf-tooth club and walked into the mountain gate. Every time he took a step, the ground would shake. It was as if a giant dragon was moving. He was so powerful that people were terrified. It might really be that monster from the eastern wastelands. He obtained the inheritance of an origin heavenly master and can change his appearance. He can take on any appearance to rush over. A voice drifted out from the crowd, revealing this secret. As soon as the barbarian entered the mountain gate, many people stared at him. Many people labeled him as Yi Fan. Naturally, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. 5 days later, the last monster arrived. He injured an old man who was guarding the mountain gate. He was selected as an exception and entered the Cheshire mansion. He made a sun and moon seal with both hands and beat an old man at the Dragon Realm level 9 to vomit blood. Isn't this the seal that Yi Fan used to use? Is he here? The last monster was very mysterious. When he entered the Cheshire mansion, few people were lucky enough to see the battle. However, they all heard about it and guessed his identity. He seriously injured an old man at the Dragon Realm level 9 with only one blow. It made people wonder what kind of monster he was. Everyone was shocked. The selection of heroes in the Cheshire mansion had ended. No more people came. Everything had come to an end. Do you think the monster from the East Continent has come? I think that the barbarian looks like him. It's hard to say. Maybe he has sneaked in. Maybe he is still in the East Continent and hasn't come. I heard that the monster has caused a big trouble. I guess he has escaped from the East Continent to avoid the trouble. Maybe he is among us. People didn't see the holy body, but they were all talking about him. He was the only one who didn't show up but was constantly mentioned. Among them, a few people were suspected to be his real body. In the future, people would test him from time to time. Because of this, there were some disturbances. In this month, there were shocking achievements every day. They flew to the 5 regions. Everyone in the world was paying attention to them. They all wanted to know who could suppress the heroes and be the strongest. After a month of discussion, the selection finally came to an end. Everyone was shocked. It wasn't just a few monsters. There would definitely be fierce battles in the future. Many people were looking forward and hoped that day would come sooner so they could witness the rise of invincible characters. Black Emperor, damn you. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of li away, Yi Fan cursed. He looked up into the sky, speechless. He had been flying in the boundless prairie for half a month, but he had yet to see a single person. It was incomparably desolate, and it was difficult to even see a bird. He had already eaten rabbit meat for half a month, and now, just looking at it made him want to vomit. He repeatedly cursed the large black dog. The formation platforms that it had carved were really too ridiculous. Who knew how big of a mistake there was? He had eaten rabbit meat for half a month. He wanted to vomit when he saw it. He cursed the big black dog. The formation platforms he had carved were too ridiculous. Who knew how big the error was? This dog was too ridiculous. It was really unreliable. This time, he was also teleported away. He had no idea where he was. Yi Fan's veins bulged on his forehead. He had finally found a stone tablet in the prairie. The words, North Continent, were clearly written on it. His guess had come true. He wanted to go to the middle state to find Pangbo. He had never thought that the big black dog's formation would make him speechless. The deviation was no longer millions of kilometers, but tens of millions of kilometers. After confirming where he was, he stared blankly for a long time. Finally, he took out another formation platform and prepared to travel through the void again. Otherwise, it would take at least 10 years to fly back. Oh no, I've lost my mind because of that dog. I used the wrong formation platform. Yi Fan realized that he had made a mistake. He suddenly remembered that this formation platform led to the Western Desert. However, it had already been activated. He had entered the void and could not stop. I don't want to go to the Western Desert to search for the Sakyamuni. In the Western Desert, the waters of Buddhism ran deep. He was not strong enough, so it was not good for him to get involved. Otherwise, he would most likely be killed. One had to know that even the Sakyamuni had become a taboo. Only heaven knew what kind of secrets were hidden there. If he rashly went to investigate, he might cause a disaster. In his plan, he would go to the middle state and cultivate while searching for Pangbo. In the future, when he was strong enough, the two of them would go to Mount Meru together. Swoosh! Clear light flashed. He flew out of the void and arrived in the middle of the world. The sounds of battle shook the sky. Corpses were piled up. It was a tragic scene. Where is this? Have I come to the Western Desert? Is this a battle of Buddhist soldiers? Yi Fan was shocked. This was a huge battlefield. Countless savage beast riders were charging, their spears shining brightly. They pierced into the bodies of their opponents, causing blood to splash out. The corpses were carried far away. Even further away, long blades hacked down. Blade light flashed like lightning. People were shouting and horses neighing. Blood flowed like rivers and corpses were everywhere. Both sides were engaged in a life and death battle. An ancient city towered majestically. However, the city walls were already broken and there were bloodstains everywhere. There were powerful cultivators in the sky using ancient treasures, bombarding the city endlessly. Even though the city was shining, it could not stop the attacks. The light barrier protecting the city had long cracked and was about to be broken. A great cauldron descended from the sky, smashing dozens of cultivators into meat paste. Yi Fan was sent flying and was almost affected. How could there be such bloodshed in a peaceful place of Buddhism? This is a vast battlefield. He was indescribably shocked. Not only were there mortal soldiers, but there were also many powerful cultivators participating in the battle. The general's strengths were all unfathomable as they slaughtered endlessly in the sky. Ho! Savage beasts roared and tore through the battlefield. Powerful reinforcements came from the attacking side. A group of cultivators riding on strange beasts rushed over like a flood. The light barrier protecting the city quickly collapsed and shattered. The entire battlefield was shaking. This was a terrifying charge. The great battle had reached its final juncture. Both sides were fighting fiercely. Cultivators are participating in the battle. This is truly shocking. Yi Fan sighed in admiration. The destructive power was too great. When both sides fought like this, the shockwaves were extremely great. Even though it was cultivators against cultivators and ordinary soldiers against ordinary soldiers, the scene was still extremely great. In the heavens, a great bell rumbled. The sound waves were like blades as they spread outwards. Not only were quite a few cultivators in the sky blasted apart, even the ordinary soldiers on the ground collapsed in large amounts. An ancient cauldron swayed about, stopping the great bell. They continuously collided and attacked. The horizon erupted, and cultivators fell one after another. Mysterious light flickered. There was someone sitting cross-legged in the void, plucking the zither strings and killing the cultivators below. Yi Fan was also within the range of this attack. Green light that was over 10 zhang in length descended like a waterfall. Pooh, pooh! There were cultivators who had their heads removed. Blood flowed outwards and corpses fell one after another. Pop! Yi Fan pinched a seal and dispersed the green light, causing the cultivator at the 9th level of the dragon transformation realm to be shocked. He plucked the strings of the zither and hundreds of green lights descended together like a curtain of rain. Boom! Suddenly, a huge sound came from the nearby ancient city. It had been completely breached. The light screen was destroyed, and a large portion of the city walls collapsed. Kill. The city has been breached. Capture Princess Yu Dai alive. Don't let a single person escape. Use the Void Sky Great Battle to trap them. Kill. Spring and Autumn City has been breached. Capture one of the 10 great beauties of the Central Plains, Princess Yu Dai. The reward is 500,000. War cries shook the heavens. The ancient city had been breached, and the attacking side's morale was like a rainbow. They charged forward like wolves and tigers, taking the absolute initiative. On the other side, the defeated army was like a collapsing mountain. The routed soldiers fled like the tide, but no one paid them any attention. They were all focused on surrounding the powerful cultivators. The 9th layer dragon transformation cultivator in the sky no longer dealt with Yi Fan. He charged into the city and surrounded the core figures. Everyone else also used all sorts of magical treasures. Central Plains. Yi Fan was tongue-tied. This wasn't the Western Desert, but the Central Plains. The veins on his forehead throbbed. This damn dog was too excessive. He had gone to the Central Plains formation platform, but in the Northern Plains, he had used the wrong formation platform and thought he was in the Western Desert, but in the end, he was in the Central Plains. This damn dog is too unreliable. He had stumbled into the Central Plains by accident, which gave him some comfort. He let out a long sigh. After realizing where he was, Yi Fan turned and left. He wanted to take advantage of the chaos to leave the battlefield. He didn't want to get caught up in such a huge battle. Kill. Princess Yu Dai has broken out of the encirclement. Stop her. We can't let her escape. She's the third most beautiful woman in the Central Plains. Who can capture her and let him kiss her? Someone shouted, causing a wave of hot-blooded young cultivators to howl like wolves. Charge! Capture Princess Yu Dai alive. The battlefield went berserk. The pursuing cultivators became more and more courageous as they fought. They killed their enemies as if they were cutting grass. Their bodies were dripping with blood as they rapidly closed in. Yi Fan looked back. He had been caught in the crossfire. Originally, he had mixed in with the chaotic army and wanted to quietly retreat. He had never imagined that Princess Yu Dai and the others would break out of the encirclement. The pursuers behind him smashed over with endless magic treasures. He cursed inwardly. He couldn't care about anything else. He soared into the air and directly fled, no longer hiding anything. His speed is so fast. This is a big fish that escaped the net. Don't let him escape. Someone stared at Yi Fan and gave out this order. There are actually powerful figures joining the battle. Yi Fan's heart jumped and he began to increase his speed. Princess, you leave. I'll stop them. An old man shouted. He led a group of people to charge back and block the pursuers. None of you can escape. A great formation has been laid down within a radius of 50 kilometers. You can't even cross the void. A powerful figure said coldly from behind. Large numbers of strange beasts trampled through the sky like a flood. They carried over 1,000 knights and chased down as if they were crushing dry weeds. There was nothing that could stop them. Yi Fan curled his lips. He had come here through the void. The so-called Great Formation couldn't stop the Black Emperor's Tao patterns at all. It wasn't that it couldn't be broken. However, he didn't dare to be careless. After all, there was a powerful figure behind him. He used the line formula and quickly fled. Something's wrong. Yi Fan was startled. Someone was following him like a shadow and had locked onto him. No matter how fast he used the line formula, he couldn't shake him off. He turned around and saw a young lady with cloud-like black hair, bright eyes, and white teeth. Her smile could topple a city. She was beautiful to the point of being out of a dream. Her clothes fluttered like a fairy as she chased after him. That's a lightning talisman. Yi Fan suddenly thought. There was a type of lightning talisman among the ancient divine talismans. Only a supreme sect master could refine it. After locking onto a person, the lightning talisman would be as fast as the other party. Save me, and you will be rewarded generously. The young lady was singing and crying. Her eyelashes were very long, and her beautiful eyes were misty. Her red lips were moist, and her teeth were like jade. Yi Fan cursed his bad luck. Even though this was a peerless beauty, she was a gargantuan problem that he didn't want to get involved in. However, this lightning talisman couldn't be broken in a short time. It was as if it was pulling the other party forward. Kill them. Don't let them escape. That's the Central Prefecture's third beauty, Princess Yu Dai. The pursuers didn't give up. Their voices came from the distance, and at the same time, the terrifying fluctuations of a battle between powerful figures shook the area. The two ancient great countries were at war, and the effects were great. Yi Fan didn't want to get involved. This was just a battlefield, and heaven knew what kind of great storms there would be in the future. Take me with you, and I'll gift you an ancient scripture. The Central Prefecture's third beauty, Princess Yu Dai, transmitted her voice. It was as if a fairy from the 9 heavens was playing a celestial song, pleasant to the ears. Chapter 554. Ancient Scriptures, a term that moved the hearts of cultivators. It was as if it possessed a demonic nature, bewitching the mind. Yi Fan was startled and couldn't help but turn around to take a look. This woman really dared to take action. Giving out an ancient scripture was not a small matter. I won't go back on my word. Take me with you, and I'll definitely repay you generously. Princess Yu Dai's every frown and smile was enough to move people's hearts. In the rear, spring and autumn ancient city had already been broken. The ancient city walls collapsed, and over 10,000 corpses were left on the battlefield. Broken blades and ruined arrows dyed the great earth red. Many cultivators chased after them. Boom! The heavens were split apart in a life and death battle between supreme beings. Energy fluctuations that made one's heart palpitate transmitted over from the distance. The two peak-level figures' auras devoured mountains and rivers. Yi Fan had no other choice but to fly away. He was unable to break the lightning talisman at the moment, so he could only quickly leave the battlefield. Whoosh! He was like a bolt of lightning, traversing several dozen li in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, he had shaken off his pursuers. This was the traveling formula. Once it was used, he would possess the world's fastest speed. Princess Yu Dai's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. She knew that there was hope for her to escape. This person's evasion technique could be said to be one of the best in the world, and it caused her heart to tremble. The lightning talisman was a divine talisman from the primordial era. It was very difficult to refine, and it was almost lost in history. It was not that this talisman could fly, but that it could synchronize with others. The faster the target was, the faster the follower would be. It was a secret treasure from the primordial era, and it was the most suitable for hunting. Yi Fan had grasped the Ro character art, and it contained supreme profundities that were profound and unfathomable. He had tried severing the strand of connection with the lightning talisman several times, yet he didn't succeed. However, he felt like he could break through it. It was only a matter of time. The travel symbol art was unparalleled. Even though Yu Dai had divine talismans, she couldn't always move in sync with him. Buzz! In front of him, the clouds surged. The dark clouds were as black as ink. It was very strange. The void was like a swamp. Every strand of divine power that entered would be quickly swallowed up. Be careful, this place is densely covered with formation patterns. Princess Yu Dai's expression changed. The formation had cut off the path ahead, and it would be very difficult to escape. You want to leave? It won't be that easy. All of you stay. A cold voice came from the clouds. This is the Scarlet Sun Nation's ancient formation. They've really sealed off everything within a 50-kilometer radius. It'll be very difficult for us to escape. Yu Dai frowned. It's most likely an incomplete array, right? Yi Fan asked. Although he was not proficient in all kinds of array markings, he had been with the Black Emperor all day long and had been influenced by him. Correct. This is a corner of the legendary ancient Void Sky Formation's runes. It's extremely profound, and most people wouldn't be able to break through it, Yu Dai explained. Behind them, people shouted and horses neighed. Over 1,000 barbarian beast riders rushed over, all of them wearing divine iron clothes. Cold light flickered as they trampled across the sky, releasing rumbling sounds. They've caught up. Princess Yu Dai's expression changed. There were several half-step major powers among them, and they were closing in at high speed. Whoosh! Yi Fan didn't waste any time. He transformed into a wisp of smoke and disappeared into the ancient formation. Princess Yu Dai was shocked and followed after him like a shadow. Entering this formation is like sinking into a swamp. Just wait to be trapped to death. The person in charge of the formation said sinisterly. However, what was shocking was that Yi Fan wasn't affected at all. Like a bolt of lightning, he quickly pierced through the mist as if there was no one there. How is this possible? The person in charge of the formation was shocked. Even the peerless beauty Yu Dai's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. How could it be like this? The person in charge of the formation activated the array markings, but there was still no effect. This was Yi Fan's first attempt. He used the Rho formula to take a dangerous path, but he wasn't blocked at all. He charged through, and this made him incomparably happy. When the Rho formula was cultivated to the extreme, one could leap up into the 9 heavens and down into the 9 hells. They could go anywhere. Innate array markings couldn't trap them, and supreme Dao techniques couldn't block them. There was nothing that could stop them. And after reaching the extreme, it would evolve over time. Unfortunately, since ancient times, only a single ancient saint who had lived 2 lives after obtaining an undying divine medicine had managed to touch the edge. Today, Yi Fan boldly tested the waters and used it to pass through a damaged formation. As expected, he saw the wonders of it. Although he had only comprehended part of it, it was still shocking. No wonder the ancient heaven was incomparably terrifying. No one could stop it. It's not an exaggeration to say that it could walk through every corner of the world and rule over the world. Yi Fan was excited. If he could cultivate the row formula to the extreme, where in the world couldn't he go? It would be like walking on flat ground. Even the countless array markings couldn't stop him. Within the mist, a man in green rushed out. This was an expert at the 6th transformation of the dragon transformation. He took out a flying sword and slashed at Yi Fan's neck like a rainbow. Yi Fan didn't dodge. He didn't hold anything back. He activated the all-secret word and punched out with his golden fist. Pfft. The flying sword was like a piece of rotten wood that couldn't withstand a single blow. In an instant, it turned into powder and fell from the sky. Ah! The expert at the 6th transformation of the dragon transformation screamed as he was cut in half by Yi Fan's palm. Yi Fan passed through the middle without any resistance. A large amount of blood rained down. Princess Yu Dai hurriedly used divine light to protect herself. Otherwise, the blood would have stained her body. Killed in one strike. She was shocked. This was an expert at the 6th transformation of the dragon transformation. How many people in the younger generation could kill him in an instant? Yi Fan was obviously young, but he had such terrifying power. She was shocked. Why didn't he go to the Qishir Manor? Could it be that he had something to do like her? Not long after, they rushed out of the void sky spell formation and saw the light of day again. But behind them, a monstrous shockwave came. An ultimate expert had appeared. Not good. The Qiang country's expert is here. Let's go. Head south. Princess Yu Dai was anxious. Yi Fan could only run now. He had to first shake off the pursuers. Otherwise, he would be dragged into this mess. But the terrifying aura behind them was fast approaching. Something's wrong. How can he be so fast? Can he catch up to me? Yi Fan was shocked. Princess Yu Dai's beautiful face turned pale. He's burning his godly power to chase after me at all costs. He wants to capture me. Then let him chase after us and see what happens. Yi Fan increased his speed again. He activated the row formula, and like a banished immortal, his purple robes fluttered in the wind. He was so fast that it was dazzling. In the distance, the expert was furious. He burned his essence energy like a huge furnace, dyeing half the sky red. He chased after them with endless light. He took out a huge bell and smashed it through the air. The sound wave was like a knife, and the ripples caused the mountains below to collapse. Yi Fan and the others were almost caught in it. This person is really terrifying. Yi Fan's expression changed. He increased his speed and finally avoided the bell wave. This is a supreme expert from the Scarlet Sun country. His magical power is monstrous, and it's hard to fight against him. Princess Yu Dai's face was pale, and her heart was filled with lingering fear. For the supreme expert of the Scarlet Sun country chased relentlessly, unwilling to give up. With a loud roar, the mountain range below collapsed, filling the sky with dust. What do you have on you? Why is he burning his essence energy to chase after you? Yi Fan was shocked. The supreme expert was going all out, using all kinds of forbidden techniques to increase his speed. The Scarlet Sun country invaded my Serenity country. Naturally, he wants to capture me to force my father, Princess Yu Dai replied. Boom. Behind them, scarlet blood rushed into the sky. Boundless blood chi surged like the sea, covering the sky and covering the earth. The supreme expert's speed increased by a large margin. He's burning his essence blood. Does he not want his life anymore? Yi Fan felt danger. He activated the row formula to the limit, and in the blink of an eye, he was dozens of kilometers away, leaving the supreme expert behind. Princess Yu Dai's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. The person in front of her was so young, and yet he had such godly speed. Roar! Behind them, the mountain range collapsed continuously. The supreme expert rode on the bell, his entire body burning. He appeared again, and no one knew what kind of secret technique he used. Is he crazy? Yi Fan was shocked. Then he revealed a cold smile and said, I also have forbidden techniques. Then, let's meet again. He didn't want to continue competing with this madman in speed. If something unexpected happened, it would be dangerous. The all-secret technique was activated, and his speed increased tenfold. He was like a beam of light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He was unbelievably fast, and there was no way to capture his trajectory. Behind him, the supreme expert was dumbfounded. He completely lost his temper and deflated. The blood chi on his body dimmed, and he stopped. He roared angrily, "There's no justice in this world." 2,000 kilometers away, Yi Fan finally stopped. At this time, he had cut off his connection with the lightning talisman. This shocked Princess Yudai. Her small mouth opened slightly, and she almost couldn't speak. Pooh! Blood sprayed out from Yi Fan's mouth. He forcefully absorbed the blood essence, but there was no trace of golden blood. There were only scarlet bloodstains, and he was no different from a normal person. "What happened to you?" "I forcefully used the forbidden secret technique. Not only did I use up 10 years of my lifespan, but I also injured my vitality. I might need to enter seclusion for several years to recover." Yi Fan tried to cover up. His speed just now was too shocking. Yudai walked up. There was a fragrance that penetrated the heart and refreshed the mind, like an orchid musk. Her long skirt fluttered, and her curves rose up and down. Her figure was tall and elegant, graceful like a fairy. Her forehead was bright and clean like jade, and her eyes were like black gemstones. Her fine nose, pearly white teeth, and oval face all had a lively spiritual aura. "I have a life-extending spirit pill here. Take it first." Yi Fan received it and observed it from a close distance. This girl was indeed an exceptional beauty. Her black hair was like clouds, and every strand was light and agile. Her skin was like jade, and there was a sparkling luster flowing about. Divine medicine! Suddenly he was shocked. Apart from the unique body fragrance of a young girl, there was also an intoxicating fragrance. Although it was very faint, it couldn't be concealed at all. This wasn't the first time Yi Fan came into contact with an undying divine medicine. He was extremely sensitive to this kind of aura, and not even a jade magical artifact could seal it. The fragrance would leak out. The holy fruit on his body had been sealed with 9 layers of seals. It was hidden deep within the myriad chi cauldron, and that was why its aura was isolated. Otherwise, it would have easily released a trace of fragrance. No, the aura is much weaker, but I'm afraid it's still a world-shocking divine object. Yi Fan was astonished. He finally understood why that expert had burned his life force to chase after him. "Many thanks for saving me, young master. I still haven't asked for your great name." Yudai's cherry lips parted slightly, revealing a smile. Her eyes were ethereal, and for a moment, even the sun in the sky lost its color. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. She was indeed worthy of being the 3rd most beautiful woman in the Central Plains. When she looked back, 100 people would be attracted to her with a single smile. Her beauty paled in comparison, and her beauty was peerless. "Yi Zhaoan. That's your name?" Yudai was startled. This name really left one speechless. However, she quickly revealed a moving smile and said, "What a bold name." Chapter 555. Yi Fan didn't reveal his real name. Otherwise, even in the distant Central Plains, he would still stir up endless trouble. The storm he had stirred up in the eastern wasteland was too great. And now, even the heroes of the 5 regions had vaguely heard that a monster had appeared in the eastern wasteland. "I can't repay you for saving my life. I said I would give you an ancient scripture, but I didn't bring it with me. Come with me. When the time comes, I can help you recover completely," Yudai said with a smile. Yi Fan hesitated. He indeed yearned for that ancient scripture, but he didn't want to enter a super-ancient dynasty. This was not a dynasty founded by mortals. Without a doubt, this was an ancient dynasty belonging to peak cultivators. It was an ancient inheritance, and the emperor and the others were definitely peak experts. "Prince!" A shout came from the distant sky. A group of people rushed over, arriving in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Among them, there was an almighty being and 5 half-almighty beings. The last person was a handsome young man who was in the dragon transformation's secret realm. Grand Preceptor. Upon seeing that supreme expert, Yu Dai felt completely at ease. Princess, it's good that you're fine. The young man followed behind the Grand Tutor. His face was full of smiles as he spoke first. Princess, does the ancient city of spring and autumn really have dragon marrow? The expert asked. Suddenly, he smelled a hint of fragrance and revealed a surprised expression. Princess Yu Dai nodded. The legendary dragon marrow did indeed appear. I've finally managed to get my hands on it first. Scarlet Sun Country and Tranquility Country often had conflicts. Recently, some people saw dragon chi soaring into the sky and speculated that dragon marrow might have been born. Experts from both countries immediately rushed over. Yi Fan was astonished. Yu Dai really did have a divine item on her. His intuition was not wrong. Although it couldn't compare to immortal medicines, it could still prolong one's life for 100 years. The Central Plains had many dragon veins. Dragon marrow was formed from the essence of 10,000 veins. It was incomparably rare, but it was hard to find. In the eyes of experts whose lifespans were reaching the end, it was a priceless immortal treasure. Ordinary dragon marrow could prolong one's life for a few years. However, one that could prolong one's life for 100 years was extremely rare. One might not even see it once in dozens of lifetimes. That's great, let's welcome the princess back to the palace. Grand Preceptor Xiao was very excited. As a peerless expert, he could guess what kind of divine item this was from the smell. He didn't open the small white jade cauldron. Princess, you are indeed very lucky. Nearby, Imperial Preceptor Zhao's grandson, Xiao Mingyuan, spoke with a smile, and then he glanced at Yi Fan indifferently and said, "Is he the Princess Death Knight? This time, it's all thanks to Brother Yi for rescuing me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape." Princess Yu Dai briefly explained what had happened. Grand Tutor Xiao nodded and glanced at Yi Fan without saying anything. To be able to escape from the hands of an almighty expert, you must be a peerless young expert of the present age. Why didn't I see you at the Qishir Manor? Xiao Mingyuan asked. I was delayed by some matters and missed the opportunity. Yi Fan shook his head and sighed. That's a pity. Xiao Mingyuan smiled faintly. Uncle Qi fell behind. I wonder how he is now. Princess Yu Dai frowned. Her beautiful hair danced lightly, and her skin was snow-white and lustrous. Her oval face and beautiful eyes contained spiritual energy, looking fresh and refined. He can protect himself. Nothing will happen to him, Grand Tutor Xiao said. Dragon marrow that can extend one's lifespan by 100 years can be called a divine item. I think there aren't many people in the Scarlet Sun Country who know about it. Grandpa, are you going to make a move? Go save Grandpa Qi and kill those people to prevent the secret from being leaked. Xiao Mingyuan revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Yi Fan's heart trembled. This person must be hinting at something. He couldn't be thinking of silencing him as well, right? If so, then he really was an ingrate. All almighty experts have boundless magical power and are very difficult to kill. However, this is nothing. The dragon marrow already has an owner, so they won't come to fight for it. Grand Tutor Xiao shook his head. Yi Fan wanted to leave and abandon the ancient scripture, but Yu Dai urged him to stay, saying, Brother Yi is my savior. How can I leave like this? Xiao Mingyuan didn't say anything and only glanced at Yi Fan indifferently. Since the princess has invited you, you should leave. On the side, the extreme almighty Grand Tutor Xiao locked onto him with a strand of his aura. Yi Fan couldn't retreat, and he couldn't help but shiver inwardly. The tranquil country was vast. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of miles. It was much larger than a mortal kingdom. Heading south, the mountains and rivers were magnificent and picturesque. On this boundless land, all the resources belonged to the upper-level cultivators of this ancient country. They used the country to pass down their ultimate techniques. In the middle state, there were 4 great immortal dynasties. They were colossi that had been flourishing for hundreds of thousands of years since ancient times. No one could contend against them. Apart from this, there were also the 100 schools of thought, which were also incomparably undying inheritances. Some were even older than the 4 great dynasties, and their resources were not inferior. At the same time, there were 9 ancient countries. Their strength was inferior to the 4 great dynasties, but they were still incomparably terrifying. They had already been established for 70 to 80,000 years. The Tranquil Country and the Scarlet Sun Country were among them. Such a large territory. Yi Fan was in a daze. He crossed the void several times, passing through endless mountains and rivers before finally arriving at the capital of the Tranquil Country. This ancient city was majestic and incomparably grand. It occupied an extremely large area, like an immortal divine city in the heavens. It emitted an ancient aura. The city gate was tall, and it wouldn't be crowded even if dozens of wild beasts rode side by side. The walls were mottled, and there were waves of magical power on them. If a great enemy came to invade, it could overflow with divine light and protect the entire ancient city. The city was very peaceful, without a trace of the clamor of a busy city. It was completely different from the prosperous scene Yi Fan had imagined. It was peaceful, and it was almost impossible to see pedestrians. Yi Fan was shocked. The ancient streets were filled with auspicious energy, and there were many ancient buildings and gardens with flowing springs and waterfalls. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and the fragrance of spirit medicine filled the air. This didn't seem like an ancient imperial city that had existed for tens of thousands of years. It was more like a secluded mountain. There wasn't a single mortal to be seen. This was a holy land for cultivation. Are you surprised? Princess Yu Dai smiled faintly and said, "We are cultivators. The reason we established an empire is to make better use of resources for cultivation, and not because we covet wealth and glory." Anping country also had mortal cities, and there were many of them. However, their imperial city was not among them. It was the cultivation land of the upper rulers. The center of the city was filled with purple energy, forming the shape of a dragon. It was obvious that this was a place where dragon veins converged. The essence energy of the earth flowed, and it was an excellent place for cultivation. The Central Plains is a bit different from the Eastern Wasteland. There are many ancestral veins underground, and many supreme sects will build cities to accumulate heaven and earth essence energy, transforming them into pure lands for cultivation. Yu Dai smiled. This was the first time Yi Fan had heard of this, and he immediately felt that it was very strange. The Central Plains was indeed different from the Eastern Wasteland. The great sects weren't necessarily hidden deep in the mountains. Building cities, nourishing spirits, evolving the great Tao of heaven and earth, and transforming the ancestral dragon veins could make a pure land increasingly rich in spiritual energy, turning it into a divine kingdom for cultivation. The Central Plains was dominated by the 4 great undying empires. Their imperial capitals were almost like heavenly capitals, as if divine kingdoms had descended. This is an ancient scripture that elaborates on the great Tao of nature. Only, it is very difficult for ordinary people to cultivate it. Princess Yu Dai brought over an ancient scroll. Clearly, this wasn't a complete ancient scripture, but rather a handwritten scroll. Yi Fan received it and carefully flipped through it. He was speechless. This scripture recorded the Tao of nature, and contained the meaning of standing aloof from worldly affairs. There were no secret techniques, nor were there any mysterious techniques. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like an ancient scripture for tempering one's nature. However, if one carefully pondered it, one would discover that it was extraordinary. It contained the great Tao of nature, and was extremely profound. It cultivated the heart and nourished one's nature, and if one followed it completely, one's mental state would rise to a higher level. However, it was too unconventional. Unless one was an immortal who didn't eat the food of mortals, everyone in the world had 7 emotions and 6 desires. How could one cultivate this scroll? To Yi Fan, it was of little value. This ancient scripture? Yi Fan really didn't know what to say. Rumor has it that this was written by a great emperor in his later years. It's just that none of his descendants were able to see through its essence, and thus were unable to cultivate it. Princess Yu Dai was somewhat apologetic. This ancient scripture, if one could cultivate it, one would be able to become an immortal, Yi Fan mumbled. This was personally transcribed by the princess. Ordinary people can't even take a look at it. Don't look down on it. In the past, there were even ancient saints who borrowed it. An old guard spoke up. Has an ancient saint ever cultivated it? Yi Fan asked. No. Yi Fan thought for a moment, then put it away. He would just treat it as a manual for growing flowers and plants. In the future, if he had the chance to grow an undying divine medicine, he might be able to use it. I know I owe you, young master. How about this? I'll go fetch a drop of dragon marrow to help you recover your vitality. In addition, I'll ask my imperial father to bestow upon you a divine land of the cultivation world. It will allow you to increase your cultivation speed by twofold. Princess Yudai turned and left. There's such a place? Yi Fan was astonished. Build a city, store the essence of heaven and earth, and brand it with a peerless great Tao. After countless years, it will naturally evolve into a divine land of cultivation, the old guard explained. Yi Fan was astonished. The Central Plains was indeed extraordinary. It was truly admirable. Not long after, Xiao Mingyuan appeared. He entered the mansion, where mountains and rivers intersected and spiritual springs gurgled. After learning of the situation, he revealed a strange expression. Could it be the Violet Dragon Terrace? Or perhaps the Flaming Phoenix Ridge? Those are all holy lands for cultivation. When he heard that Princess Yudai was going to gift Yi Fan a drop of dragon marrow, Xiao Mingyuan's expression froze. He then laughed and said, I'm afraid those two divine lands already have owners. I'll help you take a look. The Peace Nation has a circumference of millions of kilometers, and its territory is vast. I'm sure 1 or 2 holy lands will be chosen. Not long after, Yi Fan received news that the old emperor of the Peace Nation was going to bestow upon him a territory and make him its lord. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What use do I have for that land? He cursed inwardly and decided to leave. Congratulations! That is the place where a great emperor built his hut in his later years. In the end, he passed away in meditation. Xiao Mingyuan appeared and revealed this piece of news. Yi Fan wanted to say goodbye, but he was shocked at this moment. The place where a great emperor built his hut in his later years. This was truly shocking. He definitely had to go there. That place is very close to the unique warrior manor. If you go there to become a lord, the princess and I can visit you often. We'll both cultivate there. Xiao Mingyuan patted his shoulder. Xiao Mingyuan left. Yi Fan glanced at his back and asked the old guard beside him, Is that place special? The old guard hesitated for a moment. After seeing Xiao Mingyuan disappear, he said, Over the endless years, who knows how many lords have mysteriously died there? What? Yi Fan was shocked. A cold light flashed in his eyes. After pondering for a long time, he said, I want to see what's so strange about it. Young man, I advise you not to go. Those lords in the past were like you. They didn't believe in the supernatural and wanted to obtain the secret treasures of the ancient emperors. In the end, they all lost their lives. Yi Fan learned that this was a fief of the Xiao clan. Now that it had been divided, he could guess a thing or two without thinking. I have no enmity with this Xiao Mingyuan. Why does he want to kill me? He quickly thought of Princess Yudai. She was the 3rd most beautiful woman in the Central Plains. Could it be because of her? Is that place very close to the unique warrior manor? Yi Fan asked. It's not far. The old guard nodded. He hinted that the monstrous geniuses of the 5 regions had gathered there. If they appeared there, it would be very chaotic. The old guard advised him not to go and suffer. Chapter 556. What? You want to go to the desolate hut? When Princess Yudai returned and heard Yi Fan's decision, she was so shocked that her beautiful eyes widened and her cherry lips fell open. She looked completely shocked. The desolate hut referred to the place where the ancient emperors built their hut. After hundreds of thousands of years, it had long since become a wasteland. She firmly opposed, You can't go there. Since ancient times, who knows how many lords have died, but not a single one of them has gained anything. It's a land of death. Her figure was tall and slender, her cherry lips bright and lustrous, her fine nose tall and straight, her eyes clear and beautiful, her long hair fluttering in the wind, carrying a fragrance. As she stood facing Yi Fan, an orchid-like aura wafted over. I told Father to give you the Purple Dragon platform or the Phoenix Ridge. That is a holy land for cultivation, and 1 or 2 times faster than other places. There are natural traces of the great Tao there, Princess Yudai explained. When she and the old emperor were discussing the matter, Grand Preceptor Xiao had only casually mentioned that he was willing to return the desolate hut to the dynasty. The old emperor had only said it in jest, saying that if Yi Zhaoyan wanted the land, he could give it to him as well. In the end, Xiao Mingyuan had sent a different message. Anyone who first learned that the desolate hut was built by the ancient emperors in their later years would find it hard to resist. Yi Fan knew that the other party had predicted that he would go. This was an irresistible temptation. Since your majesty has such words, I am willing to go and take a look there to broaden my horizons. Yi Fan smiled. Princess Yudai firmly opposed, her towering chest rising and falling due to her emotions. How many tens of thousands of years have passed? Countless seniors and experts haven't gained anything from living there, and all of them have met with mishaps. Why take the risk? Yi Fan didn't change his mind. He said that he would only observe and wouldn't live there for long, so there wouldn't be any problems. You saved my life, and I wanted to repay you, but something like this happened. Princess Yudai sighed and took out a small white jade jar, handing it to Yi Fan. Even though the pure white jade was sealed, it still emitted a fragrance that made one feel comfortable. Every pore on one's body opened up, and it was refreshing. Dragon marrow! Xiao Ming returned from afar and cried out in alarm. Yi Fan thought about it. This person had ill intentions. Could it be that he still had designs on the dragon marrow? He laughed, unscrewed the cork, and poured the contents into his mouth. The fragrance filled the garden. A drop of sparkling and translucent liquid the size of a grape flowed with 5-colored divine light. The fragrance assailed the nostrils, intoxicating one to the bone. It fell into Yi Fan's mouth. He savored the taste for a moment, then directly swallowed it and muttered to himself, "There's no taste." Even Princess Yudai didn't know what to say. This was an immortal treasure, and he ate it just like that, and the other party had to carefully refine it. Brother Yi, it's not that I want to criticize you, but this is like a cow chewing on a peony. It's a reckless waste of God's gifts. It's really too wasteful. Xiao Mingyuan felt distressed watching from the side. At the side, the old guard also opened his mouth, but he was completely speechless. If it was given to him, he would definitely refine it to the extreme to strengthen his life essence. Brother Yi, hurry up and find a place to meditate. Refine it as much as you can, and you'll naturally recover your vitality, Princess Yudai said, then turned and left. In the garden, everyone had dispersed. There was only the gurgling of the spring water and the rustling of the green trees. Yi Fan sat cross-legged next to an artificial mountain, silently circulating a heavenly art. He had even eaten the undying godly medicine, so he didn't care much about immortal treasures like the dragon marrow. However, he didn't want to truly waste it. Previously, he had only done it to make Xiao Mingyuan give up. Dragon marrow, dragon qi, dragon transformation. Yi Fan was shocked. He felt that the dragon marrow was indeed marvelous, containing fragmented nomological laws. The Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, and 4 extremities, these 3 great secret realms corresponded to the various parts of the human body. Dragon transformation was naturally no exception. The human body underwent 9 transformations, leaping into a dragon. The so-called dragon transformation was the cultivation of the spine. This was a hidden great dragon in the human body, and the next secret realm was to revive it after 9 transformations, becoming one with the Tao. However, Yi Fan still didn't know how to cultivate it, because he hadn't broken through and didn't have the corresponding ancient scriptures. It was said that this secret realm was incomparably marvelous. There were records in the ancient books that when a dragon leaped into the sky, the 9 transformations would allow one to see the celestial gate and other strange scenes. There were all kinds of mysterious things, and sometimes one could even ride a dragon to travel beyond the great void. However, no one could say for sure what exactly it was like. Everyone felt different, and everyone had their own enlightenment process. Entering the great void. Just now, when Yi Fan was refining this drop of dragon marrow, he came into contact with a fragment of the nomological laws, which shocked him indescribably. If I can obtain the dragon transformation scroll of an ancient scripture, and a large amount of immortal treasures, dragon marrow, I will definitely be able to cultivate quickly in this secret realm. And now, he had cultivated the four extremities secret realms of the human body to perfection. He could brand them in the void, and his arms and legs could draw upon the great Tao. He felt that as long as he had the opportunity, he would be able to break through to the dragon transformation secret realm. However, he lacked the corresponding ancient scripture. Before coming to the Central Plains, he had already done his research. In terms of the strongest dragon transformation scripture, it was undoubtedly the Grand Xia dynasty's supreme imperial scripture. Their imperial draconic chi had unparalleled offensive power, comparable to the secret art of all. Part of its power came from the dragon transformation scroll. Yi Fan could only be envious. He didn't have the confidence to snatch an ancient scripture from an ancient dynasty. Back then, the Supreme Emperor was on the same level as the gods, and he had left behind an extreme sacred weapon that could protect the dynasty for eternity. At worst, I'll just cultivate a single secret realm and start anew from the sea of reincarnation. He wasn't too worried. After all, he could still become a saint. Yi Fan was about to leave the Anping nation's capital and head to the desolate hut to try his luck at imperial fate. Which emperor built this hut in his later years? It's been hundreds of thousands of years, maybe even 200,000 years. Who can say for sure? Especially the residents of an ancient emperor, I'm afraid even his descendants don't know. Princess Yudai shook her head. Don't tell me there aren't any clues? Yi Fan asked. The old guard said, some say it's the Eastern Wastelands Emperor, while others say it's the Southern Mountains Celestial Emperor. There are even some who say it's an ancient emperor from the Central Plains. We can't be sure. Princess Yudai sighed. Actually, there's no need to be so clear. There are only so many ancient emperors. The Eastern Wastelands, Southern Mountains, Central Plains, and Northern Plains are all unique in their respective regions. But there are ancient records that some emperors might only be one person. What? This was the first time Yi Fan had heard of such a thing. Do you really think that each region has 5 or 6 emperors? Princess Yudai shook her head. She felt that it was too difficult to become an ancient emperor, and that there were only a few. There are legends that say that the Eastern Wastelands Emperor Heng Ho was actually the Southern Mountains Celestial Emperor, and also had a peerless name in the Northern Plains, the old guard said. Is that true? Yi Fan was truly shocked. For example, the Eastern Wastelands Emperor Heng Yu and the founder of the ancient Flower Dynasty of the Central Plains might be the same person. The ancient Flower Dynasty was one of the 4 undying dynasties of the Central Plains, and the Eternal Universe Emperor had indeed left the Central Plains after killing the supreme existence of the Origin Ancient Mine. Yi Fan was flabbergasted. There was actually such a secret? He was deeply surprised. According to the textual research of an ancient sage, the number of ancient emperors can be counted on one's fingers. There are actually only a few of them in the 5 regions. This is unbelievable. Yi Fan was flabbergasted. Yi Fan finally left the ancient capital of Tranquility Nation and headed for the desolate hut, hoping to find his own destiny. You mustn't be rash. Don't stay there for too long. I'm cultivating in the unique scholar manner, and I'll come visit you when I'm free. Princess Yudai sent him off. It had to be said that the Central Plains was just too vast. The Tranquility Ancient Country's territory spanned over 1 million li. Yi Fan activated the mysterious Jade platform and crossed the void over 10 times before approaching the territory. In front of him, the immortal mountain was majestic and auspicious. Phoenixes soared, long-lived apes climbed the peaks, Chilants roamed about, and myriad spiritual medicines took root on the cliffs. Anyone who saw this would know that this was a holy land. It was like the abode of an immortal, exceptionally beautiful and ethereal. Yi Fan activated his divine eyes and carefully observed. He was even more shocked. In that instant, he saw purple mist rise and submerge the immortal mountain, as if there were 10,000 dragons leaping into the sky. As expected of a divine land, it's indescribably precious. He sighed in admiration. However, this was not his fief. but rather the majestic ancient mountain range where the unique Scholar Manor was located. Within a circumference of 500 li, auspicious mist curled about, creating a mysterious scene. As for his fief, it was located right next to this ancient immortal mountain. Its circumference was about 100 li, but the scenery was quite different. The source of 10,000 veins, the spiritual essence of the ancestral roots, all seemed to be gathered at the spiritual mountain where the unique Scholar Manor was located. The surroundings were desolate, and not a trace of immortal energy could be seen. Yi Fan stood in the void and gazed downwards. Within a circumference of 100 li, there were many lush green areas, but they lacked spiritual elegance. Did the great ancient emperor really choose this place? Why didn't he use the ancient immortal mountain next to it and instead built a hut in this barren land? No one could understand. After careful observation, there was a dilapidated city in this territory. It wasn't very large, and it was already not bad to have 20,000 people inside. It was similar to a town, but it was surrounded by ancient city walls. Yi Fan flew downwards and landed on the ground. The hut had a precise location, but he wasn't in a hurry to go there. Instead, he went to the city to officially take over this territory. The city was in ruins, and the two gates were about to collapse. The moat was also muddy and full of silt. It was about to dry up, and a few loaches could be seen scuttling about. "Halt, who are you?" On the ancient city walls that were full of cracks, there were more than 10 soldiers with disheveled armor. They carried iron spears and rusty long blades. They were extremely arrogant as they shouted at him. "I am your lord, and I am here to take over this city." Yi Fan spoke. At the same time, he was moved. This dilapidated city wall actually had divine force fluctuations, and it wasn't as bad as he had imagined. There were most likely powerful formation patterns carved on it, and it seemed like it had existed for an incomparably long time. "What lord? This is a land with an owner." A fierce soldier impatiently shouted. "Then I will go meet him." Yi Fan spoke. "You wait outside first." One of them shouted. Yi Fan was stunned. He had just arrived here, yet a group of soldiers actually wanted to show off their strength? He didn't say anything and stood outside the city, calmly waiting. However, after an entire hour passed, he still didn't see anyone come out. The soldiers on the city walls began to play finger-guessing games and drink aged wine, leaving him hanging here. Yi Fan laughed. They were just a few ruffians who knew a bit about cultivation, yet they actually dared to treat him like this. He rose into the air, about to rush in. "Enemy attack! Protect the city!" A few fierce soldiers shouted loudly. The dilapidated city released divine light. Formation patterns appeared on the city walls, and a screen of light rushed up, completely covering the ancient city that wasn't that large, protecting it within. "Kill him! He actually wants to attack our city!" Someone shouted. Yi Fan's eyes became cold. He had just arrived, yet there were already people who wanted to show off their strength? When he recalled that this was Shao family's original fief, he immediately understood. "Are you all trying to rebel? There is the emperor's decree here. Are you all courting death?" He shouted. "Nonsense. This is a land with an owner. Show me your emperor's decree." At this moment, a middle-aged man finally appeared. He was wearing divine iron clothes and climbed up the city walls. Yi Fan was surprised. This person was actually a cultivator at the 5th transformation of the dragon transformation. Could the owner of a dilapidated city also have such cultivation? "Look carefully." Yi Fan shook his hand and threw a yellow cloth down. That person caught it and didn't even look at it. He forcefully tore it apart and said, "This is a fake emperor's decree. Activate the formation patterns and kill him for me." The divine light of the city was dazzling. One after another, patterns interweaved and crushed towards Yi Fan. Its power was extraordinarily great. It was definitely not something that an ordinary person could set up. Yi Fan's expression darkened. He had just arrived here and encountered such a thing. He coldly said, "It seems that I have to take down this city myself. In a while, after I become the city lord, I will treat you well." Chapter 557. Chi. Streak after streak of divine light rushed up, interweaving in the air and forming a killing formation that rushed towards Yi Fan. Killing intent surged into the clouds. The city walls were ancient and had endless formation patterns. At this moment, all of them appeared, engraving themselves in the void like the symbols of gods and ghosts. They were profound and unfathomable, intimidating one's soul. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. He activated the row word art and quickly retreated, avoiding this world-shocking attack. The formation patterns of this ancient city were extremely terrifying. He reckoned that it was at least laid down by a supreme existence and had existed for countless years. In the past, there were even Holy Lord-level figures overseeing this place. Activate the formation patterns, protect the ancient city and kill the invading enemy. The middle-aged man on the city walls sneered. He stared at Yi Fan in the air and gave this order. Sush. This dilapidated city was indeed strange. It was able to concentrate the power of all the divine inscriptions to a single point, and the might of the attack was incomparably great. At this moment, the divine inscriptions condensed into a sharp beam of divine light that slashed out like a heavenly sword. Chung. The 1,000 zhang long sword radiance immediately split the heavens. It was comparable to the attack of a Holy Lord-level figure. The light was blinding. If it was a normal person, they would most likely be nursing a grievance because the ancient city's fluctuations were too fast. The beam of light instantly slashed out and was difficult to avoid. However, Yi Fan wasn't one of them. He cultivated the 9 secret row word art and represented the highest level of achievement in this domain. He left behind an afterimage and disappeared into thin air. You have offended your superiors. Your crimes cannot be forgiven. Yi Fan was like a streak of light as he swooped down with a so sound. Courting death. Not even a half-step supreme existence dares to attack. The middle-aged man sneered with a hint of mockery. He activated all of the formation patterns and stood on the city walls, not moving at all. Swish, swish, the entire ancient city seemed to have come to life. It was like a peerless swordsman as it swept out streak after streak of sword radiance. They were all over 1,000 zhang long and the divine light tore through the chaotic clouds. Yi Fan's eyes lit up. This city was truly unordinary. He didn't know what kind of supreme existence left it behind, but it was a good place to nurture heavenly essence. It was extracting the earth vein's divine essence, transforming it into exceptional offensive power. It was as if a divine lord was fighting, leaving him shaken inwardly. It was worth studying. Hundreds and thousands of beams of light swept out, and even a fly would be smashed to pieces. However, Yi Fan approached. His strange movement technique seemed to pass through the ripples of water, breaking through the light screen and entering the city. The ancient city walls were in chaos. No one knew how he did it. It was as if he had entered an uninhabited place, passing through the formation patterns and entering the city. Yi Fan's sleeves were a little tattered. Even though he activated the Xing formula and chose a damaged part of the city wall, he was still hit by the sword radiance. If it weren't for his mortal body surpassing that of a holy lord, that strike just now would have injured him. This ancient city was extremely valuable. Before he made a breakthrough in his row word formula, he could only barely enter. Yi Fan didn't say anything and walked forward with large steps. The entire street was trembling. These people's expressions didn't change, revealing vicious glints as they brandished their weapons. This is the territory Grand Preceptor Shao bestowed to my brother. Do you want to steal it? The middle-aged man shouted. Yi Fan didn't want to waste words with him. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden lotus. It turned into a beam of light and rushed over to suppress him. Sush! The middle-aged man roared and took out an exquisite pagoda. It flickered with colorful light and went up to meet the golden lotus. However, how could it block Yi Fan's innate qi? The exquisite pagoda was pierced through on the spot, turning into a pair of scrap iron that scattered on the street. The middle-aged man staggered back, revealing an expression of disbelief. The innate essence of a divine body was indestructible. It was not something he could understand. Yi Fan could even kill someone at the 6th transformation of the dragon transformation, let alone him. Pow! The lotus formed from the innate qi descended and sent him flying. He crashed heavily into the city wall, breaking his bones and tendons. He could no longer climb up. "Don't kill me!" The middle-aged man screamed in fear. He felt that he had provoked a killer, someone he couldn't afford to offend. "Chi, Chi," Yi Fan continuously pointed with his finger and froze the dozens of soldiers. He revealed a cold smile and said, "You want to show off your power to me? Spare us. We didn't mean to offend you. It was the mayor's order." Many people were scared and begged. Their cultivation levels were very low. "Who dares to behave atrociously in my Lu city?" A dignified voice was heard. A terrifying wave rushed out from the mayor's residence as a divine light flew over. A palm-sized flying sword that was as bright as autumn water and incomparably sharp shot out in all directions. It turned into a beam of lightning and slashed at Yi Fan's neck. Its trajectory was blurry, and even the void was distorted. It was evident that its speed and power were frightening. Clang! Yi Fan met the attack with his bare hands, creating a string of brilliant sparks. The flying sword wailed and fell straight down. He caught it with both hands and violently shook it. Gotcha! A secret treasure that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times and refined with the blood and sweat of an expert was destroyed just like that, turning into iron scraps. This monster. Who is this person? Everyone was tongue-tied. The mayor's cultivation was at the 6th transformation of the dragon transformation. The flying sword that he cultivated with his life was destroyed as soon as it was taken out. This youth was too terrifying. A middle-aged man appeared. He was the mayor of Lu City. His face sank and said, "This is my Shao clan's territory. Are you challenging Grand Preceptor Zhao's dignity? From now on, this city has changed owners. Don't tell me you don't know. If you want to feign ignorance, I'll use my fist to tell you." Yi Fan directly rushed over and said, "Didn't you want to show off your power to me? Let me tell you, there are some people you can't offend." Bang! His fist didn't blossom with brilliance, but it had the power to shatter the void. It was firm and unyielding, and its power was incomparable. Everywhere it passed, the void collapsed. It was incomparably terrifying. Pata, dong. All kinds of magic tools flew out to block Yi Fan, but under his fist, everything was futile. They all turned into fragments, and a large pile of copper and iron appeared on the ground. The middle-aged city lord was completely stunned. He had never seen such a powerful physical body before. He thought that he had encountered a holy master-level character, so he forgot to use his powerful magic power. Bang! Yi Fan's speed was extremely fast. In an instant he arrived in front of the city lord and punched his chin. His teeth flew everywhere, and he flew hundreds of feet away like a puppet. Boom! This city lord crashed into the city wall on the spot. His chin was smashed into pieces, and there were many fractures all over his body. He lay there, unable to move at all. His eyes were full of shock. "It's only so." Yi Fan shook his head. Everyone was terrified. How could they deal with such a character? He was so young, and he could be compared to the monster of the unique warrior manner. When they thought about how they had to show off their strength just now, all of their faces turned pale without a trace of blood. Many people couldn't help but tremble. "It has nothing to do with us. It was all the city lord's orders." After the soldiers regained their mobility, they all knelt down and continuously kowtowed. The ferocity from before had completely disappeared. "All of you, stand up and talk." Yi Fan walked over and kicked the city lord's brothers a few times. He began to interrogate them and understood many things. Then he pointed at the space between everyone's eyebrows and erased some related memories. His physical body was so powerful, so he didn't want others to guess anything. "All of you, disappear from Lu City for me. Don't let me see you again." Yi Fan shouted loudly. These soldiers were all cultivators with the surname Shao. There were more than 200 of them, but their strength was limited. Including the city lord, they were all blown away by Yi Fan, and the city lord's brother's cultivation was crippled by Yi Fan. When the residents of the ancient city received the news, they were all astonished. This new city lord had too much of a personality. He took office alone without any subordinates. This dilapidated city wasn't big and could accommodate several thousand people. In fact, it was similar in size to a town. Yi Fan didn't want this place to lose its laws and regulations, so he recruited some people and reorganized the troops in the city, establishing some rules. As long as there was a normal order, he wouldn't interfere too much. He came here for the desolate hut and not to become a lord. Yi Fan strolled through the countryside and arrived at an ancient village. It was rumored that this was the place where the ancient emperors built their hut. It was filled with a mysterious luster. A large number of ancient locust trees surrounded the village. Every ancient tree was quite old. Some had cracked bark, and some had holes in the trunk. It was unknown how many years they had been growing for. The ancient village wasn't big, and there were only 50 or so households. Their ancestors had lived here for generations and had never moved. When they learned that this was the new lord, everyone was terrified and hurriedly paid their respects. Yi Fan had them rise and rewarded each of them with some silver. Seeing that he was amiable and approachable, they were no longer afraid. They answered every question, allowing Yi Fan to understand many things. Lord, you must not comprehend the Tao here. Our ancestors have passed down that many cultivators have died here. Nowadays, no one dares to come here. There was nothing strange about mortals living here, but once a powerful cultivator came here to comprehend the Tao, a calamity would befall them and they would mysteriously pass away. These locust trees have grown for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. They don't grow, nor do they die. Year after year, they haven't changed at all. When he heard this news, Yi Fan was shocked. According to what the villagers said, these ancient trees had existed since ancient times, and they had always been like this. However, they had never become spirits. Since then, Yi Fan would come here every day to walk around and understand a lot of things. At this point, sitting in seclusion didn't have much effect. Now, he would go out and look at the gurgling spring and the falling leaves. It was easier for him to comprehend the Tao. After half a month, everyone in Lu City knew that this lord had nothing to do. He spent all his time sightseeing and not doing proper work. Fortunately, he was generous to others and didn't put on airs. He wouldn't punish anyone. And the villagers became more and more familiar with him. Many children with runny noses were no longer afraid of him and liked to run behind him. This was because every time Yi Fan came, he would bring some candies. Dog 2's snot-nosed child, why are you crying? Yi Fan saw a child who liked to follow behind and ask for candies. His face was covered in tears and snot. Dog 2's uncle was beaten up in the fields and lost a lot of blood. He can't be happy anymore, and the snot-nosed child is sad. His grandfather went to argue, but he was also beaten up. Even his bones were broken. The other children ran over and talked about what had happened. Big Brother City Lord, quickly go and take a look. Please save them. A little girl cried. These villagers were very simple. Even their names were Dog 2, Big Stone and so on. They said that they were easy to raise. They almost never had any conflicts. How could such a serious thing happen? Yi Fan frowned. Brother City Lord, quickly go and save Dog 2's uncle. Many uncles went to argue with him and lost a lot of blood. Some children ran back crying. Yi Fan didn't put on any airs. He came to this village every day. Many children were very close to him and called him casually. Snot-nosed child, don't cry. I'll go and take a look. Yi Fan strode out of the ancient pagoda forest and walked towards the fields. A group of children followed behind him. In the fields several miles away, the sound of crying could be heard. The snot-nosed child's father was lying on the ground covered in blood. He seemed to be exhaling more than he was inhaling. There was also an old man with bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. He was sitting on the ground and shaking Dog 2 to wake him up. Many villagers gathered around, but they didn't dare to say anything. Not far away, there were a few people who were incomparably arrogant and didn't care. They were obviously cultivators. There were a few strange beasts in the fields. One of them, a longma, was eating the crops. The cause of the conflict was obvious. The snot-nosed child's father saw that his family was being trampled on and went to argue with them. In the end, it became like this. How can you bully people like this? A villager couldn't help but shout. Isn't it just eating some crops? I already said that I'll give you some money. Don't make a ruckus here. If you disturb the longma, You can't afford to pay with your lives. A person glared at them impatiently. Crops are our lives. You're wasting people. Many villagers were very indignant. How noisy! That person sneered and glanced at the crowd with contempt. Yi Fan could clearly see that those strange beasts were all rare in the world. They were not ordinary beasts. They had already gained intelligence and were probably extremely fast when they ran. Although these people were dressed luxuriously, it was obvious that they were servants responsible for taking care of these strange beasts. It was easy to think that they were related to the geniuses of the Cheshire Mansion. The Cheshire Mansion was in the Celestial Mountain, not too far from here. Their mounts were taken care of, so it wasn't impossible that they were grazing outside. Soon, a villager confirmed his guess. Sure enough, they were strange beasts from the ancient Celestial Mountain. These people often appeared recently and were very overbearing. Apologize and compensate for the losses, then leave this place immediately. Yi Fan shouted coldly. He squatted down, took out a little heavenly spring and poured it into Dog 2's mouth. He massaged Dog 2's body and brought him back to life. Then he joined the broken bones of the snot baby's grandfather. The old man's hair was white, and tears flowed from his muddy eyes. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. He looked very miserable. Yi Fan stood up and said, "I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? Or you? Do you really think you're a big shot?" One of them sneered, and the others also snorted arrogantly. "You're just a group of slaves. How dare you behave atrociously here? Even if your master comes, he won't be able to deal with you." Yi Fan shouted. "Who are you? How dare you control us?" Several people's expressions changed. "I'm the lord of this place. I'm in charge of everything within a radius of 100 miles. No matter who comes in, they must act according to my rules." Yi Fan said coldly. "Ha! The small lord dares to talk big. You've disturbed our strange beasts. Even if you have 10 lives, it won't be enough to compensate." One of them laughed. "Reckless thing." Yi Fan slapped out with his palm. Although these people were all experts, how could they block it? All of them spat out blood and collapsed to the ground. "You dare to treat us like this? Do you know who we are?" They put on a brave front. "Aren't you just a group of slaves? Hurry up and kowtow and apologize." Yi Fan sneered and said, "I'll take this longma. I'll kill it for the villagers and eat its meat. If you're not satisfied, then tell your master to come see me." Chapter 558. Do you know the consequences of doing this? If you dare to touch Longma, you will be killed. It is not something a little lord like you can bear. The people on the ground were strong in appearance but weak in reality, and they were intimidating him with a guilty conscience. "I'm so scared." Yi Fan walked forward. The crops were knee-high, and they were all tender seedlings, green and lush. A large area was ruined before they could grow. These were the villagers' painstaking efforts. No wonder even the old people were anxious. What do you want to do?" Bang! Yi Fan's foot flew out and kicked a person like a sandbag. He flew dozens of meters and fell outside the field. Suddenly, there was a scream like that of a pig being slaughtered. "Ah, treating us like this, you are courting disaster. You will not have a good ending. So noisy." Yi Fan glanced at the person he kicked to the side of the road, then continued to walk in the field and came near the others. "Oh, don't come over, we will compensate for the damage." These people were all afraid. They were already injured and paralyzed on the ground, unable to dodge at all. "What were you doing before? Are you afraid now?" Yi Fan was unmoved. He walked forward and raised his foot to kick. His strength was so great that these people were like little chicks. They flew dozens of meters and fell on the dirt road outside the field. Plop, plop. Even though these people were cultivators, they could not move and could not take the initiative to defend themselves. Their eyes rolled back and they screamed again and again. 2 of them even fainted, and the other 4 had their bones broken. They screamed again and again, their bodies spasming and trembling. The villagers were all dumbstruck. This 16 or 17-year-old lord usually looked very bright and sunny, but he had kicked a group of villains into the sky with a single kick, which made them very shocked. Big Brother Lord is so strong. Big Brother Lord took care of the bad people. Don't cry, snotty baby. The group of children all cried out. Their tears had not dried up yet, and they all looked like little kittens. However, they looked very pure, and all emotions were written on their faces, blooming with a unique simplicity. Don't come over. These people were completely terrified. When they saw Yi Fan walk out of the field, they all trembled and tried their best to move back. Bang, bang. Yi Fan raised his leg and kicked wildly. He had no sympathy for these kinds of people. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. It was as if he was slaughtering chickens and ducks. A few people howled miserably. We'll compensate you. Stop kicking. We'll apologize. Please spare our lives. The group of gourds rolled on the ground and shouted with all their might. They were really afraid that Yi Fan would kick them to death. The few of them could see that this young master had no scruples and was even more unreasonable than their master. However, there were one or two stubborn people among them who were still threatening. You won't have a good ending if you treat us like this. Let alone a little lord like you, even a prince would have to think twice before coming here. You think I'm scared? Without another word, Yi Fan sent out 2 kicks and destroyed the 2 sea of reincarnation on the spot. Their divine power turned into nothingness, and their Tao palaces were also shaken to a state of chaos. They could no longer cultivate. This time, everyone's hair stood on end. All of them prostrated on the ground and continuously kowtowed, begging bitterly. Please let us go. We won't dare to do it again. Young master, please be magnanimous and don't bicker with us. A quick-witted person began to kowtow and apologize to the villagers in the field. We're sorry we were wrong. Fellow villagers, please forgive us. Under the deterrence of a little devil king, these people no longer had a trace of arrogance. All of them gave in and begged bitterly, afraid that they would leave their lives here. Yi Fan asked indifferently. These people answered all his questions without daring to hide anything. As expected, they came from the Immortal Mountain and were the genius horse keepers of the Cheshire Manor. They were in charge of taking care of the strange beasts. You guys are really impressive. You're just a few horse-rearing slaves, but you dare to act like a tyrant everywhere. Disappear immediately. Yi Fan did not have a good impression of them. With a cold snort, the few of them felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They stumbled and turned to run. I already said, leave that Longma behind. Yi Fan stood outside the field and said calmly. The few of them braced themselves and led the other strange beasts away, leaving the Longma behind. They did not even dare to breathe loudly, afraid of angering this fiend again. Fellow villagers, I'll treat everyone to Longma meat tonight. Yi Fan said with a smile. In the distance, the servants staggered and almost fell to the ground. What kind of person was this? Did he really want to eat Longma? That was a precious beast worth tens of thousands of kilograms of origin source. If he really ate it like donkey or horse meat, they would not be able to bear it. What a pervert! The few of them fled without looking back. They did not want to stay even a moment longer. They felt that they had encountered a monster that they could not afford to offend. We can't just let it go like this. Go back and report to the princess. We must chop this bastard lord into pieces. This is definitely not over. He beat us half to death and still wants to eat the princess's Longma. How audacious! He must be tired of living. The few of them secretly swore and ran far away, disappearing into the horizon in the ancient celestial vein. Will there be any problems? In the field, Buttface old father was trembling. He was afraid that he would cause a disaster because of this. His broken bones had been joined back together, but there were still bloodstains on his body. There won't be any problems. At most, they will come for me. Let's go, I'll treat everyone to Longma meat. It is very nutritious, Yi Fan said with a smile. In the evening, a few silhouettes broke through the sky. One of them was especially beautiful. In the fiery red sunset, she was like a fairy descending from the heavens. Her long skirt and black hair fluttered in the wind. Her whole body was dyed with a layer of faint golden luster. In the ancient village, a group of children looked up at the sky and all started to shout. Look, it's a fairy! What a beautiful sister! A fairy has descended to the world and has come to our village. A group of children clapped their hands and shouted. The snotty baby even called out to Yi Fan, asking him to come and see together. Yi Fan was surprised. He didn't expect that Princess Yu Dai would come. He hadn't seen her for half a month, and she had become even more beautiful and ethereal. In the sunset, she was no different from a fairy. Her skirt fluttered as she landed on the ground. Beside her were two men and a woman. The men were tall and handsome, and the woman was as beautiful as a flower. They all had extraordinary temperaments. "Why did your highness come?" Yi Fan asked with a smile. He didn't know the other three people. "I came to see if you were used to living here." Princess Yu Dai smiled. A jade hairpin was inserted in her beautiful hair, and the image of a divine phoenix flowed on it. Its brilliance was hazy, and it made her look noble and spirited. "I am safe and sound here. Thank you for your concern, Princess." Yi Fan smiled. "I heard that you kept Princess Chi's Longma. Is that true?" Yu Dai was the third most beautiful woman in the Central Plains. Her eyes were flowing, and she exuded an astonishing charm. "That's right. I did keep it." Yi Fan nodded. "But Princess Yu Dai asked. "Oh, isn't it there?" "It's the one cooking in that big iron pot." Yi Fan didn't seem to care at all. "What? It's in the pot?" "You're saying that the one cooking in that big iron pot is Longma?" Princess Yu Dai and the three people beside her were all stunned. They were dumbfounded and couldn't say anything. Especially Princess Yu Dai. Her cherry mouth was wide open, and she had a look of disbelief on her face. "Why do you really want to eat Longma?" They stared at him as if he was a monster. They really didn't know what to say. They had never seen such a person. That was a descendant of a divine beast, Longma. It was extremely rare. This guy in front of them had actually cooked it in a big iron pot like he was cooking dog meat. It was the first time they had seen such a fierce person. It made them speechless. "This is a great supplement. There's a trace of dragon blood in it. Since you all made it here, you're in luck." Yi Fan smiled. We're not here to eat horse meat." One of the men beside him felt that this guy was too strange. "We want to help you return Longma and resolve this storm. Otherwise, Princess Chi won't let this matter go after she comes out of seclusion." Princess Yu Dai said, "I've already cooked it. At most, I can only send her a bowl of horse meat." "Let her have a taste," Yi Fan replied. They really lost to him. "I say, brother, you've gotten yourself into big trouble. Princess Chi loves that Longma the most. If you eat it like this, she'll definitely come after you." Another man beside him said, "You can't blame me for this. It's just that they're too cruel. If I don't eat horse meat, it'll be hard to appease the common people." Yi Fan didn't really care. "Your Highness, this friend of yours is really strange." The beautiful woman could only comment like this. "Immortals, I'm sorry. This has nothing to do with the city lord. It's all our fault." But Face limped over, afraid of causing a disaster. "This horse has already been stewed. How about I give you my donkey as compensation?" Princess Yu Dai and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They had already seen the lame old donkey not far away. Using it as compensation for a Longma would definitely infuriate Princess Chi to death. Forget it. I don't care about this anymore." The beautiful woman beside him was so angry that she almost laughed. "I appreciate your good intentions. Let's not talk about anything else. The Longma meat is already cooked. Let's all enjoy it together." Yi Fan invited them warmly. "No, let's go," one of the men said. "Don't, we've already caught up. Let me tell you, this Longma is a great supplement. If you miss it, you'll regret it for the rest of your life." Yi Fan pulled them back. Beside the ancient pagoda forest, there were some stone tables and stone stools. The villagers had already tidied them up. Big pots and small bowls were served, and the aroma of meat assailed their nostrils. There were also jars of aged wine. In addition to the Longma meat, there were more than 10 roast sheep. These were all brought by Yi Fan. Even though the village was small, one Longma was not enough for all the villagers. "Let's eat dragon meat," a group of children shouted. It was very lively. The other villagers were also very enthusiastic. "Come, brother, let me offer you a toast. This is the essence of dragon meat. Come, have a taste. This is the dragon tendon. It can be said to be the essence. Have a taste. Yi Fan offered wine and food, very enthusiastic. The ancient pagoda tree rustled, and the fragrance of wine wafted. The few people were attracted, and unknowingly, they began to eat. Everyone will eat this dragon meat together. When the time comes, please help me out. Yi Fan laughed. The few people immediately felt that something was wrong. One of the men said, I say, Brother Yi, you are too unkind. Treating us to longma meat, are you trying to drag us down with you? How could that be? Am I such an unkind person? Yi Fan said righteously. I just want to entertain you. If there is any news, just let me know. I will be endlessly grateful. The two men were Princess Yu Dai's pursuers, and the woman was her good friend. Although they weren't people like Xiao Mingyuan, they couldn't help but roll their eyes. Come, don't be polite. Eat dragon meat and drink wine. There is nothing better in life than this. Yi Fan continuously poured wine for them. I say, Brother Yi, you should be careful. As soon as that Princess Qi comes out of seclusion, she will definitely come to kill you. That's right. She raised this longma herself. She definitely won't let you go. No one can persuade her. The two men were very powerful. One was called Cheng Hui, the other was Zhang Wen, and the woman was Li Xinyue. They explained the situation in detail. You might not know, but many people in the Odd Warrior Manor have heard that our sect has a strange leader. Many people want to see you. That's right. You even tried to eat Princess Qi's dragon horse. Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground in shock. Everyone wants to see who you are. When Yi Fan heard this, he rubbed his chin and said, I've reached a bottleneck recently. I need some battles. It's fine as long as they don't all come. Why do I feel like you're looking forward to it? Princess Yu Dai rolled her eyes at him. Her skin was like fine jade, and her eyes were intoxicating. They are here to kill you. Be careful, Li Xinyue said. Huqing leader, come out and die. Right at this moment, a shout sounded from the distant skies, resounding throughout the desolate hut. The ancient pagoda trees all began to sway with hua-hua sounds. Chapter 559. At this moment, the horizon was completely red. Fiery clouds covered most of the sky, and the ancient village and the locust trees were all inlaid with golden edges. Beside the ancient forest, in front of the stone table, Yi Fan and the others were currently eating dragon meat and drinking wine. When they suddenly heard such a loud shout, they all raised their heads and gazed towards the horizon. A purple cloud covered the sky and covered the earth like a huge wave. It scattered the burning clouds in the sky. A male stood on top of it. He had a medium build, but he gave off a powerful aura as he stared into the ancient village. Scholar City Lord, get your ass up here. The newcomer was quite domineering as he shouted loudly. He had a head of thick purple hair, and his eyes were bright and full of expression like two divine lamps. Yi Fan did not pay him any attention. He called for Princess Yu Dai, Cheng Hui, and the others to drink, filling their cups one after another. Scholar City Lord, come up and accept your death. The purple-haired man's roar shook the mountains, and all the ancient locust trees trembled. Leaves fell, and a powerful fluctuation spread out. Brother Yi, you are really calm. They are here to punish you, so don't be caught unprepared. Zhang Wen put down his cup. Get up here. The purple-haired man stared at Yi Fan and stood on the purple cloud, confirming his identity. Do you need something from me? Yi Fan drank a cup of wine and gazed towards the sky. Hand over Princess Qi's longma, and then tie your hands and feet to beg for forgiveness. The purple-haired man looked down, his gaze like an arrow shooting downwards. There's no way to send the longma back, and it's even more impossible to tie my hands and feet. Yi Fan shook his head. Where is the longma? Hurry up and return it. The purple-haired man's voice was very loud, like a clap of thunder. He was extremely domineering. The longma is here. Yi Fan held the horse bone in his hand. The meat on it had been eaten clean, and he waved it towards the sky. The purple-haired man was furious. He had never seen such a daring person, actually cooking the longma and eating it in front of him. There really aren't any living horses left. Why don't you come down and have a taste and send a bowl back to Commandery Princess Chi? Yi Fan said. I'll kill you. The purple-haired man shouted coldly. He pointed out with his finger, and a purple dragon shot out. It was 100 feet long, and with a roar, it pounced towards Yi Fan. Clang. Yi Fan sat upright on the stone block and raised his wine cup to welcome it. The purple dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws, but he forcefully restrained it. It transformed into a streak of light and entered the wine cup. Good move. At the side, Li Xinyue was astonished. The 100-zhang-long dragon was reduced to half an inch long by Yi Fan and then absorbed into the wine cup. This kind of technique could not be performed by ordinary people. Thank you for sending me so much essence Qi. This wine is tasteless, so I can make it stronger. Yi Fan smiled. His finger emitted rays of light and refined the dragon Qi on the spot, turning it into a wisp of innate essence Qi. The wine cup overflowed with purple mist. He raised the wine cup and drained it in one gulp. He laughed loudly and said, "It's impolite not to reciprocate." Yi Fan held the wine jar and filled the porcelain cup with wine. He raised it high into the sky and turned it into a bright moon cup, striking towards the purple-haired man. Humph! A cold snort came from the sky. A purple dragon claw reached out and covered the wine cup, wanting to snatch it into its palm. However, at this moment, the wine cup shone brilliantly like a rising moon. It shook off the dragon claw and shot out tens of thousands of sword radiance. The wine cup turned into 10,000 drops and turned into 10,000 innate sword cheese. They rampaged and scattered the purple clouds. Brilliant light shone for tens of thousands of zhang. The purple-haired man was shocked. His palm and fingers shook repeatedly and finally dissolved the soaring sword radiance. With a paw sound, the wine cup shattered and turned into fine powder. However, he felt a sharp pain in his finger. You do have some skill. Do you still want to behave atrociously in my territory? If there's nothing else, leave immediately, Yi Fan replied. A little lord also dares to act like this. Today, I will capture you and bring you to Princess Qi to kowtow and admit your guilt. The purple-haired man shouted. He reached out a large purple hand, grabbing towards Yi Fan. It was like a great mountain, releasing rumbling noises, shaking up the heavens and earth until even the heavens and earth were trembling. Yi Fan did not get up and continued to sit in front of the stone table. He raised his hand and met the attack. With a loud sound, the purple clouds in the sky dispersed as if a great mountain had collapsed. The purple-haired man flew back several hundred zhang. He was shocked. If he did not retreat urgently, his palm and fingers might have been crippled. His face immediately became gloomy. I've already said what I wanted to say. If I don't capture you and bring you back, what face will I have left? I will make you kneel in front of the princess and admit your guilt. The purple-haired man was ruthless. He spread out his large sleeve and covered the sky and earth as it swept over. Not good, this is the heaven and earth in the sleeve, the supreme art of the southern mountains. Princess Yu Dai reminded softly. Many people knew this kind of secret technique, but only a few ancient families of the southern mountains had a flawless method. Once it was used, heaven and earth could be swallowed, and it was truly incomparably terrifying. Violent winds blew, and sand and stones flew everywhere. The distant mountain peaks were even shaved off and disappeared into the large sleeve that covered the sky. There was nothing it couldn't swallow, and it was like a world-destroying black hole. Yi Fan's expression changed. This was indeed a supreme secret technique that was going to suck in the entire village. He soared into the sky and took the initiative to meet the enemy head-on. Just a little lord. With just a few tricks, you dare to provoke the heroes of the extraordinary warrior manner. I'll take care of you. The purple-haired man sneered and waved his large sleeve. There was a hazy mist there, and there were actually strands of chaotic light flickering. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart. The space inside was vast and boundless, without end. Yi Fan soared into the sky, wanting to evade, but he was pulled by a heaven-overflowing force into the large sleeve. He had no way of breaking free. As expected of the southern mountains' divine technique. It's too terrifying, swallowing all things. Below, Cheng Hui sighed in admiration. This kind of technique is difficult to deal with for those at the same level. They will be ruthlessly suppressed, and they will naturally be in an invincible position. Li Xinyue also sighed lightly. The void erupted. That enormous sleeve covered the heavens, covering all living things. Yi Fan was forcefully sucked inside, and he immediately disappeared without a trace. Big Brother City Lord, hurry and release Big Brother City Lord. Within the ancient village, a group of children were so scared that they cried and screamed. Brother, I hope you will be lenient and not harm his life. Below, Cheng Hui transmitted sound. He's just a little lord who thinks he has some divine abilities. Now that he is kowtowing and admitting his guilt, it will be hard for him to live. The purple-haired man sneered. What do I have to do to let him go? Princess Yudai's eyes were like water, and her jade face was radiant. Her long skirt fluttered as she rose with the wind, appearing otherworldly. When the purple-haired man saw her beauty, he couldn't help but be startled. He had seen Princess Yudai in the unique scholar manner, but he didn't know her identity. Let him kneel in front of the unique scholar manor for 3 days and 3 nights, and maybe I can spare his life. You really are boasting shamelessly. Suddenly Yi Fan's cold voice came from the large sleeve. Do you still want to come out after entering my sleeve? The universe within the sleeve is a space of its own, and I can refine you cleanly in an hour. The purple-haired man sneered. The large sleeve erupted as if the world was collapsing. It emitted a heart-palpitating aura as it expanded continuously. I originally wanted to make you kneel in front of the unique scholar manor, but now it seems I'll just directly refine you. The purple-haired man was ruthless. His entire right arm was shining, and the sleeve was like a great furnace, emitting endless radiance. However, something shocking happened. His sleeves swelled up, continuously emitting explosive sounds. The surrounding void was rapidly collapsing. What kind of power is this? Cheng Hui was shocked. Shattering the void, destroying all living things. This kind of power is too terrifying. Even the universe within the sleeve can't withstand it. Zhang Wen was also shocked. With a loud sound, the sleeve collapsed. Yi Fan rushed out like a demonic god, and his palms split the void, sending the purple-haired man flying. The purple-haired man was horrified. The universe within the sleeve was a supreme sacred technique that had never failed before, but it was actually broken by someone. His entire body was split open, and his soul was about to scatter. How terrifying was this power? The people present all felt that this was inconceivable. The sleeve had evolved into a world, and if one was truly trapped, not many in the same generation could escape. Extreme strength. Yi Fan's battle prowess shocked them, and he actually managed to fight it out. Even Princess Yudai's small cherry mouth was wide open, and her beautiful eyes were suffused with extraordinary splendor. You still want me to kneel in front of the unique scholar manor? You can kneel outside the ancient village for a few days. Yi Fan used the row technique, and his speed was unparalleled. He rushed over in an instant, and a fist smashed into the ground. Poof! The purple-haired man spat out blood and fell to the ground like a wooden stake. His body was split open in many places, and blood was flowing out. Poof! Yi Fan descended and kicked him flying. The purple-haired man's body almost fell apart. The moment the universe within the sleeve collapsed, his vitality was greatly injured, and he lost the ability to resist. I won't make things difficult for you. Kneel outside the ancient village for 3 days and 3 nights. Didn't you want me to do this in the unique scholar manner? You can demonstrate. The purple-haired man screamed and struggled violently. Even his eyebrows were standing on end. Brother Yi, forget it. Let him go. Princess Yudai went up to persuade him. She was afraid that things would get out of hand. Cheng Hui, Zhang Wen, and Li Xinyue also went up to persuade him to avoid an even greater disturbance. All right then, let him kneel for a night. Yi Fan sealed the purple-haired man, kicked him to the village entrance, and no longer paid him any attention. Do you really want to be a lord here for a long time? Princess Yudai said. Just like the other 3, she was almost speechless. That night, in the depths of the immortal mountain, a few people learned of this news. They began to discuss it in a small area. If not for the unique scholar manners rule that no one could come out as they pleased, there would definitely be many people who came to watch. Did you guys hear? Princess Cheese Longmo was eaten by someone. One of the flower protectors was indignant and went to argue, but he was punished to kneel outside an ancient village. I heard about it a long time ago. That really is a top-quality lord. He even dared to do this kind of thing. It really makes people's jaws drop. On the second day, the number of people who heard the news increased. They were all shocked and they were all discussing it. This little lord is too awesome. He dared to do things like this. It really makes people speechless. Princess Chi still hasn't come out of seclusion. Otherwise, she would definitely go and fight with her life on the line. Let's wait and see. There will definitely be more flower protectors heading over in the next 2 days. It's a pity we can't go out right now, or else we would definitely see this lord with our own eyes. In the following days, Yi Fan fought with people one after another. A total of 6 flower protectors came to find trouble with him, wanting to suppress him and bring him into the unique scholar manor. These were not ordinary people, but the peak experts of the 5 great regions. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to enter the unique scholar manor that only opened once every 10,000 years. They all had such powerful battle prowess. Unfortunately, they were all defeated by Yi Fan one after another. This gave rise to a heated discussion in the unique scholar manor. By now, there were already many people who knew that there was a very awesome and unique lord outside the immortal mountain. The 6 experts all knelt in the desolate hut for a night. They all returned with heavy injuries, and 3 of them rode their mounts away. In the end, a peacock, a golden divine hoe, and a colored one didn't return. They were all cooked and eaten. F***ck, that lord is really top quality. He ate another 3 spirit beasts. Where did this guy come from? 6 experts were all defeated by him. Not to mention kneeling for a night, even their mounts were eaten by him. What kind of person is this? Within the unique scholar manor, more than half of the people knew about this matter. It gave rise to a huge commotion, and many people were discussing it. If it wasn't for the fact that it was very difficult to leave the unique scholar manor, there would definitely be a large number of people coming to watch this awesome lord. Even many beautiful women were curious and wanted to see what was going on. Just now, the 7th person was defeated. His purple qilin was unsurprisingly stewed in the iron pot of that top-quality lord. Everyone felt dizzy, and they wished they could immediately run out to take a closer look. That guy is now addicted to eating spirit beasts. I heard that he specially made a big bow and wandered around his territory all day long. He said that there are many strange beasts here, so he can hunt them for a sumptuous meal. When this news spread, many people were stupefied. They all wanted to see what kind of lord this was. The most awesome lord in history, it really makes people speechless. Everyone could only sigh like this. Princess Chi has come out of seclusion. That day, this news spread, and everyone became excited. Everyone knew that the appearance of the main character would definitely cause a huge commotion. Even if she has to face punishment, she still wants to leave the unique scholar manor to watch the battle. Many people said like this.